Barrier Beaches of the Atlantic Coast by Frederick J.H. Merrill. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Beeswax Candle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Barrier Beaches of the Atlantic Coast. From Cape Cod to Cape Florida, our coast is fringed with barrier beaches. They are the reefs of sand which protect the mainland shore from the storm waves of the ocean. Isolated and uninhabited were most of these seaborne barriers for a long period in the history of our country. But the need of a breathing place on the part of the thousands who inhabit our crowded cities has caused, within a few years, a great transformation. Railroad and turnpike bridges have been built, connecting many of them with the shore. Hotels and cottages, clubhouses and bathing houses, in short, buildings for every purpose which contributes to the pleasure and comfort of man, have sprung up, as it were by magic, on the south shore of Long Island, on the coast of New Jersey, Virginia and the Carolinas, on the famed sea islands of Georgia, and on the coast of eastern Florida. Much alike are these peninsulas and islands wherever we view them along the coast. The chief variation is in the vegetation which clothes them. The beaches of Long Island are almost barren, but from New Jersey southward many are covered with dense forests which vary in their trees according to the latitude. At Sandy Hook, oaks, red cedars, hollies, maples and sassafras trees grow in wonderful luxuriance. On 7 Mile Beach and Holly Beach, the swamp magnolia abounds among the others. In the Carolinas, the palmetto appears, often ragged in outline and blighted by the winter frosts. In northern Florida, the palmettos are more numerous and show the influence of a warmer climate, while on the southern extremity of the zone of barrier beaches, the coconut palm, planted by accident or design, rears its leafy crown in luxuriant verdure. It is not the design of the writer to describe in detail the beaches of the Atlantic coast, but rather to consider their history and mode of growth. As it has been his fortune to spend much time on the seashore of New Jersey, he proposes to discuss the barrier beaches of that state as types of their genus. They are sandy islands and peninsulas, from 2 to 20 miles in length, and from half a mile to a mile in width, separated by inlets and usually divided from the mainland by an interval of several miles, in which are broad expanses of salt meadow, fringing and separating a series of channels, bays and sounds. The beaches, which are now in their highest state of development, are Sandy Hook, 7 Mile Beach and Holly Beach near Cape May. These typical examples of the seaborne barriers are much alike in structure and consist of 4 principal divisions. The first division, or interior, is an undulating area covered with heavy timber, of which the size suggests its age. Immense hollies, oaks, pines and red cedars abound, many of the first measuring 2 feet in diameter, and some of the latter attaining a circumference of 4 or 5 yards. The sassafras grows in remarkable luxuriance, and immense grapevines are everywhere to be seen, overhanging a dense undergrowth. In spring and summer, the ground is covered with fragrant blossoms. Columbines, violets, pinks, orchids, and a host of other flowers lend their bright colours to enhance the varied greens of the foliage. This is the beach primeval. Skirting it seaward is the second division, which bears smaller timber. Low cedars, hollies and pines are here the chief forms of arboreal vegetation, and fewer flowering plants are seen. This zone is of later formation, and its trees are younger than those of the first. Adjoining it is the third division, which consists of a belt of undulating dunes a few hundred feet or yards in width, and bearing the mossy Hudsonia or scrubby bushes of beach plum and wax myrtle, or in some places, especially on the outer row of dunes, only supporting a meagre growth of beach grass. Frequently, between 2 rows of dunes, an expansive salt meadow occurs, or a sand flat, bearing stunted forms of plant life. With this third division ends the domain of vegetation, succeeded by the sloping strand upon which the tide rises and falls. The sandbar, exposed at low water at the extremity of the beach, is constantly increased in length and height by the action of the currents, and the process of beach formation is here continually in progress. As the tide falls, the sand laid bare is rapidly dried by the wind and carried above high water mark. Then, safe beyond the reach of the waves, the minute particles are borne still farther from the water, and striking against some piece of driftwood, bush, or tuft of grass, quickly build a hillock, which grows larger and larger as more sand falls upon it, and a dune is formed many feet in height. The material of which these dunes are composed is never at rest, but flies hither and thither with the wind, and a hillock 10 or 15 feet high today may noiselessly be taken down tomorrow and rebuilt 100 yards away. In time, as the beach grows seaward and the dunes increase in numbers, those of earlier formation, which are somewhat protected from the breeze, catch a few seeds, and tufts of grass begin to grow upon them. Still later, the mossy Hudsonia or some starveling wax myrtle finds a little sustenance, and as years elapse, the dunes become so thickly covered with vegetation that under the protection of the seaward hillocks they retain their form with comparatively little change. Thus have the beaches grown. First a sandflat built by ocean waves and currents, then a series of low shifting dunes, next sheltered hillocks on which grasses and shrubs fasten their protecting roots, succeeding the latter a growth of small cedars and pines, and finally, as centuries roll on, majestic forest trees raise their spreading tops and shelter a dense undergrowth. These few words suffice to describe the beach's growth, their physiology, but many pages might be written upon their history, the pages of their development, their changes, and their decay. Unfortunately, the records are but incomplete. From the memories of old men, we can glean some facts in regard to the former condition and extent of certain beaches, and concerning marked changes in them which have been notable events to men of quiet lives. In a few instances, surveys were made a century or two ago which can be compared with those of today. At present, we can watch the changes which occur from year to year. As geological science advances, we can speculate concerning the past on the basis of present knowledge and observation. We have little accurate information, but after all, we have much that is interesting. The beach of Sandy Hook forms the northern extremity of the New Jersey seacoast. Previous to 1778, it was connected with the base of the Navesink Highlands by a sandy isthmus, the mouths of the Navesink and Shrewsbury rivers being open to the east. But from that date until about 1830, and from 1848 till 1889, it has been united with the mainland at Monmouth Beach by a narrow strip of sand. According to records in the Office of the Surveyor General of East Jersey, and in that of the United States Coast Survey, the point of Sandy Hook advanced northward about 1 mile between 1685 and 1885. The lighthouse was built about 1764 near the water's edge, and the ground on which it stands has then existed for only 15 years as a portion of terra firma. In 1844, the point was about 250 yards north of its present limit. Since that date, it has receded slowly toward the south, and toward the west has extended 1/4 of a mile. We have no evidence concerning the date of formation of the old hook, which existed before 1685. It is now well marked by immense forest trees, which exceed in height and size of trunk any of their species known to the writer in the neighbourhood of New York. The rapid growth of Sandy Hook is due to a current which flows northward from the vicinity of Manasquan, carrying with it a great quantity of sand removed from the waterfront of Asbury Park, Long Branch, Seabright, and that vicinity, which is dropped along the border of the hook and its extremity. The investigations of the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey have shown that the ebb and flow of the tides from and to New York Bay produce this current by drawing a stream of water through False Hook Channel, which lies between Sandy Hook and a submerged bar called False Hook, 1/2 mile to the east. The stream flows northward more than 7 hours out of 12, and from this fact property owners in the neighbourhood of Long Branch may appreciate what becomes of their real estate when it disappears during the storms. If there were any means of identifying the soil, it might all be found on the rapidly growing point of Sandy Hook. About 1778, a channel was opened across the narrow isthmus which united Sandy Hook with the base of the Navesink Highlands, and a new passage being thus afforded for the tidal currents of the Navesink and Shrewsbury rivers, the old Shrewsbury Inlet, which formed the common mouth of those two estuaries, was gradually closed by the northward extension of the Sandspit, which formed the southern limit, and in 1810 became impassable. The barrier thus formed existed until 1830 or 1831, when it was broken through and a second inlet was created. By a change in the tidal currents, due to the formation of this new inlet, the isthmus which formerly connected Sandy Hook with the highlands of Navesink was again brought into existence, and remained until 1835. An artificial channel was then cut through it, and this being gradually deepened and widened by the ebb and flow of the tides, has ever since remained open. The second Shrewsbury Inlet closed in 1840 near Island Beach, having moved northward nearly 3 miles during its existence of 9 or 10 years. In 1837 or 1838, the third and last inlet opened near the present Bellevue Hotel, and afforded a better channel for navigation than the second inlet, which it followed in its northward course, and survived by about 8 years. From 1848 until September 1889, no inlet has been opened, but this fact is due rather to the efforts of the railroad company to maintain its roadbed than to a diminution of the tendency of the waves and tidal currents to open a passage. The facts and dates concerning the Shrewsbury Inlets have been obtained chiefly by inquiry from old fishermen and sailors who have spent their lives on or near the waters of the Navesink and Shrewsbury rivers. Coming from a number of independent sources, they agree very closely, and those here given may be accepted as worthy of credence. The tendency of the inlets to work northward, periodically closing and reopening farther south, has been observed in all those between Point Pleasant and Sandy Hook, especially in those of Manasquan and Shark rivers. Between Point Pleasant and Cape May, however, all the inlets are moving southward. From Monmouth to the head of Barnegat Bay, there is no beach similar to that of Sandy Hook. Instead of a sand reef separated from the mainland by a navigable channel, there is only the sloping strand adjoining, as at Long Branch, the foot of an upland bluff, or as at Spring Lake, Seagirt and Point Pleasant, with its crest on a level with the surface of the upland. Between Bay Head and Cape May, however, there are 12 beaches, mostly well developed and preserved, and named respectively Squan Island, Long Island or Little, Brigantine, Abascon, Pex, Ludlanis, 7 Mile, 5 Mile or Holly, 2 Mile, and Poverty. The majority of these, however, do not show the high degree of development exhibited by 7 Mile and 5 Mile beaches. Some appear to be only in the earlier stages of growth, while others have passed their prime and are now yielding to the attacks of wind and wave. These agents have been hitherto considered only with reference to their constructive effect on the beaches, and it now remains to consider the destructive action. When the wind blows from the west, it carries back to the sea much of the sand which the east wind had piled up in dunes, and, but for the fact that the latter wind prevails, the sand hills would not long exist. By a surplus of constructive action, however, the beaches are all moving to the west. Year after year sand is removed from their eastern margin by the winter storms, and carried north or south according to the direction of the prevailing current. The winds from the ocean drive the dunes westward, and, with the possible exception of Sandy Hook, all the beaches are now underlaid by an old salt meadow, originally formed in sheltered waters on their west side. In this turf, when exposed during an unusually low tide, the footprints of cattle are seen in many places, made, it is claimed, when the salt meadow was a pasture and lay on the shoreward side of the beach. This westward recession has, in many cases, amounted to more than a mile within 2 centuries. On many of the beaches south of Point Pleasant, the westward progress of the dunes has been made over and through the native forest. As a result of this, gnarled cedars, dying and dead, are found among the dunes, and in many cases stumps may be seen in the sand within reach of the tide. Near the northern end of 7 Mile Beach, at the time of the writer's visit in 1885, an immense dune, 40 feet in height and half a mile in length, had been for many years encroaching steadily upon the dense forest. The treetops here projected above the summit of the ridge like the heads of drowning men above the waves, while on the outer flank of the overwhelming mass of sand, the gnarled skeleton trunks of those which had perished in it stood bare and grim, showing with dreary greyness the fate of the earlier victims, of which the ragged and wave-worn stumps alone remained. A more desolate scene the writer has never witnessed. At Long Branch, the wear of the coast has been very great. According to the United States Coast and Geodetic Survey, a strip of land varying from 300 to 500 feet in width was removed between Deal Beach and Monmouth during the 27 years preceding 1868. In the vicinity of Seabright, the amount of wear was a little less than 200 feet during that period. Of late years, the rate of recession has been diminished in the neighbourhood of Long Branch by the means of artificial protection employed. But near Seabright, the shoreline is said to have receded at least 200 feet during the past quarter of a century. At Cape May, the wear of the shore has been continuous except where the land is protected by jetties or a stone seawall, the rate of encroachment varying from 10 to 30 feet a year. Besides these alterations produced in the beaches by their westward progress, the variations in the positions of the inlets, the subsidence of the coast, have caused many important changes. The history of the Shrewsbury Inlets has already been given. It remains to mention a few of those south of Point Pleasant. Squan and Island beaches, which now form a peninsula about 20 miles long, terminating at Barnegat Inlet, were separated from 1750 to 1812 by Cranberry Inlet, which was nearly opposite to the mouth of Tom's River. Since 1812, near the site of the Zoll Inlet, there have been others of brief duration, and one is said to have existed before 1755, opposite the mouth of the Metadeconk River, which separated Squan Beach from the mainland. The old Barnegat Lighthouse is said to have stood nearly 600 yards north of the present south shore of the inlet, at a point now occupied by the centre of the channel. In 1855, the old tower was at the water's edge, so that the inlet has moved southward approximately 20 yards per year. Abiskin Inlet, which separates Brigantine Beach from Abiskin Beach, has encroached upon the latter about 400 yards in 20 years, and the ocean front of that portion of Abiskin Beach which is occupied by Atlantic City extended in 1855 nearly half a mile farther east than it did in 1885. About 1875, jetties were built which arrested the action of the tidal currents, and the wear of the shore being thus prevented, a considerable area was restored. Submerged tree stumps and other evidences of a subsidence of the coast may be found on the beaches and the salt meadows, but a detailed enumeration of them would be beyond the scope of the present article. In Cape May County, the depression has not been less than 20 feet, and has possibly been much greater. The evidence of some old buildings on the shore of Delaware Bay suggests a subsidence of about 4 feet during the last 2 centuries. It is doubtful whether depression alone has caused the wear of the coast. A comparison of the present outline of Holly Beach with that determined by a survey in 1772 shows an accretion on the south and east since the latter date, more than 3.5 miles long and averaging 3/8 of a mile in width. And on many other beaches a similar growth has taken place. During the past 5 years the ocean has rapidly encroached upon these beaches, while the subsidence of the coast, so far as we know, has been uniform throughout the past 2 centuries. It would appear, therefore, that the growth and decay of the beaches are more dependent upon the action of the ocean currents and winds than upon other agencies. Unquestionably, the depression of the coast renders the beaches more subject to overflow and erosion by the waves and currents, but the evidence at many points shows that the latter are capable of forming large areas of beach, where the conditions of their existence and action favour construction rather than destruction. While these currents act as at present, the cost of preventing the ravages of the sea by the methods commonly in use will probably be much greater than the value of the land protected, for the fine sand is so unstable when wet that bulkheads and breakwaters are quite ephemeral. After an extended examination of the various systems of shore defence in use between Sandy Hook and Cape May, it appears to the writer that the only effectual means of protection is the construction of jetties, extending far enough from the shore to intercept the currents which carry away the sand loosened by the waves. Such jetties have added a large area to the territory of Atlantic City and have protected the shore at Cape May. No doubt they would be effective everywhere if properly constructed. The experience of the past 10 years on the New Jersey coast shows conclusively that the ocean front is not fit for building purposes, for it is impossible to protect a house near the water's edge from injury or destruction in the heaviest storms. The height and force of the waves in such a tempest as that of September 10 and 11, 1889, rendered them irresistible to any body or structure which nature or art has yet produced, and anything within their reach must suffer. The immediate waterfront is only available for parks, and if devoted to this use, when protected from the erosive action of the currents by suitable jetties, would remain a neutral ground which, in fair weather, would afford numberless attractions to the occupants of dwellings placed far enough from the strand to be out of reach of the storm waves. Property owners along the ocean front of the beaches have generally made the mistake of supposing that the domain of the Atlantic was bounded by the high water mark of the spring tides. Anyone who should build a dwelling on the strand below ordinary high water mark would be considered lacking in common sense. Yet it is scarcely less foolish to build within reach of the storm waves. It is of course true that many cottages are now much nearer the water's edge than they were a few years ago. This is due to the wear of the shore by currents already described as flowing parallel to it, and removing the sand which the waves have loosened. If the action of these currents should be stopped, and there is good evidence to show that a system of jetties would intercept them and cause them to drop their stolen load of sand, the wear of the shore would be arrested, and the yearly encroachments of the ocean would cease. With regard to the inundation of Atlantic City by the sea in the great September storm of 1889, it should be said that this catastrophe ought not to be considered very wonderful, since the greater portion of the city is less than 10 feet above mean tide, and the highest point recorded by the New Jersey State Survey is only 13 feet above that level. As ordinary tides rise a foot above this plane, and spring tides nearly 2 feet, it is evident that a prolonged easterly storm would soon cause a considerable area to be overflowed. Since the bays and channels which lie between the beach and the mainland are almost completely landlocked, and the inlets are relatively narrow, the water level is soon raised to a height of 2 or 3 feet above the meadows, and this is sufficient to cover most of the railroad tracks. To be sure, no such inundation as the recent one has occurred since Atlantic City became a place of importance, nor do the old residents on the coast remember such a storm in former years. But it is evident that, while the beaches were uninhabited, such a storm as the one in question would attract less attention, since it would cause little, if any, loss of property. The genesis of the beaches is still a matter for speculation, but it may be safely affirmed that they originated as sandbars, formed underwater by wave and current action. How these bars were brought above water so that the wind could exert its constructive power is uncertain. A plausible hypothesis is that while the ocean was breaking on the mainland shore and forming the quaternary terraces, which may be seen there, sandbars were made underwater, and that the continental elevation which raised these terraces to their present position from 25 to 80 feet above tide brought these sandbars above water into a horizon of aeolian action. Once above the sea, the beaches would maintain their existence. A continued elevation of the coast would add to their seaward extent, and a depression would cause a westward recession until they were brought to rest by contact with the mainland shore. In New Jersey, the latter condition may be observed between Long Branch and Point Pleasant, and also at Cape May. So far as it is known to the writer, the only way in which a beach can be entirely destroyed is by an inlet shifting its position. In this case, the beach obliterated is replaced by the extension of an adjacent beach. Of the beaches south of New Jersey, not enough is known to the writer to permit of a detailed biographical sketch. Their form and structure show that they have been subject to the same formative agencies and vicissitudes as those already described. In addition to the Georgia sea islands of antebellum fame, may be mentioned as familiar examples the barriers which in Virginia and North Carolina separate Albemarle and Pamlico Sounds from the ocean. In Florida, Amelia Island, on which is built the city of Fernandina, Anastasia Island in front of St. Augustine, and the beaches which separate Halifax and Indian rivers from the Atlantic. The last named rivers are the lagoons which separate the barriers from the mainland shore. Lake Worth is one of these lagoons, of which the inlet has been closed. To what extent the Florida Keys may be included in the category of barrier beaches must be decided by future investigation. Key West is evidently a wave-built sandbar, composed of fragments of coral, molluscan shells, and foraminifera, and it seems likely that Cayo Largo and others of that type may be of a similar origin. The coquina deposits of the vicinity of St. Augustine are also wave-formed. The hypothesis of Professor Louis Agassiz that the Florida Keys are all of organic origin, i.e. that they were formed by the growth of coral reefs, may be true so far as the determination of their location and direction. A submerged reef of coral may have formed a nucleus on which the waves and currents deposited a load of calcareous sand, but the superficial portion is evidently similar in origin to that of the beaches further north. Barrier beaches are found on all the seacoasts of the world where opportunity for their growth has been afforded, and those of New Jersey may be regarded as types of these formations in all their essential features. End of Barrier Beaches of the Atlantic Coast by Frederick J. H. Merrill.
The Belief in the Omnipotence of Thought by Ludwig von Mises. Published in 1962. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Belief in the Omnipotence of Thought. A characteristic feature of present-day popular ideas concerning social cooperation is what Freud has called the belief in the omnipotence of human thought. Die Allmacht des Gedankens. This belief is, of course, apart from psychopaths and neurotics, not maintained with regard to the sphere that is investigated by the natural sciences, but in the field of social events it is firmly established. It developed out of the doctrine that ascribes infallibility to majorities. The essential point in the political doctrines of enlightenment was the substitution of representative government for royal despotism. In the constitutional conflict in Spain, in which champions of parliamentary government were fighting against the absolutist aspirations of the Bourbon Ferdinand VII, the supporters of the constitutional regime were called liberals, and those of the king serviles. Very soon the name liberalism was adopted all over Europe. Representative or parliamentary government, also called government by the people or democratic government, is government by office holders designated by the majority of the people. Demagogues tried to justify it by ecstatic babble about the supernatural inspiration of majorities. However, it is a serious mistake to assume that the 19th century liberals of Europe and America advocated it because they believed in the infallible wisdom, moral perfection, inherent justice, and other virtues of the common man, and therefore of majorities. The liberals wanted to safeguard the smooth evolution of all people's prosperity and material as well as spiritual well-being. They wanted to do away with poverty and destitution. As a means to attain these ends, they advocated institutions that would make for peaceful cooperation of all citizens within the various nations as well as for international peace. They looked upon wars, whether civil wars, revolutions, or foreign wars, as a disturbance of the steady progress of mankind to more satisfactory conditions. They realized very well that the market economy, the very basis of modern civilization, involves peaceful cooperation and bursts asunder when people, instead of exchanging commodities and services, are fighting one another. On the other hand, the liberals understood very well the fact that the might of the rulers ultimately rests not upon material force, but upon ideas. As David Hume has pointed out in his famous essay on the first principles of government, the rulers are always a minority of people. Their authority and power to command obedience on the part of the immense majority of those subject to them are derived from the opinion of the latter that they best serve their own interests by loyalty to their chiefs and compliance with their orders. If this opinion dwindles, the majority will sooner or later rise in rebellion. Revolution, civil war, will remove the unpopular system of government and the unpopular rulers, and replace them by a system and by office holders whom the majority consider as more favorable to the promotion of their own concerns. To avoid such violent disturbances of the peace and their pernicious consequences, to safeguard the peaceful operation of the economic system, the liberals advocate government by the representatives of the majority. This scheme makes peaceful change in the arrangement of public affairs possible. It makes recourse to arms and bloodshed unnecessary, not only in domestic but no less in international relations. When every territory can by majority vote determine whether it should form an independent state or a part of a larger state, there will no longer be wars to conquer more provinces. Footnote: the first condition for the establishment of perpetual peace is, of course, the general adoption of the principles of laissez-faire capitalism. About this problem, see von Mises' Human Action and von Mises' Omnipotent Government. End of footnote. In advocating rule by the majority of the people, the 19th century liberals did not nurture any illusions about the intellectual and moral perfection of the many, of the majorities. They knew that all men are liable to error, and that it could happen that the majority, deluded by faulty doctrines propagated by irresponsible demagogues, could embark upon policies that would result in disaster, even in the entire destruction of civilization. But they were no less aware of the fact that no thinkable method of government could prevent such a catastrophe. If the small minority of enlightened citizens who were able to conceive sound principles of political management do not succeed in winning the support of their fellow citizens and converting them to the endorsement of policies that bring and preserve prosperity, the cause of mankind and civilization is hopeless. There is no other means to safeguard a propitious development of human affairs than to make the masses of inferior people adopt the ideas of the elite. This has to be achieved by convincing them. It cannot be accomplished by a despotic regime that, instead of enlightening the masses, beats them into submission. In the long run, the ideas of the majority, however detrimental they may be, will carry on. The future of mankind depends on the ability of the elite to influence public opinion in the right direction. These liberals did not believe in the infallibility of any human being, nor in the infallibility of majorities. Their optimism concerning the future was based upon the expectation that the intellectual elite will persuade the majority to approve of beneficial policies. The history of the last 100 years has not fulfilled these hopes. Perhaps the transition from the despotism of kings and aristocracies came too suddenly. At any rate, it is a fact that the doctrine that ascribes intellectual and moral excellence to the common man, and consequently infallibility to the majority, became the fundamental dogma of progressive political propaganda. In its farther logical development, it generated the belief that in the field of society's political and economic organization, any scheme devised by the majority can work satisfactorily. People no longer ask whether interventionism or socialism can bring about the effects that their advocates are expecting from them. The mere fact that the majority of the voters ask for them is considered as an irrefutable proof that they can work and will inevitably result in the benefits expected. No politician is any longer interested in the question whether a measure is fit to produce the ends aimed at. What alone counts for him is whether the majority of the voters favor or reject it. Footnote: symptomatic of this mentality is the weight ascribed by politicians to the findings of public opinion polls. End footnote. Only very few people pay attention to what mere theory says about socialism and to the experience of the socialist experiments in Russia and in other countries. Almost all our contemporaries firmly believe that socialism will transform the earth into a paradise. One may call it wishful thinking or the belief in the omnipotence of thought. Yet the criterion of truth is that it works, even if nobody is prepared to acknowledge it. End of The Belief in the Omnipotence of Thought by Ludwig von Mises.
Can the Church Lead? By Pearl S. Buck. Published 1942. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Can the Church Lead? My father was a minister in the Christian church in a day when to be a minister meant to be a leader. I suppose he was a minister because he was by nature a leader and because he grew up in a Christian religion, and so he combined religion and leadership. This combination led him to the foreign mission field, and for 50 years he was a leader of men in China. It was not a peaceful life for him or for his family, for to be a leader meant that though he had followers, there were plenty who would not follow, and his life was an embattled one. But it was a successful life, and when he died in his 80th year, to his disgust, for he was planning new campaigns, he regretted none of it. We who grew up as his children, therefore, were early accustomed to thinking of leadership as coming from the church. In our community in China, Christians were expected to take definite stands of leadership in all matters. If the members of my father's various churches, scattered through the Chinese cities and towns in our region, did not take such leadership, he did not hesitate to inquire into the nature of their Christianity. For him, the practice of religion was inseparable from its profession. In this tradition he reared us. It was a hard tradition if what one wanted was peace and comfort in daily life, but it made its mark upon its day. I may be forgiven, therefore, if I come back to my own country expecting similar leadership from the church here. That I did not find it, except in isolated cases, did not at first much disturb me. Times were changed, I thought. Moral leadership was perhaps to be found now in other places in our modern society. Or, I thought, it may be that the influence of the Christian is only more diffused in our society, so much that it is not so much the church corporate that works as its representatives in secular life. We may have Christian as groceryman, the Christian as teacher, the Christian as scientist, and so to all parts of life. This seemed to me valuable, for thus the twin pillars of the ideals of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, upon which the church has always been founded, could become the foundations, too, of our society. Whether there has been this diffusion, I do not know, but I do know that if there has been, it is not strong enough for this hour of crisis. Individual Christians scattered through our life have obviously not influenced our society enough to be able now to take the leadership. They do not lead our people as Christian individuals. No, they have even come to be too much like those who do not profess the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. The Christian who in his community should be the first to take his stand upon those twin pillars of the Church denies them daily in his actions, even as do those whom he should lead. The Christian himself is not free from the prejudices which are most unchristian, and insofar as he is not free, he cannot lead others. Yet the time has come when it is imperative that moral leadership be found somewhere in our nation if we are to win the war and ensure the peace after 3 centuries of failure. For today it is obvious that, although we are increasingly in earnest about this war, we are not yet putting forth our full effort to win it. This is not through lack of wish to win, but through lack of will to win. Every true American knows that we must win, lest we lose that for which our nation was founded. Intellectually, this is accepted by all who believe in American democracy. If energy could spring from intellectual conviction, our war efforts, individual and national, would swing into full and unified production, and those who do not believe in democracy would soon find themselves defined and on the wrong side. But energy does not spring out of intellectual conviction. Its source is deeper in the human frame. Intellectual conviction may be the spark which lights the tinder, which supplies the energy, but it is no more than that. The will to act finally comes out of the heart, not the head. Why is it that, as yet, this will has not been stirred in our people? We are going through all the proper motions for war, but the all-out determination to win has not yet taken hold of us. The cause for this spiritual apathy is simple. There are emotions stronger in us than the will to win this war for freedom and human equality. For, basically, this is, of course, what this war is about, and the reason we are not yet generating full energy is that we know it is what the war is about, but we do not want and are not willing to allow our knowledge to pass over into the seat of energy in us because of conflicting emotions there. That is, we cannot fight to win a war for freedom so long as practically we do not want freedom for all peoples, and we cannot fight to win a war for human equality if we do not actually want human equality. Bluntly, the man or woman who is determined to keep alive the traditions of empire in Asia or Africa is putting imperialism ahead of winning the war, and the man or woman who insists on Jim Crowism and total Oriental exclusion at home is putting race prejudice ahead of winning the war. And if these two are to be the pillars of our society, instead of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, we had better know it and stop wasting our people in this war for freedom and human equality. We cannot possibly win it. Here then is the spiritual confusion in which Americans now are and out of which we must somehow be led. We are faced with the necessity of fighting a war for principles in which we say we believe, but which actually we do not want to practice. We talk about the American way of life, and we go on tolerating and encouraging and demanding Jim Crowism and Oriental exclusion, which are the Nazi way of life. We can never get pure energy out of such a conflict. The spark is applied to wet tinder. There will be no flame. The truth is that we have not yet carried the war into the places where it really hurts. We can give up sugar, but we cannot give up segregation. We are willing to ration our gasoline, but we do not want to insist that colored labor shall have equal rights with white labor. We consent to the heaviest of taxes for military warfare, but we are not willing to treat the Chinese as we treat the British. We are ready, that is, to give up anything material, but nothing else. Unfortunately, democracy cannot be bought with material goods, nor is human equality to be paid for with silver. Democracy can only be won by the sacrifice of everything that is undemocratic, and human equality can only be had by the will to have it at all costs. The material sacrifice is easy. The spiritual sacrifice is hard, and it is here that our people must be led. For the easy material sacrifice is not enough, and the hard spiritual sacrifice must be made before our full energy is behind this war. Where shall we get the strength to dig into our own secret places and root out the enemy within ourselves? Where are our moral leaders? Now, if ever, the Church must provide them, both for its own sake and for the sake of our people. For if the Church cannot at this moment see the issue clearly and simply enough to lead the people to the realization of its age-old belief in the fatherhood of God, by proclaiming its determination to practice the brotherhood of man, through the refusal any longer to condone imperialism and race prejudice, then the Church is dead, and from that death there is no resurrection. Never, I think, in history, have human issues been as clear as they are today when millions of people in our own country and in all parts of the world cry out for one thing: freedom. And the only way to establish freedom as a way of life upon the earth is to determine that men are indeed brothers, and that all shall be treated alike without regard to color or class. Where is the Church that it does not come forward and declare itself not only as a body corporate, but through its own members in the separate practice of their individual lives? Nor can the Church delay. Before our eyes, this war for democracy may turn into a war for a new empire. It is high time that we realize our own danger, for it is a danger when there are Americans who are not willing to declare openly the principle of human equality and are not willing to practice the principle. We have here in our own country the strongest possible elements of danger to democracy, and there is little time left in which to recognize them and to stay their increasing power. Those who say that we are not fighting for anything except our American way of life, are they better than those who fight for any other way of life, if both those ways of life include the subjection of peoples to their rule? Will not such a way of life in America lead simply to more war as it has everywhere else in the world? It is our way of life to be immune from evil consequences if it contains within itself the same seeds of prejudice and greed and selfishness that have made all treaties of peace fail in the last 3 centuries. It is folly to think that we can escape. And can we hope to escape the fascism itself in this country if there are those here speaking openly and loudly the very dogmas that brought about the fascist regime in Germany? Those dogmas are, first, race prejudice on an even basis, even broader here than the race prejudice in Germany. Second, impatience with the slow methods of democratic processes. Third, greed in business and labor. And fourth, the baiting of all those who question race prejudice and intolerance and greed. The beginning of fascism has always been the attempt to suppress intelligent inquiry, and the moment the suppression is successful, intellectuals are put into prison and killed, and the books are burned. Can it happen here? It can happen here, in the name of communism or fascism, or lack of patriotism, or by any other name. Yet, there are many who wait for leadership toward the true democracy. All over our country there are the young, ready to be led out of old prejudices and dead traditions. The young are ready to believe in human equality. Even in the South, there are young white people, men and women, who say, "We are ready to treat the colored young people as our friends and equals." It is the older people who are clinging to traditions. There are others, good people who have not the strength to stand alone in their goodness. They are confused, and they must be led out of their confusion to know that the basic issues of this war are simple and within the mental comprehension of all. Whether they are within the practical application of all depends upon the strength of our determination now not to repeat the mistakes of the centuries. And for that determination, we need moral leadership. Millions in Asia and Europe, and Africa too, wait for the leadership in this war, which will declare itself for freedom and human equality for all. If we cannot find that leadership, then this war will end again in feudal peace. For during the last 300 years, there have been 10 treaties made in Europe alone, all calling for a Christian peace. That is, a peace based on human brotherhood. Yet not one of them has produced this Christian peace, from the Treaty of Westphalia to the Treaty of Versailles. They have been intellectual treaties, and the men who made them paid lip service to the idea of human equality. Even President Wilson was not willing to include racial equality in the Treaty of Versailles. Yet any treaty which is not based upon human equality and implemented on human equality will bring the world no peace. Treaties, therefore, have been nothing but intellectual agreements, and they have been denied and made useless by the prejudices of those who would not observe them. And who can observe any treaty for peace who is not willing to give up his own personal prejudices as part of the necessary sacrifice? And if we have not the moral energy to make the sacrifice even to win the war, how can we hope to win the peace? Now, if ever, the Church ought to furnish the leadership for our people to make the sacrifice of our prejudices and our greed, which through all the centuries we have not been strong enough to make. If the Church cannot produce the necessary moral leadership, then religion is dead indeed. It may be that religion is dead, and if it is, we had better know it and set ourselves to try to discover other sources of moral strength before it is too late. But how is it that the Church today does not recognize even its own danger? The only hope of freedom for religion is in the freedom of all mankind. Does the Church in our country think it will escape the fate of the Church in the fascist countries if it does not now take the moral leadership necessary for its own life as well as the life of the nation? Yes, perhaps it is true that religion is already dead, and what we have is nothing but the shell of what might have been alive and is no more. And yet, I am loath to believe that the Church is really dead, for I know the Church is no separate entity in itself. It is only men and women of a certain mind and temper and spirit who declare in themselves their belief in the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man. But perhaps they believe only intellectually and not in their hearts, and so they sleep. If they are only sleeping, then let them awake. If the Church in our country does not lead now, it may never have the opportunity again. Now is the moment of crisis. How shall we awaken the sleeping Church? Alas, I know no other way except the way by which men and women are awakened anywhere. Will men and women of the Church practice what they profess? Those who say they believe in the brotherhood of man, will they act as they believe? Can the Church rise to this new greatness? But so to rise again means that within the Church itself there must be the determination to sacrifice everything which stands in the way of such greatness. That is, individual men and women who are the Church must be willing to sacrifice their own prejudices first before they can become the leaders of others for freedom and human equality. Is there this life in the Church? I do not know. But if there is not, then indeed we must look elsewhere for the light. End of Can the Church Lead? By Pearl S. Buck. Read by Ellen Corcoran.
The Concept of a Perfect System of Government by Ludwig von Mises. Published in 1962. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Concept of a Perfect System of Government. The social engineer is the reformer who is prepared to liquidate all those who do not fit into his plan for the arrangement of human affairs. Yet historians, and sometimes even victims whom he puts to death, are not averse to finding some extenuating circumstances for his massacres, or planned massacres, by pointing out that he was ultimately motivated by a noble ambition. He wanted to establish the perfect state of mankind. They assigned to him a place in the long line of the designers of utopian schemes. Now, it is certainly folly to excuse in this way the mass murders of such sadistic gangsters as Stalin and Hitler, but there is no doubt that many of the most bloody liquidators were guided by the ideas that inspired from time immemorial the attempts of philosophers to meditate on a perfect constitution. Having once hatched out the design of such an ideal order, the author is in search of the man who would establish it by suppressing the opposition of all those who disagree. In this vein, Plato was anxious to find a tyrant who would use his power for the realization of the Platonic ideal state. The question whether other people would like or dislike what he himself had in store for them never occurred to Plato. It was an understood thing for him that the king who turned philosopher, or the philosopher who became king, was alone entitled to act, and that all other people had without a will of their own to submit to his orders. Seen from the point of view of the philosopher who is firmly convinced of his own infallibility, all dissenters appear merely as stubborn rebels resisting what will benefit them. The experience provided by history, especially by that of the last 200 years, has not shaken this belief in salvation by tyranny and the liquidation of dissenters. Many of our contemporaries are firmly convinced that what is needed to render all human affairs perfectly satisfactory is brutal suppression of all bad people, i.e., of those with whom they disagree. They dream of a perfect system of government that, as they think, would have already long since been realized if these bad men, guided by stupidity and selfishness, had not hindered its establishment. A modern, allegedly scientific school of reformers rejects these violent measures and puts the blame for all that is found wanting in human conditions upon the alleged failure of what is called political science. The natural sciences, they say, have advanced considerably in the last centuries, and technology provides us almost monthly with new instruments that render life more agreeable. But political progress has been nil. The reason is that political science stood still, they say. Political science ought to adopt the methods of the natural sciences. It should no longer waste its time in mere speculations, but should study the facts. For, as in the natural sciences, the facts are needed before the theory. One can hardly misconstrue more lamentably every aspect of human conditions. Restricting our criticism to the epistemological problems involved, we have to say, what is today called political science is that branch of history that deals with the history of political institutions and with the history of political thought, as manifested in the writings of authors who disserted about political institutions and sketched plans for their alteration. It is history, and can, as such, as has been pointed out above, never provide any facts, in the sense in which this term is used in the experimental natural sciences. There is no need to urge the political scientists to assemble all facts from the remote past and from recent history, falsely labeled present experience. Actually, they do all that can be done in this regard, and it is nonsensical to tell them that conclusions derived from this material ought to be tested by experiments. It is supererogatory to repeat that the sciences of human action cannot make any experiments. It would be preposterous to assert apodictically that science will never succeed in developing a praxeological, a prioristic doctrine of political organization that would place a theoretical science by the side of a purely historical discipline of political science. All we can say today is that no living man knows how such a science could be constructed. But even if such a new branch of praxeology were to emerge one day, it would be of no use for the treatment of the problem philosophers and statesmen were and are anxious to solve. That every human action has to be judged and is judged by its fruits or results is an old truism. It is a principle with regard to which the Gospels agree with the often badly misunderstood teachings of the utilitarian philosophy. But the crux is that people widely differ from one another in their appraisal of the results. What some consider as good or best is often passionately rejected by others as entirely bad. The utopians did not bother to tell us what arrangements of affairs of state would best satisfy their fellow citizens. They merely expounded what conditions of the rest of mankind would be most satisfactory to themselves. Neither to them nor to their adepts who tried to realize their schemes did it ever occur that there is a fundamental difference between these two things. The Soviet dictators and their retinue think that all is good in Russia as long as they themselves are satisfied. But even if, for the sake of argument, we put aside this issue, we have to emphasize that the concept of the perfect system of government is fallacious and self-contradictory. What elevates man above all other animals is the cognition that peaceful cooperation under the principle of the division of labor is a better method to preserve life and to remove felt uneasiness than indulging in pitiless biological competition for a share in the scarce means of subsistence provided by nature. Guided by this insight, man alone among all living beings consciously aims at substituting social cooperation for what philosophers have called the state of nature, or bella omnium contra omnes, or the law of the jungle. However, in order to preserve peace, it is, as human beings are, indispensable to be ready to repel by violence any aggression, be it on the part of domestic gangsters or on the part of external foes. Thus, peaceful human cooperation, the prerequisite of prosperity and civilization, cannot exist without a social apparatus of coercion and compulsion, i.e., without a government. The evils of violence, robbery, and murder can be prevented only by an institution that itself, whenever needed, resorts to the very methods of acting for the prevention of which it is established. There emerges a distinction between illegal employment of violence and the legitimate recourse to it. In cognizance of this fact, some people have called government an evil, although admitting that it is a necessary evil. However, what is required to attain an end sought and considered as beneficial is not an evil in the moral connotation of this term, but a means, the price to be paid for it. Yet the fact remains that actions that are deemed highly objectionable and criminal when perpetrated by unauthorized individuals are approved when committed by the authorities. Government as such is not only not an evil, but the most necessary and beneficial institution, as without it no lasting social cooperation and no civilization could be developed and preserved. It is a means to cope with an inherent imperfection of many, perhaps of the majority, of all people. If all men were able to realize that the alternative to peaceful social cooperation is the renunciation of all that distinguishes Homo sapiens from the beasts of prey, and if all had the moral strength always to act accordingly, there would not be any need for the establishment of a social apparatus of coercion and oppression. Not the state is an evil, but the shortcomings of the human mind and character that imperatively require the operation of a police power. Government and state can never be perfect because they owe their raison d'etre to the imperfection of man and can attain their end, the elimination of man's innate impulse to violence, only by recourse to violence, the very thing they are called upon to prevent. It is a double-edged makeshift to entrust an individual or a group of individuals with the authority to resort to violence. The enticement implied is too tempting for a human being. The men who are to protect the community against violent aggression easily turn into the most dangerous aggressors. They transgress their mandate. They misuse their power for the oppression of those whom they were expected to defend against oppression. The main political problem is how to prevent the police power from becoming tyrannical. This is the meaning of all the struggles for liberty. The essential characteristic of Western civilization that distinguishes it from the arrested and petrified civilizations of the East was and is its concern for freedom from the state. The history of the West, from the age of the Greek police down to the present-day resistance to socialism, is essentially the history of the fight for liberty against the encroachments of the office holders. A shallow-minded school of social philosophers, the anarchists, chose to ignore the matter by suggesting a stateless organization of mankind. They simply passed over the fact that men are not angels. They were too dull to realize that in the short run, an individual or a group of individuals can certainly further their own interests at the expense of their own and all other people's long-run interests. A society that is not prepared to thwart the attacks of such asocial and short-sighted aggressors is helpless and at the mercy of its least intelligent and most brutal members. While Plato founded his utopia on the hope that a small group of perfectly wise and morally impeccable philosophers will be available for the supreme conduct of affairs, anarchists implied that all men, without any exception, will be endowed with perfect wisdom and moral impeccability. They failed to conceive that no system of social cooperation can remove the dilemma between a man's or a group's interests in the short run and those in the long run. Man's atavistic propensity to beat into submission all other people manifests itself clearly in the popularity enjoyed by the socialist scheme. Socialism is totalitarian. The autocrat or the board of autocrats alone is called upon to act. All other men will be deprived of any discretion to choose and to aim at the ends chosen. Opponents will be liquidated. In approving of this plan, every socialist tacitly implies that the dictators, those entrusted with the production management of all government functions, will precisely comply with his own ideas about what is desirable and what undesirable. In deifying the state, if he is an orthodox Marxian, he calls it society, and in assigning to it unlimited power, he deifies himself, and aims at the violent suppression of all those with whom he disagrees. The socialist does not see any problem in the conduct of political affairs because he cares only for his own satisfaction and does not take into account the possibility that a socialist government would proceed in a way he does not like. The political scientists are free from the illusions and self-deception that mar the judgment of anarchists and socialists. But busy with the study of the immense historical material, they become preoccupied with detail, with the numberless instances of petty jealousy, envy, personal ambition, and covetousness displayed by the actors on the political scene. They ascribe the failure of all political systems heretofore tried to the moral and intellectual weakness of man. As they see it, these systems failed because their satisfactory functioning would have required men of moral and intellectual qualities only exceptionally present in reality. Starting from this doctrine, they tried to draft plans for a political order that could function automatically, as it were, and would not be embroiled by the ineptitude and vices of men. The ideal constitution ought to safeguard a blemishless conduct of public affairs in spite of the rulers and the people's corruption and inefficiency. Those searching for such a legal system did not indulge in the illusions of the utopian authors who assumed that all men, or at least a minority of superior men, are blameless and efficient. They gloried in their realistic approach to the problem. But they never raised the question how men, tainted by all the shortcomings inherent in the human character, could be induced to submit voluntarily to an order that would prevent them from giving vent to their whims and fancies. However, the main deficiency of this allegedly realistic approach to the problem is not this alone. It is to be seen in the illusion that government, an institution whose essential function is the employment of violence, could be operated according to the principles of morality that condemn peremptorily the recourse to violence. Government is beating into submission, imprisoning, and killing. People may be prone to forget it because the law-abiding citizen meekly submits to the orders of the authorities so as to avoid punishment. But the jurists are more realistic and call a law to which no sanction is attached an imperfect law. The authority of man-made law is entirely due to the weapons of the constables who enforce obedience to its provisions. Nothing of what is to be said about the necessity of governmental action and the benefits derived from it can remove or mitigate the suffering of those who are languishing in prisons. No reform can render perfectly satisfactory the operation of an institution, the essential activity of which consists of inflicting pain. Responsibility for the failure to discover a perfect system of government does not rest with the alleged backwardness of what is called political science. If men were perfect, there would not be any need for government. With imperfect men, no system of government could function satisfactorily. The eminence of man consists in his power to choose ends and to resort to means for the attainment of the ends chosen. The activities of government aim at restricting this discretion of the individuals. Every man aims at avoiding what causes him pain. The activities of government ultimately consist in the infliction of pain. All great achievements of mankind were the product of a spontaneous effort on the part of individuals. Government substitutes coercion for voluntary action. It is true, government is indispensable because men are not faultless, but designed to cope with some aspects of human imperfection, it can never be perfect. End of The Concept of a Perfect System of Government by Ludwig von Mises.
The Divineness of Discontent by Agnes Repplier. Published 1924, read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Ren Hua. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Divineness of Discontent. When a distinguished Oxford student told Americans through the distinguished medium of Harvard College that they were speeding with invincible optimism down the road to destruction, they paid him the formal compliment of listening to and commenting upon his words. They did not go so far as to be disturbed by them, because it is the nature of men to remain unmoved by prophecies. Only the Greek chorus, or its leader, paid any heed to Cassandra, and the folly of Edgar Poe in accepting without demur the reiterated statement of his raven is apparent to all readers of a much-read poem. The world has been speeding through the centuries to destruction, and the end is still remote. Nevertheless, as it is assuredly not speeding to perfection, the word that chills our irrational content may do us some small service. It is never believed, and it is soon forgotten. Before a time, it gives us food for thought. Anyone born as long ago as I was must remember that the virtue most deeply inculcated in our nurseries was content. It had no spiritual basis to lend it dignity and grace, but was of a Victorian smugness, though, indeed, it was not Victorian at all, but an inheritance from those late Georgian days which were the smuggest known to fame. It was a survival from Hannah More and Jane Taylor, ladies dissimilar in most respects, but with an equal gift for restricting the horizon of youth. I don't remember who wrote the popular story of the discontented cat that lived in a cottage on bread and milk and mice, and that made itself unhappy because a wealthy cat of its acquaintance was given buttered crumpets for breakfast. But either Jane, Taylor, or her sister Anne was responsible for the discontented pendulum, which grew tired of ticking in the dark, and, being reminded that it had a window to look through, retorted very sensibly that there was no use having a window if it could not stop a second to look through it. The nursery theory of content was built up on the presumption that you were the favored child of fortune, or of God, while other and no less worthy children were objects of less kindly solicitude. Miss Taylor's little Anne weeps because she sees richly clad ladies stepping into a coach while she has to walk, whereupon her mother points out to her a sick and ragged beggar child whose naked feet bleed on the stones, and with enviable hardness of heart bids her take comfort in the sight. This poor little beggar is hungry and cold. No father nor mother has she, and while you can daily such objects behold, you ought quite contented to be. Hannah More amplified this theory of content to fit all classes and circumstances. She really did feel concern for her fellow creatures, for the rural poor upon whom it was not the custom of church or state to waste sympathy or help. She refused to believe that British laborers were predestined to be ignorant and wicked, which was to her credit, but she did, apparently, believe that they were predestined to be wretchedly poor, and that they should be content with their poverty. She lived on the fat of the land, and left £30,000 when she died, but she held that bare existence was sufficient for a ploughman. She wrote 24 books, which were 24 too many, but she told the ever-admiring Wilberforce that she permitted no writing for the poor. She aspired to guide the policies and the morals of England, but she was perturbed by the thought that underpaid artisans should seek to be scholars and philosophers, though they must have stood in more need of philosophy than she did. It was Ruskin who jolted his English readers, and some Americans, out of the selfish complacency which is degenerate content. It was he who harshly told England, then so prosperous and powerful, that prosperity and power are not virtues, that they do not indicate the sanction of the Almighty, or warrant their possessors in assuming the moral leadership of the world. It was he who assured the prim girlhood of my day that it was not the petted child of Providence, and that it had no business to be contented because it was better off than girlhood elsewhere. Joy in nothing that separates you, as by any strange favor, from your fellow creatures, that exalts you through their degradation, exempts you from their toil, or indulges you in times of their distress. This was a new voice falling upon the attentive ears of youth, a fresh challenge to its native and impetuous generosity. Perhaps the beggar's bare feet were not a legitimate incentive to enjoyment of our own neat shoes and stockings. Perhaps it was a sick world we lived in, and the beggar was a symptom of disease. Perhaps when Emerson, we read Emerson and Carlyle as well as Ruskin, defined discontent as an infirmity of the will, he was thinking of personal and petty discontent, as with one's breakfast or the weather, not with the discontent which we never dared to call divine, but which we dimly perceive to have in it some noble attribute of grace. That the bare existence of a moral law should so exalt a spirit that neither sin nor sorrow could subdue its gladness was a profundity which the immature mind could not be expected to grasp. Time and circumstance lent themselves with extraordinary graciousness to Emerson's invincible optimism. It was easier to be a transcendental philosopher, and much easier to cherish a noble and a sweet content before the laying of the Atlantic cable. Emerson was over 60 when this event took place, and while he lived, the wires were used with commendable economy. The morning newspaper did not bring him a detailed account of the latest Turkish massacre. The morning mail did not bring him photographs of starving Russian children. His temperamental composure met with little to derange it. He abhorred slavery, but until Lincoln forced the issue, he seldom bent his mind to its consideration. He loved potential America, but he had a happy faculty of disregarding public affairs. Passionate partisanship, which is the basis of so much satisfaction and discontent, was alien to his soul. He loved mankind, but not men, and his avoidance of intimacies saved him much wear and tear. Mr. Brownell says that he did not care enough about his friends to discriminate between them, which was the reason he estimated Alcott so highly. This immense power of withdrawal, this concentration upon the things of the spirit, made possible Emerson's intellectual life. He may have been, as Santayana says, impervious to the evidence of evil. Yet there breaks from his heart an occasional sigh over the low ebb of the world's virtue, or an entirely human admission that the hopes of the morning are followed by the ennui of noon. Sustained by the supremacy of the moral law and by profound and majestic belief in the invincible justice, the loaded dice of God, he sums up in careful words his modest faith in man. Hours of sanity and consideration are always arriving to communities as to individuals, when the truth is seen and the martyrs are justified. Perhaps martyrs foresee the dawning of this day, or ever they come to die. But to those who stand by and witness their martyrdom, the night seems dark and long. There is a species of discontent which is more fervently optimistic than all the cheerfulness the world can boast. It is the discontent of the passionate and unpractical reformer who believes, as Shelley believed, in the perfectibility of the human species, and who thinks, as Shelley thought, that there is a remedy for every disease of civilization. To the poet's dreaming eyes, the cure was simple and sure. Destruction implied for him an automatic reconstruction, a miraculous survival and rebirth. Uncrown the king, and some noble prophet or philosopher will guide, not rule, the people. Unfrock the priest, and the erstwhile congregation will perfect itself in the practice of virtue. Take the arms from the soldier and the policeman, the cap and gown from the college president, authority from the judge, and control from the father. The nations will then be peaceful, the mobs orderly, the students studious, the criminals virtuous, the children well-behaved. An indifferent acquaintance with sociology and a comprehensive ignorance of biology made possible these pleasing illusions. Nor did it occur to Shelley that many men, his equals in disinterestedness and his superiors in self-restraint, would have found his reconstructed world an eminently undesirable dwelling place. 2 counsels to content stand bravely out from the mass of contradictory admonitions with which the world's teachers have bewildered us. St. Paul, writing to the Philippians, says simply, "I have learned, in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content." And Marcus Aurelius, contemplating the mighty spectacle of life and death, bids us pass serenely through our little space of time, and end our journey in content. It is the meeting point of objective and subjective consciousness. The apostle was having a hard time of it. The things he disciplined himself to accept with content were tangible things, of an admittedly disagreeable character. Hunger and thirst, stripes and imprisonment. They were not happening to somebody else. They were happening to him. The emperor, seeking refuge from action and thought, steeled himself against the nobleness of pity no less than against the weakness of complaint. John Stuart Mill, who did not suffer from enervating softness of heart, pronounced the wholesale killing of Christians in the reign of Marcus Aurelius to be one of the world's greatest tragedies. It was the outcome not only of imperial policy, but of sincere conviction. Therefore, historians have agreed to pass it lightly by. How can a man do better than follow the dictates of his own conscience, or of his own judgment, or of whatever directs the mighty ones of earth who make laws instead of obeying them? But the immensity of pain, the long-drawn agony involved in this protracted persecution, might have disturbed even a Stoic philosopher passing serenely, though not harmlessly, through his little space of time. This brings me to the consideration of one prolific source of discontent, the habit we have acquired and cannot let go of distressing ourselves over the daily progress of events. The classic world, innocent of any essential defeat, was a pitiless world, too clear-eyed for illusions, too intelligent for sedatives. The Greeks built the structure of their lives upon an almost perfect understanding of all that it offered and denied. The Romans, running an empire and ruling a world, had much less time for thinking. Yet Horace, observant and acquiescent, undeceived and undisturbed, is the friend of all the ages. It is not from him, or from any classic author, that we learn to talk about the fret and fever of living. He would have held such a phrase to be eminently ill-bred and unworthy of man's estate. The Middle Ages, immersed in heaving seas of trouble and lifted heavenward by great spiritual emotions, had scant breathing space for the cultivation of nerves. Men endured life and enjoyed it. Their endurance and their enjoyment were unimpaired by the violence of their fellow men, or by the vision of an angry God. Cruelty, which we cannot bear to read about, and a hell, which we will not bear to think about, failed signally to curb the zest with which they lived their days. How high the tide of human delight rose in the Middle Ages, says Mr. Chesterton significantly, we know only by the colossal walls they built to keep it within bounds. There is no reason to suppose that Dante, whose fervid faith compassed the redemption of mankind, disliked his dream of hell, or that it irked him to co-sign to it so many eminent and agreeable people. The Renaissance gave itself unreservedly to all the pleasures that could be extracted from the business of living, though there was no lack of troubles to damp its zeal. It is interesting and instructive to read the history of a great Italian lady, typical of her day, Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua. She was learned, adroit, able, estimable, and mistress of herself, though duchies fell. She danced serenely at the ball given by the French king at Milan, after he had ousted her brother-in-law, the Duke Ludovico, and sent him to die a prisoner at Loches. When Caesar Borgia snatched Urbino, she improved the occasion by promptly begging from him 2 beautiful statues which she had always coveted, and which had been the most treasured possessions of Duke Guidobaldo, her relative, and the husband of her dearest friend. A chilly heart had Isabella when others came to grief, but a stout one when disaster faced her way. If the men and women who lived through those highly colored, harshly governed days had fretted too persistently over the misfortunes of others, or had spent their time questioning the moral intelligibility of life, the Renaissance would have failed of its fruition, and the world would be a less engaging place for us to live in now. There is a discontent which is profoundly stimulating, and there is a discontent which is more wearisome than complacency. Both spring from a consciousness that the time is out of joint, and both have a modern background of nerves. The Education of Henry Adams and the Diaries of Wilfred Scawen Blunt are cases in point. Blunt's quarrel was with his country, his world, his fellow creatures, and his God, a broad field of dissatisfaction, which was yet too narrow to embrace himself. Nowhere does he give any token of even a moderate self-distrust. Britain is an engine of evil because his party is out of power. Americans, in 1900, are spending 50 millions a year in slaughtering the Filipinos, a crude estimate of work and cost. The press is the most complete engine ever invented for the concealment of historic truth. Patriotism is the virtue of nations in decay. The whole white race is reveling openly in violence, as though it had never pretended to be Christian. God's equal curse be on them all. The whole white race, be it observed. For a time, Blunt dreamed fond dreams of yellow and brown and black supremacy. Europe's civilization he esteemed a failure. Christianity had not come up to his expectations. There remained the civilization of the East and Mohammedanism, an amended Mohammedanism, innocent of sensuality and averse to bloodshed. Filled with this happy hope, the Englishman set off from Cairo to seek religion in the desert. Siwa gave him a rude reception. Ragged tribes, ardent but unregenerate followers of the Prophet, pulled down his tents, pillaged his luggage, robbed his servants, and knocked him rudely about. Blunt's rage at this treatment was like the rage of Punch's vegetarian who is chased by a bull. There is no hope to be found in Islam, and I shall go no further, is his conclusion. The less religion in the world, perhaps the better. Humanity and its creeds being thus disposed of, there remained only the animals to contemplate with satisfaction. 3/4 of man's misery, says the diary, comes from pretending to be what he is not, a separate creation superior to that of the beasts and birds, when in reality they are wiser than we are, and infinitely happier. This is the kind of thing Walt Whitman used now and then to say, though neither he nor Sir Wilfrid knew any more about the happiness of beasts and birds than do the rest of us. But that brave old hopeful, Whitman, would have laughed his loudest over Blunt's final analysis of the situation. All the world would be a paradise in 20 years if man could be shut out. A paradise already imaged by Lord Holland and the poet Gray. Owls would have hooted in St. Peter's choir, and foxes stunk and littered in St. Paul's. To turn from these pages of pettish and puerile complaint to the deep-seated discontent of Henry Adams is to re-enter the world of the intellect. Mark Pattison confessed that he could not take a train without thinking how much better the timetable might have been planned. It was an unhappy twist of mind, but the rector of Lincoln utilized his obtrusive critical faculties by applying them to his own labors and scourging himself to greater effort. So did Henry Adams, though even the greater effort left him profoundly dissatisfied. He was unelated by success, and he could not reconcile himself to that degree of failure which is the common portion of mankind. His criticisms are lucid, balanced, enlightening, and occasionally prophetic, as when he comments on the Irishman's political passion for obstructing even himself, and on the perilous race inertia of Russia. Could inertia, on such a scale, be broken up or take new skill? He asked, dismayed, and we may read the answer today. A minority ruling with iron hand, a majority accepting what comes to them, as they accept day and night and the seasons. If there is not an understatement in the 500 pages of the Education, which thereby loses the power of persuasion, there is everywhere an appeal to man's austere equity and disciplined reason. Adams was not in love with reason. He said that the mind resorted to it for want of training, and he admitted that he had never met a perfectly trained mind. But it was the very essence of reason which made him see that friends were good to him and the world not unkind, that the loveliness of the country about Washington gave him pleasure, even when he found a personal grief in every tree, and that a self-respecting man refrains from finding wordy fault with the conditions under which he lives. He did not believe, with Wordsworth, that nature is a holy and beneficent thing, or with Blake, that nature is a wicked and malevolent thing. But he knew better than to put up a quarrel with an invincible antagonist. He erred in supposing that other thoughtful men were as discontented as he was, or that disgust with the methods of Congress corroded their hours of leisure. But he expressed clearly and with moderation his unwillingness to cherish complete and archaic deceits, or to live in a world of illusions. His summing up is the summing up of another austere and uncompromising thinker, Santayana, when confronted by the same problem. A spirit with any honor is not willing to live except in its own way. A spirit with any wisdom is not over-eager to live at all. As our eagerness and our reluctance are not controlling factors in the situation, it is unwise to stress them too heavily. Yet we must think, at least some of us must, and it is well to think out as clearly as we can, not the relative advantages of content and discontent, a question which briskly answers itself, but the relative rightness. Emerson believed in the essential goodness of life, in the admirable law of compensation. Santayana believes that life has evil for its condition, and is for that reason profoundly sad and equivocal. He sees in the sensuous enjoyment of the Greek, the industrial optimism of the American, only a thin disguise for despair. Yet Emerson and Santayana reach the same general conclusion. The first says that hours of sanity and consideration come to communities as to individuals, when the truth is seen and the martyrs are justified. The second that people in all ages sometimes achieve what they have set their hearts on, and that if our will and conduct were better disciplined, contentment would be more frequent and more massive. It is hard to think of these years of grace as a chosen period of sanity and consideration, and the hearts of the Turk and the Muscovite are set on things which do not make for the massive contentment of the world. The orderly processes of civilization have been so wrenched and shattered that readjustment is blocked at some point in every land, in our own no less than in others. There are those who say that the World War went beyond the bounds of human endurance, and that the peculiar horror engendered by indecent methods of attack, poison gases, high explosives, and corrosive fluids, has dimmed the faith and broken the spirit of men. but Attila managed to turn a fair proportion of the civilized world into wasteland, with only manpower as a destructive force. Europe today is by comparison unscathed, and there are kinsfolk dwelling upon peaceful continents to whom she may legitimately call for aid. Legitimately, unless our content is like the content extolled by little Anne's mother, unless our shoes and stockings are indicative of God's meaningless partiality, and unless the contemplation of our neighbor's bleeding feet enhances our pious satisfaction. I doubt, says Mr. Wells sourly, if it would make any very serious difference for some time in the ordinary daily life of Kansas City if all Europe were reduced to a desert in the next 5 years. Why Kansas City should have been chosen as the symbol of unconcern, I do not know. But space has a deadening influence on pity as on fear. The farther we travel from the Atlantic coast, the more tepid is the sympathy for injured France. The farther we travel from the Pacific coast, the fainter is the prejudice against Japan. It may be possible to construct a state in which men will be content with their own lot, if they be reasonable, and with their neighbor's lot, if they be generous. It is manifestly impossible to construct a world on this principle. Therefore, there will always be a latent grief in the nobler part of man's soul. Therefore, there will always be a content as impious as the discontent from which Pope prayed to be absolved. The unbroken cheerfulness, no less than the personal neatness, of the British prisoners in the World War astounded the more temperamental Germans. Long, long ago it was said of England, "Even our condemned persons do go cheerfully to their deaths, for our nature is free, stout, haughty, prodigal of life and blood." This heroic strain, tempered to an endurance which is free from the waste of emotionalism, produces the outward semblance and the inward self-respect of a content which circumstances render impossible. It keeps the soul of man immune from whatever degradation his body may be suffering. It saves the land that bred him from the stigma of defeat. It is remotely and humanly akin to the tranquility of the great apostle in a Roman prison. It is wholly alien to the sin of smugness which has crept in among the domestic virtues, and rendered them more distasteful than ever to austere thinkers, and to those lonely, generous souls who starve in the midst of plenty. There is a curious and suggestive paragraph in Mr. Chesterton's volume of Loose Ends, entitled What I Saw in America. It arrests our attention because, for once, the writer seems to be groping for a thought instead of juggling with one. He recognizes a keen and charming quality in American women, and is disturbed because he also recognizes a recoil from it in his own spirit. This is manifestly perplexing. To complain of people for being brave and bright and kind and intelligent may not unreasonably appear unreasonable, and yet there is something in the background that can be expressed only by a symbol, something that is not shallowness, but a neglect of the subconscious, and the vaguer and slower impulses, something that can be missed amid all that laughter and light, under those starry candelabra of the ideals of the happy virtues. Sometimes it came over me in a wordless wave that I should like to see a sulky woman. How she would walk in beauty like the night, and reveal more silent spaces full of older stars. These things cannot be conveyed in their delicate proportion, even in the most large and elusive terms. Baudelaire has conveyed them measurably in 4 words: Sois belle, sois triste. Yet neither sulky nor triste is an adjective suggesting with perfect felicity the undercurrent of discontent which lends worth to courage and charm to intelligence. Back of all our lives is the somber setting of a world ill at ease and beset by perils. Darkening all our days is the gathering cloud of ill will, the ugly hatred of man for man, which is the perpetual threat to progress. We Americans may not be so invincibly optimistic as our critics think us, and we may not yet be speeding down the road to destruction, as our critics painfully foretell. But we are part of an endangered civilization and cannot hold up our end, unsupported by Europe. An American woman, cautiously investing her money in government bonds, said to her man of business, "These at least are perfectly secure?" "I should not say that," was the guarded reply, "but they will be the last things to go." A few years ago, there was a period that saw the working men and working women of the United States engaged in 365 strikes, one for every day of the year, and all of them on at once. Something seems lacking in the equity of our industrial life. The current history of the New York Times is responsible for the statement that 85,000 men and women met their deaths by violence in the United States during the past decade. Something seems lacking in our program of peace. Can it be that Mr. Wells is right when he says that the American believes in peace, but feels under no passionate urgency to organize it? Does our notable indifference to the history of the past mean that we are unconcerned about the history of the present? Two things are sure. We cannot be nobly content with our own prosperity, unless its service to the world is made manifest. Grace before meat is not enough to bless the food we eat, and we cannot be nobly content with our unbroken strength, with the sublimity of size and numbers, unless there is something correspondingly sublime in our leadership of the wounded nations. Our allies, who saved us and whom we saved, face the immediate menace of poverty and assault. They face it with a slowly gathered courage which we honor today, and may be compelled to emulate tomorrow. The fact that fear is rational, says Mr. Brownell, is what makes fortitude divine. End of The Divineness of Discontent by Agnes Repplier.
Does Consciousness Exist? By William James, published 1904, read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Glenn Carruthers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Does consciousness exist? Thoughts and things are names for two sorts of object which common sense will always find contrasted and will always practically oppose to each other. Philosophy, reflecting on the contrast, has varied in the past in her explanations of it, and may be expected to vary in the future. At first, spirit and matter, soul and body, stood for a pair of equipolant substances quite on a par in weight and interest. But one day Kant undermined the soul and brought in the transcendental ego, and ever since then the bipolar relation has been very much of its balance. The transcendental ego seems nowadays in rationalist quarters to stand for everything, in empiricist quarters for almost nothing. In the hands of such writers as Schoup, Remke, Natorp, Munstenberg, at any rate in his earlier writings, Schubert Solden, and others, the spiritual principle attenuates itself to a thoroughly ghostly condition, being only a name for the fact that the content of experience is known. It loses personal form and activity, these passing over to the content, and becomes a bare Bewusstheit or Bewusstsein überhaupt, of which, in its own right, absolutely nothing can be said. I believe that consciousness, when once it has evaporated to this estate of pure diaphaneity, is on the point of disappearing altogether. It is the name of a non-entity, and has no right to a place among first principles. Those who still cling to it are clinging to a mere echo, the faint rumour left behind by the disappearing soul upon the air of philosophy. During the past year, I have read a number of articles whose authors seem just on the point of abandoning the notion of consciousness and substituting for it that of an absolute experience not due to two factors. But they were not quite radical enough, not quite daring enough in their negations. For 20 years past I have mistrusted consciousness as an entity. For 7 or 8 years past I have suggested its non-existence to my students and tried to give them its pragmatic equivalent in realities of experience. It seems to me that the hour is right for it to be openly and universally discarded. To deny plumply that consciousness exists seems so absurd on the face of it, for undeniably thoughts do exist, that I fear some readers will follow me no farther. Let me then immediately explain that I mean only to deny that the word stands for an entity, but to insist most emphatically that it does stand for a function. There is, I mean, no aboriginal stuff or quality of being contrasted with that of which material objects are made, out of which our thoughts of them are made, but there is a function in experience which thoughts perform, and for the performance of which the quality of being is invoked. That function is knowing. Consciousness is supposed necessary to explain the fact that things not only are, but get reported, are known. Whoever blots out the notion of consciousness from his list of first principles must still provide in some way for that function's being carried on. 1. My thesis is that if we start with the supposition that there is only one primal stuff or material in the world, a stuff of which everything is composed, and if we call that stuff pure experience, then knowing can easily be explained as a particular sort of relation towards one another into which portions of pure experience may enter. The relation itself is a part of pure experience. One of its terms becomes the subject or bearer of that knowledge, the knower. The other becomes the object known. This will need much explanation before it can be understood. The best way to get it understood is to contrast it with the alternative view, and for that we may take the recentest alternative, that in which the evaporation of the definite soul substance has proceeded as far as it can go without being yet complete. If Neo-Kantism has expelled earlier forms of dualism, we shall have expelled all forms of, if we are able to expel Neo-Kantism in its turn. For the thinkers I call Neo-Kantian, the word consciousness today does no more than signalize the fact that experience is indefeasibly dualistic in structure. It means that not subject, not object, but object plus subject is the minimum that can actually be. The subject-object distinction, meanwhile, is entirely different from that between mind and matter, from that between body and soul. Souls were detachable, had separate destinies. Things could happen to them. To consciousness, as such, nothing can happen, for, timeless itself, it is only a witness of happenings in time, in which it plays no part. It is, in a word, but the logical correlative of content in an experience, of which the peculiarity is that fact comes to light in it, that awareness of content takes place. Consciousness, as such, is entirely impersonal. Self and its activities belong to the content. To say that I am self-conscious or conscious of putting forth volition means only that certain contents for which self and effort of will are the names are not without witness as they occur. Thus for these belated drinkers at the Kantian spring, we should have to admit consciousness as an epistemological necessity, even if we had no direct evidence of its being there. But, in addition to this, we are supposed by almost everyone to have an immediate consciousness of consciousness itself. When the world of artifacts ceases to be materially present, and we merely recall it in memory, or fancy it, the consciousness is believed to stand out and to be felt as a kind of impalpable inner flowing, which, once known in this sort of experience, may equally be detected in presentations of the outer world. Quote, the moment we try to fix our attention upon consciousness and to see what distinctly it is, end quote, says a recent writer, quote, it seems to vanish. It seems as if we had before us a mere emptiness. When we try to introspect the sensation of blue, all we see is the blue. The other element is as if it were diaphanous, yet it can be distinguished, if we look attentively enough, and we know that there is something to look for. End quote. Consciousness, Bewusstheit, says another philosopher, quote, is inexplicable and hardly describable. Yet all conscious experience have this in common, that what we call their content has this peculiar reference to a centre, for which self is the name, in virtue of which reference alone the content is subjectively given or appears. While in this way, consciousness, or reference to a self, is the only thing which distinguishes a conscious content from any sort of being that might be there with no one conscious of it. Yet this only ground of the distinction defies all closer explanations. The existence of consciousness, although it is the fundamental fact of psychology, can indeed be laid down as certain, can be brought out by analysis, but can neither be defined nor deduced from anything but itself. End quote. Can be brought about by analysis, this author says. This supposes that consciousness is one element, moment, factor, call it what you like, of an experience of essentially dualistic inner constitution, from which, if you abstract the content, the consciousness will remain revealed to its own eye. Experience at this rate would be much like a paint of which the world pictures were made. Paint has a dual constitution, involving, as it does, a menstruum, oil, size, or whatnot, and a mass of content in the form of pigment suspended therein. We can get the pure menstruum by letting the pigment settle, and the pure pigment by pouring off the size or oil. We operate here by physical subtraction, and the usual view is that by mental subtraction we can separate the two factors of experience in an analogous way, not isolating them entirely, but distinguishing them enough to know that they are two. 2. Now my contention is exactly the reverse of this. Experience, I believe, has no such inner duplicity, and the separation of it into consciousness and content comes, not by way of subtraction, but by way of addition. The addition, to a given concrete piece of it, of other sets of experiences, in connection with which, severally, its use or function may be of two different kinds. The paint will also serve here as an illustration. In a pot in a paint shop, along with other paints, it serves in its entirety as so much saleable matter. Spread on a canvas, and with other paints around it, it represents, on the contrary, a feature in a picture and performs a spiritual function. Just so, I maintain, does a given undivided portion of experience, taken in one context of associates, play the part of a knower, of a state of mind, of consciousness, while, in a different context, the same undivided bit of experience plays the part of the thing known, of an objective content. In a word, in one group it figures as a thought, in another group as a thing, and since it can figure in both groups simultaneously, we have every right to speak of it as subjective and objective both at once. The dualism connoted by such double-barreled terms as experience, phenomenon, datum, Wahrfindung, terms which, in philosophy at any rate, tend more and more to replace the single-barreled terms of thought and thing, that dualism, I say, is still preserved in this account, but reinterpreted, so that instead of being mysterious and elusive, it becomes verifiable and concrete. It is an affair of relations. It falls outside, not inside, the single experience considered, and can always be particularized and defined. The entering wedge for this more concrete way of understanding the dualism was fashioned by Locke, when he made the word idea stand indifferently for thing and thought, and by Berkeley, when he said that what common sense means by realities is exactly what the philosopher means by ideas. Neither Locke nor Berkeley thought his truth out into perfect clearness, but it seems to me that the concept I am defending does little more than consistently carry out the pragmatic method which they were the first to use. If the reader will take his own experience, he will see what I mean. Let him begin with a perceptual experience, the presentation so-called of a physical object, his actual field of vision, the room he sits in, with the book he is reading as its centre, and let him for the present treat this complex object in the common-sense way of being really what it seems to be, namely a collection of physical things cut out from an environing world of other physical things, with which these physical things have actual or potential relations. Now, at the same time, it is just those self-same things which his mind, as we say, perceives, and the whole philosophy of perception from Democritus' time downward has just been one long wrangle over the paradox that what is evidently one reality should be in two places at once, both in outer space and in a person's mind. Representative theories of perception avoid the logical paradox, but on the other hand, they violate the reader's sense of life, which knows no intervening mental image, but seems to see the room and the book immediately, just as they physically exist. The puzzle of how one identical room can be in two places is, at bottom, just the puzzle of how one identical point can be on two lines. It can, if it be situated at their intersection. And similarly, if the pure experience of the room were a place of intersection of two processes, which connected it with different groups of associates respectively, it could be counted twice over, as belonging to either group, and spoken of loosely as existing in two places, although it would remain all the time a numerically single thing. Well, the experience is a member of a diverse process that can be followed away from it along entirely different lines. The one self-identical thing has so many relations to the rest of experience that you can take it in disparate systems of association and treat it as belonging with opposite contexts. In one of these contexts, it is your field of consciousness. In another, it is the room in which you sit, and it enters both contexts in its wholeness, giving no pretext for being said to attach itself to consciousness by one of its parts or aspects, and to outer reality by another. What are the two processes, now, into which the room experience simultaneously enters in this way? One of them is the reader's personal biography. The other is the history of the house of which the room is a part. The presentation, the experience, the that, in short, for until we have decided what it is, it must be a mere that, is the last term of a train of sensations, emotions, decisions, movements, classifications, expectations, etc., ending in the present, and the first term of the series of similar inner operations extending into the future on the reader's part. On the other hand, the very same that is the terminus ad quem of a lot of previous physical operations, carpentering, papering, furnishing, warming, etc., and the terminus a quo of a lot of future ones, in which it will be concerned when undergoing the destiny of a physical room. The physical and mental operations form curiously incompatible groups. As a room, the experience has occupied that spot and had that environment for 30 years. As your field of consciousness, it may never have existed until now. As a room, attention will go on to discover endless new details in it. As your mental state merely, few new ones will emerge under attention's eye. As a room, it will take an earthquake or a gang of men, and in any case a certain amount of time, to destroy it. As your subjective state, the closing of your eyes or any instantaneous play of your fancy will suffice. In the real world, fire consumes it. In your mind, you can let fire play over it without effect. As an outer object, you must pay so much a month to inhabit it. As an inner content, you may occupy it for any length of time rent-free. If, in short, you follow it in the mental direction, taking it along with events of personal biography solely, all sorts of things are true of it which are false, and false of it which are true if you treat it as a real thing experienced. Follow it in the physical direction, and relate it to associates in the outer world. 3. So far all seems plain sailing, but my thesis will probably grow less plausible to the reader when I pass from percepts to concepts, or from the case of things presented to that of things remote. I believe, nevertheless, that here also the same law holds good. If we take conceptual manifolds or memories or fancies, they also are in their first intention mere bits of pure experience, and as such are single thats which act in one context as objects, and in another context figure as mental states. By taking them in their first intention, I mean ignoring their relation to possible perceptual experiences with which they may be connected, which they may lead to and terminate in, and which then they may be supposed to represent. Taking them in this way first, we confine the problem to a world merely thought of, and not directly felt or seen. This world, just like the world of percepts, comes to us at first as a chaos of experience, but lines of order soon get traced. We find that any bit of it which we may cut out as an example is connected with distinct groups of associates, just as our perceptual experiences are, that these associates link themselves with it by different relations, and that one forms the inner history of a person, while the other acts as an impersonal, objective world, either spatial and temporal, or else merely logical or mathematical, or otherwise ideal. The first obstacle on the part of the reader to seeing that these non-perceptual experiences have objectivity as well as subjectivity will probably be due to the intrusion into his mind of percepts, that third group of associates with which the non-perceptual experience have relations, and which as a whole they represent, standing to them as thoughts to things. This important function of the non-perceptual experience complicates the question and confuses it, for so used are we to treat percepts as the sole genuine realities that, unless we keep them out of the discussion, we tend altogether to overlook the objectivity that lies in non-perceptual experiences by themselves. We treat them, knowing percepts as they do, as through and through subjective, and say that they are wholly constituted of the stuff called consciousness, using this term now for a kind of entity after the fashion which I am seeking to refute. Abstracting then from percepts altogether, what I maintain is that any single non-perceptual experience tends to get counted twice over, just as a perceptual experience does, figuring in one context as an object or field of objects, and in another as a state of mind, and all this without the least internal self-diremption on its own part into consciousness and content. It is all consciousness in one taking, and, in the other, all content. I find this objectivity of non-perceptual experiences, this complete parallelism in point of reality between the presently felt and the remotely thought, so well set forth in a passage of Münsterberg's Grundzüge that I will quote it as it stands. Quote, "I may only think of my objects," says Professor Münsterberg, "yet in my living thought they stand before me exactly as perceived objects would do, no matter how different the two ways of apprehending them may be in their genesis. The book here lying on the table before me, and the book in the next room of which I think, and which I mean to get, are both in the same sense given realities for me, realities which I acknowledge, and of which I take account. If you agree that the perceptual object is not an idea within me, but that percept and thing as indistinguishably one are really experienced there outside, you ought not to believe that the merely thought of object is hid away inside the thinking subject. The object of which I think, and of whose existence I take cognizance without letting it now work upon my senses, occupies its definite place in the outer world as much as does the object which I directly see. What is true of the here and the there is also true of the now and the then. I know of the thing which is presented and perceived, but I know also of the thing which yesterday was but is no more, and which I only remember. Both can determine my present conduct. Both are parts of the reality of which I keep account. It is true that much of the past I am uncertain, just as I am uncertain of much of what is present, if it be but dimly perceived. But the interval of time does not in principle alter my relation to the object, does not transform it from an object known into a mental state. The things in the room here which I survey, and those in my distant home of which I think, things of this minute and those of my long-vanished boyhood, influence and decide me alike, with a reality which my experience of them directly feels. They both make up my real world, they make it directly. They do not have first to be introduced to me and mediated by ideas which now and here arise within me. This not-me character of my recollections and expectations does not imply that external objects of which I am aware in those experiences should necessarily be there also for others. The objects of dreamers and hallucinated persons are wholly without general validity. But even were there centaurs and golden mountains, they still would be off there in fairyland and not inside of ourselves." End quote. This certainly is the immediate, primary, naive, or practical way of taking our thought of world. Were there no perceptual world to serve as its reductive, in tame sense, by being stronger and more genuinely outer, so that the whole merely thought of world seems weak and inner in comparison, our world of thought would be the only world, and would enjoy complete reality in our belief. This happens in our dreams and in our daydreams so long as percepts do not interrupt them. And yet, just as the scene room, to go back to our late example, is also a field of consciousness, so the conceived or recollected room is also a state of mind, and the doubling up of the experience has in both cases similar grounds. The room thought of, namely, has many thought of couplings with many thought of things. Some of these couplings are inconstant, others are stable. In the reader's personal history, the room occupies a single date. He saw it only once, perhaps, a year ago. Of the house's history, on the other hand, it forms a permanent ingredient. Some couplings have the curious stubbornness, to borrow Royce's term, of fact. Others show the fluidity of fancy. We let them come and go as we please. Grouped with the rest of its house, with the name of its town, of its owner, builder, value, decorative plan, the room maintains a definite foothold, to which if we try to loosen it, it tends to return and to reassert itself with force. With these associates, in a word, it coheres, while to the other houses, other towns, other owners, etc., it shows no tendency to cohere at all. The two collections, first of its cohesive and second of its loose associates, inevitably come to be contrasted. We call the first collection the systems of external realities, in the midst of which the room as real exists. On the other, we call the stream of our internal thinking, in which, as a mental image, it for a moment floats. The room thus again gets counted twice over. It plays two different roles, being Gedanke and Gedaches, the thought of an object and the object thought of, both in one, and all this without paradox or mystery, just as the same material thing may be both low and high, or small and great, or bad and good, because of its relations to opposite parts of an environing world. As subjective, we say that the experience represents; as objective, it is represented. What represents and what is represented is here numerically the same, but we must remember that no dualism of being represented and representing resides in the experience per se. In its pure state, or when isolated, there is no self-splitting of it into consciousness and what the consciousness is of. Its subjectivity and objectivity are functional attributes solely, realized only when the experience is taken, i.e., talked of, twice, considered along with its two differing contexts respectively, by a new retrospective experience, of which that whole past complication now forms the fresh content. The instant field of the present is at all times what I call the pure experience. It is only virtually or potentially either object or subject as yet. For the time being it is plain, unqualified actuality or existence, a simple that. In this naive immediacy, it is of course valid. It is there, we act upon it, and the doubling of it in retrospection into a state of mind and a reality intended thereby is just one of the acts. The state of mind, first treated explicitly as such in retrospection, will stand corrected or confirmed, and the retrospective experience, in its turn, will get a similar treatment, but the immediate experience in its passing is always truth, practical truth, something to act on, at its own movement. If the world were then and there to go out like a candle, it would remain truth absolute and objective, for it would be the last word, would have no critic, and no one would ever oppose the thought in it to the reality intended. I think I may now claim to have made my thesis clear. Consciousness connotes a kind of external relation, and does not denote a special stuff or way of being. The peculiarity of our experiences, that they not only are, but are known, which their conscious quality is invoked to explain, is better explained by their relations, these relations themselves being experiences to one another. 4. Were I now to go on to treat the knowing of perceptual by conceptual experiences, it would again prove to be an affair of external relations. One experience would be the knower, the other the reality known, and I could perfectly well define, without the notion of consciousness, what the knowing actually and practically amounts to, leading towards, namely, and terminating in, percepts, through a series of transitional experiences which the world supplies. But I will not treat of this, space being insufficient. I will rather consider a few objections that are sure to be urged against the entire theory as it stands. 5. First of all, this will be asked. Quote, if experience has not conscious existence, and if it not be partly made of consciousness, of what then is it made? Matter we know, and thought we know, and conscious content we know, but neutral and simple, pure experience is something we know not at all. Say what it consists of, for it must consist of something, or be willing to give it up. End quote. To challenge this reply is easy, although for fluency's sake I myself spoke early in this article of a stuff of pure experience. I have now to say that there is no general stuff of which experience at large is made. There are as many stuffs as there are natures in the things experienced. If you ask what any one bit of pure experience is made of, the answer is always the same. It is made of that, of just what appears, of space, of intensity, of flatness, brownness, heaviness, or whatnot. Shadworth-Hodgson's analysis here leaves nothing to be desired. Experience is only a collective name for all these sensible natures, and save for time and space, and, if you like, for being, there appears no universal element of which all things are made. 6. The next objection is more formidable. In fact, it sounds quite crushing when one hears it at first. Quote, "If it be the self-same piece of pure experience, taken twice over, that serves now as the thought and now as the thing," so the objection runs, "how comes it that its attributes should differ so fundamentally in the two takings? As thing, the experience is extended. As thought, it occupies no space or place. As thing, it is red, hard, heavy. But who ever heard of a red, hard, or heavy thought? Yet even now you say that an experience is made of just what appears, and what appears is just such adjectives. How can the one experience, in its thing function, be made of them, consist of them, carry them as its own attributes, while in its thought function, it disowns them and attributes them elsewhere? There is a self-contradiction here, from which the radical dualism of thought and thing is the only truth that can save us. Only if the thought is one kind of being can the adjectives exist in it intentionally, to use the scholastic term. Only if the thing is another kind can they exist in it constitutively and energetically. No simple subject can take the same adjectives, and at one time be qualified by it, and at another time be merely of it, as of something only meant or known." End quote. The solution insisted on by this objector, like many other common-sense solutions, grows the less satisfactory the more one turns it in one's mind. To begin with, are thoughts and things as heterogeneous as commonly said? No one denies that they have some categories in common. Their relations to time are identical. Both, moreover, may have parts, for psychologists in general treat thoughts as having them, and both may be complex or simple. Both are of kinds, can be compared, added, and subtracted, and arranged in serial order. All sorts of adjectives qualify our thoughts which appear incompatible with consciousness, being as such a bare diaphanity. For instance, they are natural and easy or laborious. They are beautiful, happy, intense, interesting, wise, idiotic, focal, marginal, insipid, confused, vague, precise, rational, casual, general, particular, and many things besides. Moreover, the chapters on perception in the psychology books are full of facts that make for the essential homogeneity of thought with thing. How, if subject and object were separated by the whole diameter of being, and had no attributes in common, could it be so hard to tell, in a presented and recognized material object, what part comes through the sense organs and what part comes out of one's own head? Sensations and apperceptive ideas fuse here so intimately that you can no more tell where one begins and the other ends than you can tell in those cunning circular panoramas that have lately been exhibited, where the real foreground and the painted canvas join together. Descartes for the first time defined thought as the absolutely unextended, and later philosophers have accepted the description as correct. But what possible meaning has it to say that, when we think of a foot rule or a square yard, extension is not attributable to our thought? Of every extended object, the adequate mental picture must have all the extension of the object itself. The difference between objective and subjective extension is one of relation to a context solely. In the mind, the various extents maintain no necessarily stubborn order relatively to each other, while in the physical world, they bound each other up stably and, added together, make the great enveloping unit, which we believe in and call real space. As outer, they carry themselves adversely, so to speak, to one another, exclude one another and maintain their distances, while as inner, their order is loose, and they form a Durachinanda in which unity is lost. But to argue from this that inner experience is absolutely inextensive seems to me little short of absurd. The two worlds differ, not by the presence or absence of extension, but by the relations of the extensions which, in both worlds, exist. Does not this case of extension now put us on the track of truth in the case of other qualities? It does, and I am surprised that the fact should not have been noticed long ago. Why, for example, do we call fire hot and water wet, and yet refuse to say that our mental state, when it is of these things, is either wet or hot? Intentionally, at any rate, and when the mental state is a vivid image, hotness and wetness are in it, just as much as they are in the physical experience. The reason is this, that, as the general chaos of all our experiences gets sifted, we find that there are some fires that will always burn sticks, and will always warm our bodies, and that there are some waters that will always put out fires, while there are other fires and waters that will not act at all. The general group of experience that act, that do not only possess their natures intrinsically, but wear them adjectively and energetically, turning them against one another, comes inevitably to be contrasted with the group whose members, having identically the same natures, fail to manifest them in the energetic way. I make for myself now an experience of blazing fire. I place it near my body, but it does not warm me in the least. I lay a stick upon it, and the stick either burns or remains green as I please. I call up water and pour it on the fire, and absolutely no difference ensues. I account for all such facts by calling this whole train of experiences unreal, a mental train. Mental fire is what won't burn real sticks. Mental water is what won't necessarily, though of course it may, put out even a mental fire. Mental knives may be sharp, but they won't cut real wood. Mental triangles are pointed, but their points won't wound. With real objects, on the contrary, consequences always accrue, and thus the real experiences get sifted from the mental ones, and things from our thoughts of them, fanciful or true, and precipitated together as the stable part of the whole experience chaos, under the name of the physical world. Of this, our perceptual experiences are the nucleus, they being the originally strong experiences. We add a lot of conceptual experiences to them, making these strong also in imagination, and building out the remoter parts of the physical world by their means. And around this core of reality, the world of laxly connected fancies and mere rhapsodical objects floats like a bank of clouds. In the clouds, all sorts of rules are violated, which in the core are kept. Extensions there can be indefinitely located. Motion there obeys no Newton's laws. 7. There is a peculiar class of experience, to which, whether we take them as subjective or as objective, we assign their several natures as attributes, because in both contexts they affect their associates actively, though in neither quite as strongly or as sharply as things affect one another by their physical energies. I refer here to appreciations, which form an ambiguous sphere of being, belonging with emotion on the one hand and having objective value on the other, yet seeming not quite inner, not quite outer, as if a diremption had begun but had not made itself complete. Experiences of painful objects, for example, are usually also painful experiences. Perceptions of loveliness, of ugliness, tend to pass muster as lovely or ugly perceptions. Intuitions of the morally lofty are lofty intuitions. Sometimes the adjective wanders as if uncertain where to fix itself. Shall we speak of seductive visions or visions of seductive things, of wicked desires or of desires for wickedness, of healthy thoughts or of thoughts of healthy objects, of good impulses or of impulses towards the good, of feelings of anger or of angry feelings? Both in the mind and in the thing, these natures modify their context, exclude certain associates and determine others, have their mates and incompatibles, yet not as stubbornly as in the case of physical qualities. For beauty and ugliness, love and hatred, pleasant and painful can, in certain complex experiences, coexist. If one were to make an evolutionary construction of how a lot of originally chaotic, pure experiences became gradually differentiated into an orderly inner and outer world, the whole theory would turn upon one's success in explaining how or why the quality of experience, once active, could become less so, and from being an energetic attribute in some cases, elsewhere lapse into the status of an inert or merely internal nature. This would be the evolution of the psychical from the bosom of the physical, in which the aesthetic, moral, and otherwise emotional experiences would represent a halfway stage. 8. But a last cry of non-possumus will probably go up from many readers. Quote, "All very pretty as a piece of ingenuity," they will say, "but our consciousness itself intuitively contradicts you. We, for our part, know that we are conscious. We feel our thoughts flowing as a life within us, in absolute contrast with the objects which it so unremittingly escorts. We cannot be faithless to this immediate intuition. The dualism is a fundamental datum. Let no man join what God has put asunder." End quote. My reply to this is my last word, and I greatly grieve that to many it will sound materialistic. I cannot help that. However, for I too have my intuitions and I must obey them. Let the case be what it may in others, I am as confident as I am of anything that, in myself, the stream of thinking, which I recognize emphatically as a phenomenon, is only a careless name for what, when scrutinized, reveals itself to consist chiefly of the stream of my breathing. The "I think," which Kant said must be able to accompany all my objects, is the "I breathe," which actually does accompany them. There are other internal facts besides breathing, intracephalic muscular adjustments, etc., of which I have said a word in my larger psychology, and these increase the assets of consciousness, so far as the latter is subject to immediate perception. But breath, which was ever the original of spirit, breath moving outwards between the glottis and the nostrils is, I am persuaded, the essence out of which philosophers have constructed the entity known to them as consciousness. That entity is fictitious, while thoughts in the concrete are fully real, but thoughts in the concrete are made of the same stuff as things are. I wish I might believe myself to have made that plausible in this article. In another article I shall try to make the general notion of a world composed of pure experiences still more clear. End of Does Consciousness Exist? By William James. Recording by Glenn Carruthers, Pyramont Country.
The Edison Carbon Telephone and Hughes Microphone by D.E. Hughes, published August 10, 1878, in Scientific American, Volume 39, Number 6, New Series, read for Essays Collection, Volume 2 by Julie Ann Thompson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Edison Carbon Telephone and Hughes Microphone. To the editor of the Scientific American, Mr. Edison finds a resemblance between his carbon telephone and my microphone. I can find none whatever. The microphone, in its numerous forms that I have already made and varied by many others since, is simply the embodiment of a discovery I have made, in which I consider the microphone as the first step to new and perhaps more wonderful applications. I have proved that all bodies, solid, liquid, and gaseous, are in a state of molecular agitation when under the influence of sonorous vibrations. No matter if it is a piece of board, walls of a house, street, fields or woods, sea or air, all are in this constant state of vibration, which simply becomes more evident as the sonorous vibrations are more powerful. This I have proved by the discovery that when two or more electrical conducting bodies are placed in contact under very slight constant pressure resting on any body whatever, they will of themselves transform a constant electrical current into an undulatory current, representing in its exact form the vibrations of the matter on which it reposes. It requires no complicated arrangement and no special material, and to most experimenters, the 3 simple iron nails that I have described
form the best and most sensitive microphone. But these contact points would soon oxidize, so naturally I prefer some conducting material which will not oxidize. Mr. Edison's carbon telephone represents the principle of the varying pressure of a diaphragm, or its equivalent, on a button of carbon, varying the amount of electricity in accordance with this change of pressure. It represents no field of discovery, and its uses are restricted to telephony. The 3 nails I have spoken of will not only do all, and that far better than Edison's carbon telephone in telephony, but as the power of taking up sounds inaudible to human ears and rendering them audible, in fact a true microphone. Besides, it has the merit of demonstrating the molecular action which is constantly occurring in all matter under the influence of sonorous vibrations. Here we have certainly no resemblance in form, materials, or principles to Mr. Edison's telephone. The carbon telephone represents a special material in a special way to a special purpose. The microphone demonstrates and represents the whole field of nature. The whole world of matter is suitable to act upon, and the whole of the electrical conducting materials are suitable to its demonstrations. The one represents a patentable improvement, the other a discovery too great and of too wide bearing for any one to be justified in holding it by patent and claiming as his own that which belongs to the world's domain. London, July 2nd, 1878. End of Edison carbon telephone and Hughes microphone, written by D.E. Hughes.
English Notions About Women by Fanny Fern. Published 1870. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Winifred Assman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Notions About Women. Our neighbors over the water, judging from an article in one of their leading papers, seem to be greatly exercised at present on the woman question. The old model Englishwoman, who sneezed exactly at the same hour her great-grandmother did, and sat down and rose up and went out and came in whenever her husband bade her, and made no objection at the same time to any irregularity either in his hours or habits, it seems has disappeared. Instead, we have that horror, the English female physician, the English female would-be voter. In short, the English female who asserts her right to individuality, in action and opinion, equally with her husband. John Bull sets down his mug of beer, and says that the thing is monstrous. He says that he no longer can lounge off by himself, as in bachelor days, although he is a married and therefore a more important member of society. He says that he is not allowed, as formerly, to spend every evening with his bachelor cronies, Tom, Dick, and Harry. He says that his wife positively expects him to act as if he were married. He says that when he tells her decidedly that he won't do this, that she pays no more attention to this refusal than as if he hadn't made it, but quietly returns to the same point of disputation the next day and every month, and all through the year, with a terrible and feline pertinacity. He says that it is like the slow dropping of water on some sensitive part of the frame. He says he don't like it, and don't know what to do about it. He says, besides, that marriage is not at all favourable to largeness of mind, or breadth of view, which is very obvious in his own case in the remarks above quoted. He says that all she says and does has the stamp of Lilliput, and that should she even have the right of suffrage, she would barter away her vote for a new gown. He says justice is a quality unknown to woman, which is very true, and I want him to understand that is just what she is contending for. He says, to make a long matter short, that when he married, he expected to live just exactly the same life that he did before, and that he finds he can't. And moreover, he says, with a sweeping wave of his John Bull hand, that no husband was ever made more large-hearted or tolerant or in any way benefited by marriage. Now, if a man will marry with such absurd ideas of what marriage ought to be, and if he will marry a fool, I advise him not to go whining round the world about it. He deserves the consequences. But let him not insist that all women are fools, because he got on his knees to obtain one. I will always maintain that there are 20 bad husbands to 1 bad wife, and that one would seldom continue bad if her husband were just and kind to her. As to marriage narrowing a man's mind, that which never had any breadth cannot be narrowed. And history abundantly shows how wise in counsel, how judicious in influence, how helpful in sympathy and cooperation have been many such wives. Now it is often said that a wife, to a literary man, is only a hindrance. Provided she is not a fool, it would pay him, in my opinion, to give her a regular salary, if he could not obtain it otherwise, to give him the feminine side of every great question of the day as it comes up, which, by the way, she does unconsciously, and which has anything but a narrowing effect either on his mind or his writings, whether he acknowledges it or not. It is no small thing to be able to toss her a book and say, "I want to know what is in that book, but I haven't time to read it. Run it over, will you, and tell me what you think of it?" Or to get from her the condensation of newspapers, magazines, and pamphlets in the same way, or translations, or to have her assistance in answering letters without prompting when pressed for time, to ask her where such and such a passage may be found in certain authors, which have escaped his memory. Is contact with such a woman narrowing? It is horrible for a man of sense to be yoked to a fool, and vice versa. No one denies it. But the whole kernel of the woman matter is just this. Men no longer are what they were. There are no young men now. Before they have ceased to be young men, the majority of them, by a total disregard of nature's laws, have unfitted themselves for contact with, and companionship and appreciation of, pure, good women. It is as if a baby should be fed from birth with highly spiced condiments, and then at maturity be expected to have a relish for pure, wholesome food. The fault is not in women, but in the men, who bring to the healthful, simple, sweet pleasures of matrimony diseased minds and dilapidated bodies. It is perfectly amazing the quantity of insulting advice volunteered in this day to women. Now here is an extract, I am happy to say, in this instance from an English journal. The land, par excellence, of wife-beating and kindred abominations in high and low life, in which the wife is advised if she would wind her husband around her finger. Though why that amusement is particularly desirable, I fail to see. If she would do this, she must carefully study the cookery book, so that his meals need not be monotonous. How many of his children she must attend to during this interesting perusal, and while perfecting the results of such study, our writer does not state. Nor does he throw any light upon the question whether, when this delicate animal is gorged like the anaconda, he will, as does the anaconda, go immediately into a state of stupor, and be comparatively harmless until other reinforcements are needed. Also, he tells the wife that opposition and contradiction always make him furious. Then he stamps and roars and becomes dangerous. She must by all means avoid that. It is so strange, this Solomon says, that when a wife knows that a certain line of conduct is sure to produce this effect, she will do it, though victory is easy provided. Well, in short, provided she allows him to stamp and roar and become dangerous, like his son Tommy when he can't have another stick of candy, and whom he himself would severely punish for imitating his gentlemanly papa. Are there no lines of conduct a husband persistently pursues towards his wife, though he knows they are sure to wound and give offence? And would he think stamping and roaring and being dangerous any excuse for a dislike of it? Is the man who sends his dear little child for that which will intoxicate him, or takes that child to bar-rooms and drinking places to obtain it, never to be remonstrated with by the mother, lest he should be angry? Is the man who allows his relatives constantly to interfere with and slander his wife, who never write him letters without containing sly insinuations, intended, howsoever they may fail, to disturb conjugal and family harmony, who institute a court of inquiry into family expenses, probable journeys, etc., location of residence, and insist upon all these things being settled according to their means and standard? Is this husband never to be told that such interference is insufferable, because he will be angry? Is there a husband living who would permit a wife's father or brother to insist on managing his business affairs in such a clandestine, down-cellar, surreptitious manner through the wife? If he preferred going to spend the summer at one place rather than another, how would he like that matter settled by a conclave of his wife's relatives, and determined by their probable locality? I do not say that the latter, too, has not happened. In either case, it is a monstrous impertinence, and to be resented. I might multiply other instances of abuse to women, but these will suffice. Let men, above all, ask themselves with regard to women, to wives, this question, and answer it in a manly, honest manner, whether it is condemnatory of their own line of conduct or the contrary. Should I be willing to endure what I expect my wife to bear, were I a woman and a wife? If not, is it just, or right, or manly, then, for me to expect it of her? It is needless to say that this is the last question asked, and this is the root of all the evil. This making by men a broad, easy road of license for themselves, while women are clogged, fettered, penned in, worried, harassed, and unjustly treated, till even they become dangerous. And though the author above quoted seems to entertain no such possibility, our lunatic asylums and tombstones, if they stated the actual causes of insanity and death, might convince the most skeptical. End of English Notions About Women by Fanny Fern.
Foreigners, Chapter 22 of The Gentle Art of Tramping by Stephen Graham, published 1926. Recorded for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Foreigners. You are not taking up with a dirty foreigner. He's quite a decent fellow, though he is a foreigner. Why do you say dirty foreigner? All foreigners are dirty foreigners. To the majority of Englishmen, foreigners are dirty foreigners, though, of course, to Americans one concedes the name cousin. But when you travel about in the world, you soon find that in other countries we are also foreigners, perhaps even dirty foreigners. He is English, I have heard it asked. He is one of those people who think they own the earth. And all too often in Europe one hears of vulgar Americans. Despite the grand international ideas of this and of preceding ages, it is just as difficult for foreigners to get on together and esteem one another and understand one another. This becomes very clear upon reading modern works of travel, and perhaps clearer still upon listening to the personal adventures of people who have been traveling unconventionally in foreign lands. What is strange to us is comic. It strikes us as burlesque. If it irks us, we think it distasteful, even wrong. We take the foreigner to task for not behaving like a perfect gentleman, etc. It is largely a matter of bad manners. If manners could be improved, we should more easily get into sympathy with foreigners. If they could be perfected, there would not be any foreigners. The language difficulty is enormous. Even if we learn to speak a foreign tongue, we are liable to make mistakes and to have a queer accent. We are at least as bad as those foreigners who come to us and say, "English as she is spoke." Mistakes in language are almost always very mal apropos. Beaucoup is much in France, but ill-pronounced, it means little in Italian. Poco. The word for Thursday in Serbian is slang for sixpence in Russian. An American lady, wishing to ingratiate herself to some Germans, said she felt as if in paradise. But the word paradise in German means tomato, and her friends stared at her. An acquaintance of mine, not speaking French very well, was dancing on a Paris boulevard with some midinettes. Feeling rather tired, he went up to one of them and whispered in her ear, "Ma chère danseur, je suis un crochant." 2 Russian Bolsheviks in London were fumbling for a door key outside a house at midnight. A policeman came up and asked them what they were doing. "I have forged a key," one of them replied. The bobby, however, looked at them indulgently. "Forgot, you mean," said he emphatically. But difficulties of this kind are not confined to foreign wanderings. You can experience them at home, in Scotland, for example, or on the Burring border, or even in Yorkshire. I was tramping across Yorkshire one summer, and I realized how outlandish my English sounded. They speak a different language up there. I had to make everyone repeat everything twice. They frequently mistook what I said. They made me say it twice also. They reckoned I did not come from these parts. I went into an inn one night and asked for a room. The landlady, an elderly dame with a huge red face, asked me if I meant a room. I said yes. She said, "Ted, this gentleman wants a room." "All right," he exclaimed, "in a minute." "Mine will be the usual drop of scotch," said an old fellow, nudging me as he went past. I sat down in the bar parlor. Presently a young man came and inquired if I'd like water in my room. "Yes, I suppose so," I answered patiently. Then in a few minutes the young man Ted came in, mixing, as it seemed to me, a cocktail, or what might pass for a cocktail in Yorkshire. He stood in front of me, wine-glass in hand, and poured a clear liquid onto a brown one, cautiously and professionally. "Tell me when to stop," he said. "That's not for me," I queried, and I wondered if it was perhaps a custom to bring guests an unsolicited cocktail as a ritual of welcome. Yorkshire has its festive ways. But the boy stopped stirring and pouring and looked at me. "It must have been for somebody else," he remarked, and turned to the red-faced landlady. She faced me. "Yes," she said hoarsely, "you ordered the room." Then the truth dawned on me. "I asked for a room," said I. "Well, here it is," said the young man. "Not a rum, but a room, room," I exclaimed. "Yes, room," said the landlady. "A room for the night, a lodging," I exclaimed. "Oh, a bed," she said with a chagrined face. "We have no beds. No beds." And I could see her thinking the matter over in her mind, the difference between room and rum. She watched to see if I would drink what had been put before me. But rum is not my drink, especially after a day's tramping. I shouldered my knapsack and pushed out of the inn, under the disdainful gaze of the red-faced landlady and the stare of the man who was sipping his drop of scotch. They say the better educated people of Edinburgh speak the best English in Great Britain, and I certainly can use my own tongue fairly well. But judge my amazement when I first went to America and was told I did not speak English. I was tramping to Chicago, and men on the road would say to me, "Say, you haven't been over here long. You speak the language broken." Prejudices are bred over the difference of saying the word well with the lips and well with the throat. Even a national laugh can be aggravating. "Ha, ha, there's a merry laugh for you," says the American in So This Is London. "Ha, ha, the marmalade hounds." Incidentally, that sentence from the clever play points to the other great cause of irritating difference in ways. The Americans do not take marmalade for breakfast. We do. It is almost a source of international misunderstanding. "The English have such bad table manners," I used to hear said in Moscow, "and yet you should see Ivanovitch with his soup. We are too greedy at table. We accept second and third helpings, only intended to be offered, not intended to be taken. We do not know how to make a glass of tea and a saucer of jam last 50 minutes. We eye the samovar when we want more tea. We do not kiss the hostess's hand after the repast. Americans eat with their hats on, but with their coats off. Russians smoke cigarettes between courses. Frenchmen take large towels into their collars and pick their teeth with toothpicks while they talk. All very disgusting. Almost every variation in ways of eating is distasteful. The tramp, the wanderer in strange lands, should at least get over this. I am sure Oliver Goldsmith and George Borrow, two delightful wanderers, never fell foul of anyone for lack of speech or eating wrongly. They knew how to counteract the effects of their own foreignness and how to accept and enjoy differences in others. But unless the tramp intends to shun men and women altogether, he has to face the problem of liking his fellow man, however unlike to himself. It is part of the art of tramping to know how to meet your fellow man, how to greet him, how to know him. You get a companion who calmly tells you he intends to pick your brains during the tramp. That is very well, though the expression seems not too kind. It is easier to say, "I intend to get to know you during our wanderings together," though there, of course, the intention is towards something very difficult. It takes a long time to know a man. You may pick his brains in half an hour and not get to know him in a lifetime. It is mawkish for a man to talk of love, except in love, but it needs a loving heart to know anyone really well. The man you tramp with is not a foreigner, albeit foreign enough in himself, as you may discover before you discover he is kindred. You are thrown into intimate contact with him. Even if the two of you are a couple of egoists, strongly self-centered, something is bound to get across in a long tramp. That is one reason why tramping is such a healthful spiritual experience. The too solid flesh does melt a little, and the too solid heart does warm somewhat toward an outsider. But the chance met is much more difficult to meet, to greet, to understand. Of course, more difficult for some than for others. There are genial, sympathetic souls who have an aptitude for taking a stranger at once to the heart. They are bright-eyed people, friendly at once and friendly for a long while. I have a prejudice in their favor, but alas, there are not very many of them. The warmest thing in the world is human affection. It is the most covetable, and it is the sweetest thing to give. And it is also the saddest thing to have refused. I believe the affectionate people take the most blows in life, but also they get the greater rewards. Still, there is shyness, timidity, standoffishness, which commonly mask the souls of very friendly people. It is difficult to rid oneself of these defective qualities. Much travel frequently does it, and much tramping will do it also. Tramping simplifies out many of our foibles. It makes the artificial people more natural. I have seen a man afraid almost of his own shadow in town become a bold and smiling boy upon the road, not afraid to meet anyone and hold frank converse with him. Chance meetings may greatly enrich human experience, especially in a foreign country where one has so much to learn of the ways of one's fellow man. I have found by personal experience that one of the quickest ways in which to learn the life of a people is by tramping with them. The commonest way of attempting to make a study of a new nation is to arrive at the capital city with a wallet full of introductions to notable people. You stay at the best hotel, call at the embassy, make friends with one of the secretaries, dine with him and learn his prejudices, go on the morrow to a friend of his who will tell you all you need to know. Then you may use your introductions, checking off what the native nobility say about their country by what you have already heard. The visitor of this type does get impressions, that is undoubted. He feels that he is getting to know the new country very pleasantly, and yet when his visit is over and he returns home, if he is frank with himself, he must confess that he has very little real knowledge of the people. He is obliged to say, "Well, I was only there for 6 weeks. I cannot pretend that I know much about it." But 60 weeks of that sort of thing would make little difference. On the other hand, 6 weeks tramping gives you unforgettable impressions of reality. You have the great advantage of facing society from the outside of its classes. You are at the bottom of the social system, and have the freedom from pride which such a position implies. 'Tis pride that pulls the country down. Then take thy old cloak about thee. You do not need to put on airs, put on side, ape pompous acquaintances, simper, trim, Baudelarize, change clothes according to the time of day, polish fingernails and balance cake, give the expected smile after futile remark, avoid contradiction, or read up the secrets of bon ton at night. As you come along the road at any time of day, everything about you says, "Here I am, the tramp. Take me as I am or not at all." The church covers the friar so that he is immune from pride and taunt, fashion and convention. He cannot be reproached, for his garments are a token that he is bearing the reproach of Christ. And nature covers the tramp in a similar way. He has the chance to feel and be at home in any place in the world, under any circumstances and with any people. You are never ill-dressed in the king's uniform. You are never ill-dressed in the tramp's. Such stability is great gain, and frees the mind from care and fear of appearances. You can with a gay heart plunge into converse with the heir to the kingdom if he comes your way, and he will almost infallibly say after his long revealing talk with you, "Ah, I wish I were you." You cause kings to envy you, but even peasants, who can be prouder and stiffer than kings, will feel at home with you. You must also be at home with them. You learn their accent, their special peasant version of life, their stories, their songs. Quite by accident you seem to get inside the real life of a nation, and you belong to it for the time. It is always worthwhile talking to a clever man, says a character in Dostoevsky. It is always worthwhile talking to a stranger. End of Foreigners by Stephen Graham.
The Hazards of the Past by John Burroughs. Published 1912. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Patrick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hazards of the Past. 1. Bergson, the new French philosopher, thinks we all had a narrow escape, back in geologic time, of having our eggs spoiled before they were hatched, or rather, rendered incapable of hatching by too thick a shell. This was owing to the voracity of the early organisms. As they became more and more mobile, they began to take on thick armors and breastplates and shells and calcareous skins to protect themselves from one another. This tendency resulted, he thinks, in the arrest of the entire animal world in its evolution toward higher and higher forms. These shells and armors begat a kind of torpor and immobility, which has continued down to our day with the echinoderms and mollusks, but the arthropods and vertebrates escaped it by some lucky stroke. Now you and I are here without imprisoning shells on our backs, but how or why did we escape? Bergson does not say. Was it a matter of luck or chance? Was there ever a time when the stream of life tended to harden and become fixed in its own forms like a stream of cooling lava? Or has the innate plasticity of life been easily equal to its own ends? True, the clam remains a clam, and the starfish remains a starfish. Some other forms have carried the evolutionary impulse forward till it flowered in man. Was this impulse ever really checked or endangered? Was the golden secret ever entrusted to the keeping of any single form? And had that form been cut off, would the earth have been still without its man? These are puzzling questions. Thus, when we have come to look upon life and nature in the light of evolution, what vistas are open to us, where before were only blank walls? The geologic ages take on a new interest to us. We know that in some form we were even there. The systems of sedimentary rocks, which the geologist portrays, piled one upon the other to a depth of 50 miles or more, seem like the stairway by which we have ascended, taking on some new and more developed form at each rise. What we were at the first step in Cambrian times only the Lord knows, but whatever we were, we crept up or floated up to the next rise. In the Silurian seas we may have been a trilobite for aught we know. At any rate, we were the outcome of the life impulse that begat the trilobites, but our fate was not bound up with theirs, as their race came to an end in those early geologic ages, and our stem form did not. Whether or not we were a fish in the Devonian seas, there is little doubt that we had gills, because we have the gill slits yet in our early fetal life, and it is quite certain that in some way we owe our backbones to the fishes. When the rocks that form my native Catskills were being laid down in the Devonian waters, I fancied that my aquatic embryo was swimming about somewhere and slowly waxing strong. Up and up I climbed across the sandstone steps, across the limestone, the conglomerate, the slate, up into Carboniferous times. The upper and nether millstones of the millstone grit did not crush me. Neither did the floods and the convulsions of Carboniferous times that buried the vast vegetable growths that resulted in our coal measures engulf or destroy me. About that time, probably, I emerged from the water and became an amphibian, and maybe got my 5 fingers and 5 toes on each side. Nor did the wholesale destruction of animal life at the end of Paleozoic time cut off my line of descent. The monstrous reptiles of the succeeding or Mesozoic age, the petrified remains of one of which was recently found in the sandstone rocks near the river's edge under the palisades of the Hudson, do not seem to have endangered the golden thread by which our fate hung. Still, I mount and mount. The stairs by which I climb were rent by earthquakes and volcanoes. The strata were squeezed up and overturned and folded in the great mountain chains. The Alps, the Andes, the Himalayas, the Coast Range were born. The earth throes must have been tremendous at times, yet I escaped it all. The huge and fearful mammals of the third or tertiary period passed me by unharmed. Eruptions and cataclysms, the sinking of the land, the inundations of the sea, worldwide deformations of the earth's crust, fire and ice and floods, monsters of the deep and dragons of the land and the air have beset my course from the first, and yet here I am. Here we all are, and apparently none the worse for the appalling dangers we have passed through. Evolution thus makes the world over for us. It shows us in what a complex web of vital and far-reaching relations we stand. It gives us an outlook upon the past that is startling, and in some ways forbidding, yet one that ought to be stimulating and inspiring. If we look back with a shudder, we should look forward with a thrill. If the past is terrible, the future is in the same degree cheering and inviting. If we came out of those lowly and groveling forms, to what heights of being may we not be carried by the impetus that brought us thus far? In fact, to what heights has it already carried us? 2. That the hazards of the past, to many forms of life at least, have been real and no myth, is evident from the vast number of forms that have been cut off and become extinct. Various causes, now hard to decipher, have worked together to the end, such as changed geographical conditions, changes of climate affecting the food supply, extreme specialization like that of the saber-toothed tiger, whose petrified remains have been found in various parts of this continent, and who apparently was finally handicapped by his huge dental saber. Probably many more species of animals have become extinct than have survived. But none of these could have been in the line of man's descent, else the human race would not have been here. If the Eocene progenitor of the horse, the little four-toed Eohippus, had been cut off, would not the world have been horseless today? The horse in America became extinct, from some cause only conjectural, many tens of thousands of years ago. Had the same fate befallen the horse in Europe and Asia, it seems probable that our civilization would have been far less advanced today than it is. The fate of every species of mammal in our time seems to have been in the keeping of a single form in early tertiary times. The end of the Cretaceous or Chalk period saw the extinction of the giant reptiles both of sea and of land, at the same time that it saw the appearance of a great many species of small and inconspicuous mammals, among which doubtless were our own humble forebears. Extreme specialization in any direction may narrow an animal's chances of survival. They have but one chance in the game of life, whereas an animal with a more generalized organization has many chances. Man is one of the most generalized of animals. No special tools, no special weapons. His hand, many tools and weapons in one. Hence, he is the most adaptable of animals. All climes, all foods, all places are his. He is master of the land, of the sea, of the air. Animal life is often curiously interdependent. I asked our guide in the Adirondacks if there were any ravens there. "Not nearly as many as there used to be," he said, and his explanation of their disappearance seems thoroughly scientific. It was that the wolves and the panthers kept them in meat, and now that these animals had disappeared, the ravens had little to feed upon. If the moose were compelled to graze from off the ground, like a sheep or a cow, the species would probably soon become extinct. Osborne thinks it probable that the huge beast called Titanothere finally became extinct early in tertiary times, owing to the form of its teeth, which were of such a type that they could not change to meet a change in the flora upon which the creature fed. Of course, we shall never know what narrow escapes our race had from extinction in the remote past. Some forms have ended in a blind alley, like the sea urchin and the oyster. Arthropoda have continued to evolve and have reached their high water mark of intelligence in bees and ants. The vertebrates went forward and have culminated in man. Bergson thinks that in the vertebrates, intelligence has been developed at the expense of instinct, and that in the invertebrates, instinct has been perfected at the expense of intelligence. Are we not compelled to adopt what is called the monophyletic hypothesis? That is, that our line of descent started from one pair, male and female, somewhere in the vast stretch of geologic or biologic time, and to reason that, had that pair been out of the race, we should not have appeared? Can we narrow life to a single point, a single cell in the past? Was there one and only one first bit of protoplasm? If we were to say that life first appeared on the globe in the Cambrian times, just what should we mean? That it began as a single point, or as many points? When we say that the primates first appeared in Eocene times, do we mean that one single primate appeared then? If so, what form went immediately before him? This is all a vain speculation. Does man presuppose all the vertebrates sub-kingdom? Was he safe as long as one vertebrate form remained? Are his forebears many, and not one pair? Can we think of his ancestry under the image of a tree, and of him as one of the many branches? If so, nothing but the destruction of the tree would have imperiled his appearance, or the lopping off of his particular branch. Probably all such images are misleading. We simply cannot figure to ourselves the tangled course of our biological descent. If thwartings and accidents and delays could have cut man off, how could he have escaped? We cannot think of man as one. We are compelled to think of him as many. And yet, in all our experience, the many come from the one, or the one pair. How thick the field of animal life in the past is strewn with extinct forms, as thick as the sidereal spaces are strewn with the fragments of wrecked worlds. But other worlds and suns are spun out of the wrecked worlds and suns through the process of cosmic evolution. The world stuff is worked over and over. Extinct animal forms must have given rise to other allied forms before they perished, and these to still others, and so on down to our time. The image of a tree is misleading from the fact that all the different branches of the animal kingdom, from the protozoa up to man, have come along with what we call the higher branches, the mammals. The suckers have kept pace with the main stalk, so that we have the image of a sheaf of branches starting from a common origin and all of equal length. Man has brought on his relations along with him. There is no glamour of romance over that past. It was all hard, prosy, terrible fact. The earth's crust was less stable than now, the upheavals and subsidences and earthquakes more frequent, the warring of the elements more fierce and incessant, deluge and inundation in more rapid succession, and the riot and excesses of animal life far beyond anything we know of, and our line of descent was taking its chances amid it all. The widespread blotting out of life at the end of Paleozoic time, and again at the end of Mesozoic times, when myriads of forms were cut off, probably from some convulsion of nature or some cosmic catastrophe, and again during the Ice Age when the camel, the llama, the horse, the tapir, the mastodon, the elephant, the giant sloth became extinct in North America. How fared it with our ancestor during these terrible ages? There is no sure trace of him till late tertiary times, and it is probably not more than 200,000 years ago that he assumed the upright attitude and began to use tools. Probably in Europe 50,000 years ago he was living in caves, clothed in skins, contending with the cave bear and cave lion, using rude stone implements and hunting the hairy mastodon, etc. In Asia, the probabilities are that he was farther on the road toward the dawn of history. We may think of our descent in the historic period under the image of the stream, though of a stream many times delayed and diverted, even many times diminished by wars and plagues and famine, but a stream with some sort of unity and continuity, since man became man. The stream of life is like any other stream in this respect. Divert or use up part of the water of a stream, yet what is left flows on, and keeps up the continuity and identity of the stream. Dip your cup into it here, and you will not get precisely the same water you would have got had none of it been diverted or used far back in its course. You get the water that was allowed to flow by. Had there been no loss of life by war and pestilence and accidents of various kinds, the different countries would have been occupied by quite other men and women than those that fill them today. The course of life in every neighborhood is changed by what seem like accidental causes, as when a family is practically wiped out by some accident or dread disease. This brings new people on the scene. The farm or the business falls into other hands, and new social relations spring up. New men and women are brought together, or the old ones driven apart. Marriage is hastened or retarded. Opportunities for family life are made or unmade, and fewer children, or more children as the case may be, are the result. The issue of some battle hundreds or thousands of years ago may have played a part in your life and mine today. Other races, other individuals of the race would have been thrown together had the issue been different, and other families started so that someone else would have been here in our stead. But the question of hazard to the race of man in geologic time is quite a different one. Here, our fate seems to hang by a single thread, a golden thread we may call it, but in that terrible maze of clashing forces and devouring forms of the vast geologic periods, how liable to be broken. It is not now a question of the continuity of a stream, but of the continuity of a single evolutionary process, or, as Haeckel says, the continuity of the morphological chain which stretches from the lemurs up through the tailed and tailless anthropoid apes to man. If the evolutionary impulse had been checked or extinguished in the lemur, that small ape-like animal that went before the true ape, the fossil remains of which have been found on this continent, and the survivals of which are now found in Madagascar, would man have appeared? Again, if the race of lemurs developed from a single pair, how precarious seems our fate. In fact, if any of the transitional forms between species can be reduced to a single pair, as the forms that connect the reptiles with the mammals, our fate would seem to be in the keeping of these forms. Over this single frail bridge which escaped the floods and the tornadoes and the earthquakes of those terrible ages we must have passed. What risky business it all seems. Was it luck or law that favored us? Doubtless, if we could penetrate the mystery, we should see that there was no chance or risk in the matter. We cannot go very far in solving these great fundamental questions by applying to them the tests of our own experience. Numberless specific forms become extinct, but the impulse that begat the form does not die out. Thus all the giant reptiles died out, the dinosaurs, the mesosaurs, but the reptilian impulse still survives. How many types of invertebrates have perished, but the invertebrate impulse still goes on? How many species of mammals have been cut off, yet the mammal impulse has steadily gone forward? These things suggest the wave that moves on, but leaves the water behind. The vertebrate impulse began in worm-like forms in the old Paleozoic seas and stopped not till it culminated in man. This impulse has left many forms behind it, but has this impulse itself ever been endangered? If one looks at the matter thus in an abstract instead of a concrete way, the problem of our descent becomes easier. When we look at the evolution of life on a grand scale, nature seems to feel her way, like a blind man, groping, hesitating, trying this road and then that. In some cases, the line of evolution seems to end in a cul-de-sac, beyond which no progress is possible. The forms thus cornered soon become extinct. The mystery, the unaccountable thing, is the appearance of new characters. The slow modification or transformation of an existing character may often be traced. Natural selection, or the struggle for existence, takes it in hand and adapts and perpetuates it, or else eliminates it. But the origin of certain new parts or characters, that is the secret of the evolutionary process. Thus, there was a time when no animal had horns. Then horns appeared. In the great quadruped known as Titanothere, says Osborne, rudiments of horns first arise independently at certain definite parts of the skull. They arise at first alike in both sexes or asexually. Then they become sexual, or chiefly characteristic of males. Then they rapidly evolve in the males, while being arrested in development in the females. Finally, they become in some of the animals dominant characteristics to which all others bend. Nature seems to throw out these new characters, and then lets them take their chances in the clash of forces and tendencies that go on in the arena of life. If they serve a purpose, or are an advantage, they remain. If not, they drop out. Nature feels her way. The horns proved of less advantage to the females than to the males. They seem a part of the plus or overflow of the male principle, like the beard in man, the badge of masculinity. The Titanothere is traceable back to a hornless animal the size of a sheep, and it ended in a horned quadruped nearly as large as an elephant. It flourished in Wyoming in early tertiary times. Nature did not seem to know what to do with horns when she first got them. She played with them like a child with a new toy. Thus, she gave 2 pairs to several species of mammals, 1 pair on the nose and 1 pair on the top of the skull, certainly an embarrassment of weapons. The first horns appear to have been crude, heavy, uncouth, but long before we reach our own geologic era, they appear in various species of quadrupeds and become graceful and ornamental. How beautiful they are in many of the African antelope tribe. Nature's workmanship nearly always improves with time, like that of man's, and sooner or later takes on an ornamental phase. The early uncouth, bizarre forms seem to be the result of the excess or surplus of life. Life in remote biologic times was rank and riotous, as it is now in a measure in tropical lands. One reason may be that the climate of the globe during the Middle Period, and well into the Third Period, appears to have been of a tropical nature. The climatic and seasonal divisions were not at all pronounced, and both animal and vegetable life took on gigantic and grotesque forms. In the ugliness of alligator and rhinoceros and hippopotamus of our day, we get some hint of what early reptilian and mammalian life was like. That nature should have turned out better and better handiwork as the ages passed, that she either should have improved upon every model or else discarded it, that she should have progressed from the bird, half dragon, to the sweet songsters of our day, and to the superb forms of the air that we know, that evolution should have entered upon a refining and spiritualizing phase, developing larger brains and smaller bodies, is a very significant fact, and one quite beyond the range of the mechanistic conception of life. Our own immediate line of descent leads down through the minor forms of tertiary and Mesozoic times, forms that probably skulked and dodged about amid the terrible and gigantic creatures of those ages, as the small game of today hide and flee from the presence of their archenemy, man, and that the frail line upon which the fate of the human race hung should not have been severed during the wild turmoil of those ages is to me a source of perpetual wonder. 3. The hazards of the future of the race must be quite different from those I have been considering. They are the hazards incident to an exceptional being upon this earth, a being that takes his fate in his own hands in a sense that no other creature does. Man has partaken of the fruit of the tree of good and evil, which all the lower orders have escaped. He knows, and knows that he knows. Will this knowledge, through the opposition in which it places him to elemental nature, and the vast system of artificial things with which it has enabled him to surround himself cut short his history upon this planet? Will nature in the end be avenged for the secrets he has forced from her? His civilization has doubtless made him the victim of diseases to which the lower orders and even savage man are strangers. Will not these diseases increase as his life becomes more and more complex and artificial? Will he go on extending his mastery over nature and refining or suppressing his natural appetites till his original hold upon life is fatally enfeebled? It seems as though science ought to save man and prolong his stay on this planet. It ought to bring him natural salvation, as his religion promises him supernatural salvation. But of course, man's fate is bound up with the fate of the planet, and of the biological tree of which he is one of the shoots. Biology is rooted in geology. The higher forms of life did not arbitrarily appear. They flowed out of conditions that were long in maturing. They flowered in season, and the flower will fall in season. Man could not have appeared earlier than he did, nor later than he did. He came out of what went before, and he will go out with what comes after. His coming was natural, and his going will be natural. His period had a beginning, and it will have an end. Natural philosophy leads one to affirm this. But of time measured by human history, he may yet have a lease of tens of thousands of years. The hazard of the future is a question of both astronomy and geology. That there are cosmic dangers, though infinitely remote, every astronomer knows. That there are collisions between heavenly bodies is an indubitable fact, and if collisions do happen to any, allow time enough and they must happen to all. That there are geologic dangers through the shifting and crumpling of the Earth's crust, every geologist knows, though probably none that could wipe out the whole race of man. The biologic dangers of the past we have outlived. The dangers that must have beset a single line of descent amid the carnival of power and the ferocity of the monster reptiles of Mesozoic times, and the wholesale extinction of species that occurred in different geologic periods. Nothing but a cosmic catastrophe involving the fate of the whole Earth could now exterminate the human race. It is highly improbable that this will ever happen. The race of man will go out from a slow, insensible failure through the aging of the planet, of the conditions of life that brought man here. The evolutionary process upon a cooling world must, after the elapse of a vast period of time, lose its impetus and cease. End of The Hazards of the Past by John Burroughs.
Mary, Mother of Jesus by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Published 1874. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary, the Mother of Jesus. From out of the cloudy ecstasies of poetry, painting, and religious romance, as described in Stowe's Mary the Mythical Madonna, written to precede this essay and included in this collection, we grope our way back to the simple story of the New Testament, to find, if possible, by careful study, the lineaments of the real Mary, the Mother of our Lord, who and what really was the woman, highly favored over all on earth, chosen by God to be the mother of the Redeemer of the world. It is our impression that the true character will be found more sweet, more strong, more wonderful in its perfect naturalness and humanity than the idealized, super-angelic being which has been gradually created by poetry and art. That the divine being, in choosing a woman to be the mother, the educator, and for 30 years the most intimate friend of his Son, should have selected one of rare and peculiar excellences seems only probable. It was from her that the Holy Child, who was to increase in wisdom and in stature, was to learn from day to day the constant and needed lessons of inexperienced infancy and childhood. Her lips taught him human language. Her lessons taught him to read the sacred records of the law and the prophets, and the sacred poetry of the Psalms. To her he was subject, when the ardor of childhood expanding into youth led him to quit her side and spend his time in the temple at the feet of the doctors of the law. With her, he lived in constant communion during those silent and hidden years of his youth that preceded his mission. A woman so near to Christ, so identified with him in the largest part of his life, cannot but be a subject of the deepest and most absorbing study to the Christian heart. And yet there is, in regard to this most interesting subject, an utter silence of any authentic tradition, so far as we have studied, of the first 2 or 3 centuries. There is nothing related by St. John, with whom Mary lived as with a son after the Saviour's death, except the brief notices in his Gospel. Upon this subject, as upon that other topic so exciting to the mere human heart, the personal appearance of Jesus, there is a reticence that impresses us like a divine decree of secrecy. In all that concerns the peculiarly human relations of Jesus, the principle that animated his apostles after the descent of the Holy Spirit was, yea, though we have known Christ after the flesh, yet now henceforth know him no more. His family life with his mother would doubtless have opened lovely pages, but it must remain sealed up among those many things spoken of by St. John, which, if they were recorded, the world itself could not contain the books that should be written. All that we have, then, to build upon is the brief account given in the Gospels, the first 2 chapters of St. Matthew, and the first 2 chapters of St. Luke are our only data, except 1 or 2 very brief notices in St. John, and 1 slight mention in the Acts. In part, our conception of the character of Mary may receive light from her nationality. A fine human being is never the product of 1 generation, but rather the outcome of a growth of ages. Mary was the offspring and flower of a race selected, centuries before, from the finest physical stock of the world, watched over, trained, and cultured by divine oversight in accordance with every physical and mental law for the production of sound and vigorous mental and bodily conditions. Her blood came to her in a channel of descent over which the laws of Moses had established a watchful care, a race where marriage had been made sacred, family life a vital point, and motherhood invested by divine command with an especial sanctity. As Mary was in a certain sense a product of the institutes of Moses, so it is an interesting coincidence that she bore the name of his sister, the first and most honored of the line of Hebrew prophetesses, Mary being the Latin version of the Hebrew Miriam. She had also, as we read, a sister, the wife of Cleopas, who bore the same name, a custom not infrequent in Jewish families. It is suggested that Miriam, being a sacred name, and held in high traditionary honor, mothers gave it to their daughters, as now in Spain they call them after the Madonna, as a sign of good omen. There is evidence that Mary had not only the sacred name of the first great prophetess, but that she inherited, in the line of descent, the poetic and prophetic temperament. She was of the royal line of David, and poetic visions and capabilities of high enthusiasm were in her lineage. The traditions of the holy and noble women of her country's history were all open to her as sources of inspiration. Miriam, leading the song of national rejoicing on the shore of the Red Sea. Deborah, mother, judge, inspirer, leader, and poet of her nation. Hannah, the mother who won so noble a son of heaven by prayer. The daughter of Jephthah, ready to sacrifice herself to her country. Huldah, the prophetess, the interpreter of God's will to kings. Queen Esther, risking her life for her people. And Judith, the beautiful and chaste deliverer of her nation. These were the spiritual forerunners of Mary, the ideals with whom her youthful thoughts must have been familiar. The one hymn of Mary's composition, which has found place in the sacred records, pictures in a striking manner the exalted and poetic side of her nature. It has been compared with the song of Hannah, the mother of Samuel, and has been spoken of as taken from it. But there is only that resemblance which sympathy of temperament, and a constant contemplation of the same class of religious ideas would produce. It was the exaltation of a noble nature, expressing itself in the form and imagery supplied by the traditions and history of her nation. We are reminded that Mary was a daughter of David by certain tones in her magnificent hymn, which remind us of many of the psalms of that great heart poet. Being of royal lineage, Mary undoubtedly cherished in her bosom the traditions of her house with that secret fervor which belongs to enthusiastic natures. We are to suppose her, like all Judean women, intensely national in her feelings. She identified herself with her country's destiny, lived its life, suffered in its sufferings, and waited and prayed for its deliverance and glories. This was a time of her nation's deep humiliation. The throne and scepter had passed from Judah. Conquered, trodden down, and oppressed, the sacred land was under the rule of pagan Rome. Herod, the appointed sovereign, was a blaspheming, brutal tyrant, using all his power to humiliate and oppress. And we may imagine Mary as one of the small company of silent mourners, like Simeon and Anna the prophetess, who pondered the Scriptures and looked for salvation in Israel. She was betrothed to her cousin Joseph, who was, like herself, of the royal lineage. He was a carpenter, in accordance with that excellent custom of the Jewish law, which required every man to be taught a mechanical trade. They were in humble circumstances, and dwelled in a village proverbial for the meanness and poverty of its inhabitants. We can imagine them as in, but not of, the sordid and vulgar world of Nazareth, living their life of faith and prayer, of mournful memories of past national glory, and longing hopes for the future. The account of the visitation of the angel to Mary is given by St. Luke, and by him alone. His gospel was written later than those of Matthew and Mark, and designed for the Greek churches, and it seems but natural that in preparing himself to write upon this theme, he should seek information from Mary herself, the fountainhead. Biblical critics discover traces of this communication in the different style of these first 2 chapters of St. Luke. While the rest of the book is written in pure classic Greek, this is full of Hebraisms, and has all the marks of being translated from the Syro-Chaldaic tongue, which was the popular dialect of Palestine, and in which Mary must have given her narrative. Let us now look at that simple record. And in the 6th month the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin espoused to a man named Joseph, of the house of David. And the virgin's name was Mary. And the angel came in unto her, and said, Hail, highly favored, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. And when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and cast in her mind what manner of salutation this should be. All these incidents, in their very nature, could be known to Mary alone. She was in solitude, without a human witness. From her the whole detail must have come. It gives not only the interview, but the passing thoughts and emotions of her mind. She was agitated, and cast about what this should mean. We see in all this that serious, calm, and balanced nature which was characteristic of Mary. Habitually living in the contemplation of that spirit world revealed in the Scriptures, it was no very startling thing to her to see an angel standing by. Her thoughts had walked among the angels too long for that. But his enthusiastic words of promise and blessing agitated her soul. And the angel said unto her, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest, and the Lord God shall give unto him the throne of his father. David and he shall reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there shall be no end. A weaker woman would have been dazzled and overcome by such a vision, appealing to all her personal ambition, and her pride of nation, and her religious enthusiasm, telling her that she had drawn the prize which had been the high ideal of every Jewish woman from the beginning of time. But Mary faces the great announcement with a countenance of calm inquiry. Then said Mary to the angel, How shall this be, seeing I am yet a virgin? And the angel answered and said unto her, The Holy Ghost shall come upon thee, the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore also that holy progeny, which shall be born of thee, shall be called the Son of God. And behold also, thy cousin Elizabeth, she also hath conceived a son in her old age. And this is the 6th month with her, who was called barren. For with God nothing shall be impossible. In this announcement, a Jewish betrothed woman must have seen a future of danger to her reputation and her life. For who would believe a story which there was no mortal witness? But Mary accepted the high destiny and the fearful danger with an entire surrender of herself into God's hands. Her reply is not one of exultation, but of submission. Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it unto me according to his word. The next step taken by Mary is in accordance with the calmest practical good sense, and displays an energy and a control over other minds which must have been uncommon. She resolves to visit her cousin Elizabeth in the mountain country. The place is supposed to have been near Hebron, and involved a journey of some 20 miles through a rugged country. For a young maiden to find means of performing this journey, which involved attendance and protection, without telling the reason for which she resolved upon it, seems to show that Mary had that kind of character which inspires confidence, and leads those around her to feel that a thing is right and proper because she has determined it. The scene of the visitation, as given in St. Luke, shows the height above common thought and emotion on which these holy women moved. Elizabeth, filled with inspired ardor, spoke out with a loud voice and said, Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? And blessed be she that believed, for there shall be a performance of those things which have been promised of the Lord. Then the prophetic fire fell upon Mary, and she broke forth into the immortal psalm which the Church still cherishes as the first hymn of the new dispensation. My soul doth magnify the Lord. My spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour. For he hath regarded the low estate of his handmaid. For behold, henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty hath done great things to me, and holy is his name. And his mercy is on them that fear him, from generation to generation. He hath showed strength with his arm. He hath scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He hath put down the mighty from their seats, and exalted them of low degree. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich hath he sent empty away. He hath holpen his servant Israel in remembrance of his mercy, as he spake to our fathers, to Abraham and his seed forever. In these words we see, as in the Song of Hannah, the exaltation of a purely unselfish spirit, whose personal experiences merge themselves in those of universal humanity. One line alone expresses her intense sense of the honor done her, and all the rest is exaltation in her God as the helper of the poor, the neglected, the despised and forgotten, and the Savior of her oppressed country. No legend of angel ministrations or myths of miracle can so glorify Mary in our eyes as this simple picture of her pure and lofty unselfishness of spirit. We are told that this sacred visit lasted 3 months. A mythical legend speaks of a large garden pertaining to the priest's house, where Mary was wont to walk for meditation and prayer, and that bending one day over a flower, beautiful but devoid of fragrance, she touched it, and thenceforth it became endowed with a sweet perfume. The myth is a lovely allegory of the best power of a true and noble Christian woman. On returning to Nazareth, Mary confronted the danger which beset her situation with the peculiar, silent steadfastness which characterized her. From the brief narrative of Matthew, which mainly respects the feelings of Joseph, we infer that Mary made no effort at self-justification, but calmly resigned herself to the vindication of God in his own time and way. As the private feelings of Mary are recorded only by Luke, and the private experiences of Joseph by Matthew, it is to be supposed that the narrative is derived from these two sources, We have no other characteristic incident of Mary's conduct, nothing that she said or did during the next eventful scenes of her life. The journey to Bethlehem, the birth of Jesus, the visit of the shepherds and of the Magi, full of the loveliest poetic suggestion, are all silent shrines so far as utterance or action of hers is given to us. That she was peculiarly a silent woman is inferred from the only mention of her, in particular, by St. Luke when recording these wonderful scenes. When the shepherds, sent by angelic visitors, came to Bethlehem, we are told, "And they came with haste, and found Joseph and Mary, and the babe lying in a manger. And when they had seen it, they made known abroad the saying which was told them concerning this child. And all that heard it wondered. But Mary kept all these things, and pondered them in her heart." She is one of those women who are remarkable for the things that they do not say. We next find her at Jerusalem, going with her husband to present her firstborn son in the temple, and to offer the humble sacrifice appointed for the poor. A modern English painting represents her as sheltering in her bosom the two innocent white doves destined to bloody death, emblems of the fate of the Holy Child whom she presented. Here the sacred story gives an interesting incident. We catch a glimpse at one of the last of the Hebrew prophetesses in the form of Anna, of whom the narrative says she was of great age, and had lived with a husband 7 years from her virginity, and she was a widow of about 84 years, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fasting and prayer day and night. She came in and welcomed the Holy Child. We are introduced also to the last of the prophets. And behold, there was a man in Jerusalem named Simeon, and the same was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Ghost was upon him. And it was revealed unto him by the Holy Ghost that he should not see death before he had seen the Lord's Messiah, and he came by the Spirit into the temple. And when the parents brought in the child Jesus, to do for him according to the custom of the law, then took he up in his arms, and blessed God, and said, Lord, now lettest thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation, which thou hast prepared before the face of all people, a light to lighten the Gentiles, and the glory of thy people, Israel. And Joseph and his mother marveled at the things which were spoken of him. The contrast between the helpless babe and the magnificence of his promised destiny kept them in a state of constant astonishment. And Simeon blessed them, and said unto Mary his mother, Behold, this child is set for the fall and the rising again of many in Israel, and for a sign that shall be spoken against. Yea, a sword shall pierce through thine own soul also, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed. This prophecy must have been a strange enigma to Mary. According to the prediction of the angel, her son was to be a triumphant king, to reign on the throne of his father David, to restore the old national prestige, and to make his people rulers over the whole earth. The great truth that the kingdom was not of this world, and the dominion a moral victory, that it was to be won through rejection, betrayal, denial, torture, and shameful death, that the Jewish nation were to be finally uprooted and scattered, all this was as much hidden from the eyes of Mary as from those of the whole nation. The gradual unveiling of this mystery was to test every character connected with it by the severest wrench of trial. The latent worldliness and pride of many, seemingly good, would be disclosed, and even the pure mother would be pierced to the very heart with the anguish of disappointed hopes. Such was the prophecy of which the life of Mary was a long fulfillment. The slow perplexity of finding an entirely different destiny for her son from the brilliant one foretold in prophetic symbols was to increase from year to year, till it culminated at the foot of the cross. The next we see of Mary is the scene in the temple where she seeks her son. It shows the social and cheerful nature of the boy, and the love in which he was held, that she should have missed him a whole day from her side without alarm, supposing that he was with the other children of the great family caravans traveling festively homeward from Jerusalem. Not finding him, she returns alarmed to Jerusalem, and after 3 days of fruitless search, finds him sitting in the school of the doctors of the temple. Her agitation and suppressed alarm betray themselves in her earnest and grieved words. Son, why hast thou dealt thus with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. The answer of Jesus was given with an unconscious artlessness, as a child of heaven might speak. Why did you seek me? Did you not know I would be at my Father's house? This was doubtless one of those peculiar outflashings of an inward light which sometimes break unconsciously from childhood, and it is said, they understood not the saying. It was but a gleam of the higher nature, and was gone in a moment, for it is said immediately that he went down with them unto Nazareth, and was subject to them. But it is added significantly, his mother kept all these sayings and pondered them in her heart. Then came 20 years of obscurity and silence, when Jesus lived the plain, literal life of a village mechanic. Is not this carpenter the son of Mary? They said of him when he appeared in the synagogue of his native village. How unaccountable to Mary must have appeared that silence! It was as if God had forgotten his promises. The son of her cousin Elizabeth, too, grew up and lived the life of an anchorite in the desert. It appears from his testimony afterwards that he kept up no personal acquaintance with Jesus, and knew him not, so that a sign from heaven was necessary to enable him to recognize the Messiah. From the specimens of the village gossip at the time of Christ's first public teaching in Nazareth, it appears that neither in the mother of Christ nor in Christ himself had his townfolk seen anything to excite expectation. In his last prayer, Jesus says to his Father, O righteous Father, the world hath not known thee. In like manner, Nazareth knew not Mary and Jesus. He was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. At last comes the call of John the Baptist. The wave of popular feeling rises, and Jesus leaves his mother to go to his baptism, his great initiation. The descending Spirit, the voice from heaven, ordain him to his work, but immediately the prophetic impulse drives him from the habitation of man, and for more than a month he wanders in the wilderness, on the borders of that spirit land where he encountered the temptations that were to fit him for his work. We shall see that the whole drift of these temptations was that he should use his miraculous powers and gifts for personal ends. He should create bread to satisfy the pangs of his own hunger, instead of waiting on the providence of God. He should cast himself from the pinnacles of the temple, that he might be upborne by angels, and so descend among the assembled multitude with the pomp and splendor befitting his station, instead of the toilsome way of a religious teacher, laboring for success through the slowly developing spiritual life of individuals. He should seek the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and spread his religion by their power. But in all the past traditions of the prophetic office, the supernatural power was always regarded as a sacred deposit, never to be used by its possessor for any private feeling or personal end. Elijah fasted 40 days in his wanderings without using this gift to supply his own wants, and Jesus, the greatest of the prophets, was the most utterly and thoroughly possessed with the unselfish spirit of the holy office, and repelled from him with indignation every suggestion of the tempter. When he returned from his seclusion in the desert, we find him once more in his mother's society, and we see them united in the episode of the marriage at Cana. His mother's mind is doubtless full of the mysterious change that is passed upon her son, and of triumph in his high calling. She knows that he has received the gift of miraculous power, though as yet he has never used it. It was most human and most natural and quite innocent that after so many years of patient waiting, she should wish to see this bright career of miracles begin. His family also might have felt some of the eagerness of family pride in the display of his gifts. When therefore, by an accident, the wedding festivities are at a stand, Mary turns to her son with the habit of a mother who has felt for years that she owned all that her son could do, and of a Jewish mother who had always commanded his reverence. She thinks to herself that he has the power of working miracles, and here is an opportunity to display it. She does not directly ask, but there is suggestion in the very manner in which she looks at him and says, "They have no wine." Immediately from him, usually so tender and yielding, comes an abrupt repulse. "Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come." What sacred vital spot has she touched unaware with her maternal hand? It is, although she knows it not, the very one which had been touched before by the enemy in the wilderness. This sacred, mysterious, awful gift of miracles was not his to use for any personal feeling or desire, not to gratify a mother's innocent ambition, or to please the family pride of kindred. And there is the earnestness of a sense of danger in the manner in which he throws off the suggestion, the same abrupt earnestness with which he afterwards rebuked Peter when he pleaded with him to avoid the reproaches and sufferings which lay in his path. The whole of this story is not told in full, but it is evident that the understanding between Jesus and his mother was so immediate that though he had reproved her for making the suggestion, she was still uncertain whether he might not yet see it consistent to perform the miracle. And so at once, leaving it to him in meek submission, she said to the servant standing by, "Whatsoever he saith unto you, do it." This tone to the servants, assumed by Mary, shows the scene to have occurred in the family of a kinsman, where she felt herself in the position of directness. After an interval of some time, Jesus commands the servants to fill the watering pots with water, and performs the desired miracle. We cannot enter into the secret sanctuary of that divine mind, nor know exactly what Jesus meant by saying, "Mine hour is not yet come." It was a phrase of frequent occurrence with him when asked to take steps in his life. Perhaps it was some inward voice or call by which he felt the divine will moving with his own, and he waited after the suggestion of Mary till this became clear to him. What he might not do from partial affection, he might do at the divine motion, as sanctioning that holy state of marriage which the Jewish law had done so much to make sacred. The first miracle of the Christian dispensation was wrought in honor of the family state, which the Mosaic dispensation had done so much to establish and confirm. The trials of Mary as a mother were still further complicated by the unbelief of her other children in the divine mission of Jesus. His brethren had the usual worldly view of who and what the Messiah was to be. He was to come as a conquering king with pomp of armies and reign in Jerusalem. This silent, prayerful brother of theirs, who had done nothing but work at his trade, wander in the wilderness and pray and preach, even though gifted with miraculous power, does not seem in the least to them like a king and conqueror. He may be a prophet, but as the great Messiah they cannot believe in him. They fear, in fact, that he is losing his senses in wild, fanatical expectation. We have a scene given by St. John where his brethren urge him, if he is the Messiah and has divine power, to go up to Jerusalem and make a show of it at once. The Feast of Tabernacles is at hand, and his brethren say to him, "Depart hence and go into Judea, that thy disciples may see the works that thou doest. If thou do these things, show thyself to the world." For neither did his brethren believe on him. Then said Jesus, "My time is not yet come, but your time is always ready. The world cannot hate you, but me it hateth, because I testify of it, that the works thereof are evil. Go ye up to this feast. I go not up yet, for my time is not yet full come." To the practical worldly eye, Jesus was wasting his time and energies. If he was to set up a kingdom, why not go to Jerusalem, work splendid miracles, enlist the chief priests and scribes, rouse the national spirit, unfurl the standard, and conquer? Instead of that, he begins his ministry by choosing 2 or 3 poor men as disciples, and going on foot from village to village, preaching repentance. He is simply doing the work of a home missionary. True, there come reports of splendid miracles, but they are wrought in obscure places among very poor people, and apparently with no motive but the impulse of compassion and love to the suffering. Then he is exhausting himself in labors. He is thronged by the crowds of the poor and sorrowful, till he has no time so much as to eat. His brethren, taking the strong, coarse, worldly view of the matter, think he is destroying himself, and that he ought to be taken home by his friends with friendly violence till he recover the balance of his mind. As it is said by one evangelist, they went out to lay hands on him, for they said, he is beside himself. Thus the prophecy is fulfilling. He is a sign that is spoken against. The thoughts of many hearts are being revealed through him, and the sword is piercing deeper and deeper every day into the heart of his mother. Her heart of heart is touched, and this son is her life. She is filled with anxiety. She longs to go to him. They need not lay hands on him. She will speak to him. He who always loved her voice, and for so many years has been subject to her, will surely come back with her. In this hour of her life, Mary is the type of the trial through which all mothers must pass at the time when they are called on to resign a son to his destiny in the world, and to feel that he is theirs no more, that henceforth he belongs to another life, other duties and affections than theirs. Without this experience of sorrow, Mary would have been less dear to the heart of mortal woman and mother. Jesus, meanwhile, is surrounded by an eager crowd to whom he is teaching the way to God. He is in that current of joy above all joy where he can see the new immortal life springing up under his touch. He feels in himself the ecstasy of that spiritual vigor which he is awakening in all around him. He is comforting the mourner, opening the eyes of the spiritually blind, and lighting the fire of heavenly love in cold and comfortless hearts. Love without bounds, the love of the shepherd and the bishop of souls, flows from him to the poor whom he is enriching. The ecstatic moment is interrupted by a message. Thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. With a burst of heavenly love he spreads his arms toward the souls whom he is guiding, and says, Who is my mother, and who are my brethren? My mother and my brethren are these that hear the word of God and do it. For whosoever will do the will of my Father in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. As well attempt to imprison the light of the joyous sun in one dwelling, as to bound the infinite love of Jesus by one family. There was an undoubted purpose in the record of these two places where Jesus so positively declares that he had risen to a sphere with which his maternal relations had nothing to do. They were set as a warning and a protest, in advance, against that idolatry of the woman and mother, the advent of which he must have foreseen. In the same manner we learn that, while he was teaching, a woman cried out in enthusiasm, Blessed be the womb that bore thee, and the paps that thou hast sucked. But he answered, Yea, rather blessed are they that hear the word of God and do it. In the same grave spirit of serious admonition, he checked the delight of his disciples when they exulted in miraculous gifts. Lord, even the devils were subject unto us. Rejoice not that the devils are subject to you, but rather rejoice that your names are written in heaven. Undoubtedly an hour was found to console and quiet the fears of his mother, so far as in the nature of the case they could be consoled. But the radical difficulty, with her as his own disciples, lay in the fixed and rooted idea of the temporal messianic kingdom. There was an awful depth of sorrow before them, to which every day was bringing them nearer. It was pathetic to see how Jesus was moving daily among friends that he loved, and to whom he knew that his career was to be of the bitterest anguish and disappointment. He tried in the plainest words to tell them the scenes of his forthcoming trial, rejection, suffering, death, and resurrection. Words so plain that we wonder anyone could hear them and not understand. And yet it is written, They understood not his saying. They questioned one with another what the rising from the dead should mean. They discussed offices and stations in the new kingdom, and contended who should be greatest. When the mother of James and John asked the place of honor for her sons, he looked at her with a pathetic patience. Ye know not what ye ask. Can ye drink of the cup that I shall drink? Can ye be baptized with my baptism? They said, We are able. He answered, with the scenes of the cross in view, Ye shall indeed drink of the cup I shall drink, and be baptized with my baptism. But to sit on my right hand and my left is not mine to give. It shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father. We see no more of Mary till we meet her again standing with the beloved John at the foot of the cross. The supreme hour is come. The sword has gone to the depths. All that she hoped is blasted, and all that she feared is come. In this hour, when faith and hope were both darkened, Mary stood by the power of love. She stood by the cross. The words are characteristic and wonderful. We see still the same intense, outwardly collected woman who met the salutation of the angel with calm inquiry, and accepted glory and danger with such self-surrender, silent, firm, sustained in her anguish as in her joy. After years of waiting and hope deferred, after such glorious miracles, such mighty deeds and words, such evident tokens of God's approval, she sees her Son forsaken by God and man. To hers, as to no other mortal ears, must have sounded that death cry, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" But through all, Mary stood. She did not faint or fall. She was resolved to drink of his cup to the last bitter dregs. Though the whole world turned against him, though God himself seems to forsake him, she will stand by him, she will love him, she will adore him till death and after, and forever. The dying words of Jesus have been collected and arranged by the Church in a rosary, pearls brought up from the depths of a profound agony, and of precious value in all sorrow. Of those 7 last words, it is remarkable what a proportion were words for other than himself. The first sharp pang of torture wrung for him the prayer, "Father, forgive them, they know not what they do." The second was a word of pardon and comfort to the penitent thief. The third, the commendation of his mother to his beloved friend. If any mortal creature might be said to have entered into the sufferings of the great atonement with Jesus, it was his mother in those last hours. Never has sorrow presented itself in a form so venerable. Here is a depth of anguish which inspires awe as well as tenderness. The magnificent Stabat Mater, in which the Church commemorates Mary's agony, is an outburst with which no feeling heart can refuse sympathy. We rejoice when again we meet her, after the resurrection, in the company of all the faithful, waiting to receive that promised illumination of the Holy Spirit, which solved every mystery and made every doubt clear. In all this history we see the picture of a woman belonging to that rare and beautiful class who approached the nearest to our ideal of angelic excellence. We see a woman in whom the genius and fire of the poet and prophetess is tempered by a calm and equable balance of the intellect, a woman not only to feel deeply, but to examine calmly and come to just results, and to act with energy befitting every occasion. Hers are the powers which might, in the providence of God, have had a public mission, but they are all concentrated in the nobler yet secret mission of the mother. She lived and acted in her Son, not in herself. There seems to be evidence that both Jesus and his mother had that constitutional delicacy and refinement that made solitude and privacy peculiarly dear, and the hurry and bustle and inevitable vulgarities of a public career a trial. Mary never seems to have sought to present herself as a public teacher, and in the one instance when she sought her Son in public, it was from the tremulous anxiety of a mother's affection, rather than the self-assertion of a mother's pride. In short, Mary is presented to us as the mother, and the mother alone, seeking no other sphere. Like a true mother, she passed out of herself into her Son, and the life that she lived was in him, and in the sacred self-abnegation, she must forever remain the one ideal type of perfect motherhood. This entire absence of self-seeking and self-assertion is the crowning perfection of Mary's character, the steadiness, the silent reticence with which she held herself subject to God's will, waiting calmly on his providence, never by a hasty word or an imprudent action marring the divine order or seeking to place self in the foreground, is an example which we may all take reverently to our own bosoms. We may not adore, but we may love her. She herself would not that we turn from her Son to invoke her, but we may tenderly rejoice in the feeling so common in the primitive church, that in drawing near to Jesus, we draw near to all the holy who were dear to him, and so to her, the most blessed among women. We long to know more of this hidden life of Mary on earth, but it is a comfort to remember that these splendid souls with whom the Bible makes us acquainted are neither dead nor lost. If we hear the word of God and do it, we may hope some day to rise to the world where we shall find them, and ask of them all those untold things which our hearts yearn to know. End of Mary, Mother of Jesus, by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Mary, the Mythical Madonna, by Harriet Beecher Stowe, published in 1874. Recorded for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in June 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mary, the Mythical Madonna. No woman that ever lived on the face of the earth has been an object of such wonder, admiration, and worship as Mary, the mother of Jesus. Around her, poetry, painting, and music have raised clouds of ever-shifting colors, splendid as those around the setting sun. Exalted above earth, she has been shown to us as a goddess, yet a goddess of a type wholly new. She is not Venus, nor Minerva, nor Ceres, nor Vesta. No goddess of classical antiquity or of any other mythology at all resembles that ideal being whom Christian art and poetry present to us in Mary. Neither is she like all of them united. She differs from them as Christian art differs from classical, wholly and entirely. Other goddesses have been worshipped for beauty, for grace, for power. Mary has been the goddess of poverty and sorrow, of pity and mercy, and as suffering is about the only certain thing in human destiny, she has numbered her adorers in every land and climate and nation. In Mary, womanhood in its highest and tenderest development of the mother has been the object of worship. Motherhood with large capacities for sorrow, with the memory of bitter sufferings, with sympathies large enough to embrace every anguish of humanity, such an object of veneration has inconceivable power. The art history that has gradually grown up around the personality of the Madonna is entirely mythical. It is a long poem, recorded in many a legend or tradition, and one which one may see represented scene after scene in many a shrine and church and monastery devoted to her honor. According to these apocryphal accounts, the marvels begin before her birth. Her parents, Joachim and Anna, of the royal race of David, are childless, and bitterly grieved on this account. On a great festival day, when Joachim brings the double offering to the Lord, he is rejected by the priest, saying, "It is not lawful for thee to bring thine offering, since thou hast not begotten issue in Israel." And Joachim was exceedingly sorrowful, and went away into the wilderness, and fasted 40 days and 40 nights, and said, "Until the Lord my God look upon mine affliction, my only meat shall be prayer." Then follows a long account of the affliction of Anna, and how she sat down under a laurel tree in the garden, and bemoaned herself and prayed. Quote, "And behold, the angel of the Lord stood by her, and said, Anna, thy prayer is heard. Thou shalt bring forth, and thy child shall be blessed through the whole world. See also, thy husband Joachim is coming with his shepherds, for an angel hath comforted him also. And Anna went forth to meet her husband, and Joachim came from the pasture, and they met at the golden gate. And Anna ran and embraced her husband, and said, Now know I that the Lord hath blessed me." End quote. Then comes the birth of the auspicious infant, with all manner of signs of good omen. Quote, "And when the child was 3 years old, Joachim said, 'Let us invite the daughters of Israel, that they may each take a taper and a lamp, and attend on her, that the child may not turn back from the temple of the Lord. And being come to the temple, they place her on the first step. And she ascended all the steps to the altar, and the high priest received her there, and kissed her, and blessed her, saying, Mary, the Lord hath magnified thy name to all generations. In thee shall all nations of the earth be blessed.'" End quote. A magnificent picture by Titian in the Academy at Venice represents this scene. Everything about it is in gorgeous style, except the little Mary, who is a very literal, earthy, chubby bit of flesh and blood, and not in the least celestial. In the church of Santa Maria della Salute in Venice, however, the child Mary going up the temple steps is a perfect little angel with a cloud of golden hair. Then we have flocks of pictures representing the sacred girlhood of Mary. She is vowed to the temple service, and spins and weaves and embroiders the purple and fine linen for sacerdotal purposes. She is represented as looked upon with awe and veneration by all the holy women who remain in the courts of the Lord, especially by the prophetess Anna, who declares to her her high destiny. It is recorded that her life was sustained by the ministry of angels who daily visited and brought to her the bread of paradise and the water of the river of life. It is the tradition of the Greek Church that Mary alone of all her sex was allowed to enter the Holy of Holies and pray before the Ark of the Covenant. In her 14th year, the priest announced to her that it was time for her to be given in marriage, but she declared that she had vowed a life of virginity, and declined. But the high priest told her that he had received a message from the Lord, and so she submitted. Then the high priest inquired of the Lord, and was bid to order all the widowers of the people to come, each with his rod in his hand, that the Lord might choose one by a sign. And Joseph the carpenter came with the rest, and presented his rod, and lo, a white dove flew from it, and settled upon his head. According to St. Jerome, however, the tradition has another version. The rods of the candidates were placed in the temple overnight, and lo, in the morning Joseph's rod had burst forth in leaves and flowers. The painting by Raphael in the Brera at Milan, as fresh in color now as if but of yesterday, gives the medieval conception of that wedding. Then come pictures of the wonderful Annunciation, thick as lilies in a meadow. The angel rainbow wings, bedropped with gold, drift noiselessly like a cloud into the oratory where the Holy Virgin is in prayer, and bring her the wonderful story. The visitation to her cousin Elizabeth, the birth of the infant Jesus, the visit of the shepherds, the adoration of the Magi, come to our minds with a confused and dazzling memory of all that human art can do, with splendor of colors and richness of fancy to embellish the theme. The presentation in the temple, the flight into Egypt, the repose by the way, the home life at Nazareth, each has its clusters of mythical stories that must be understood to read aright the paintings that tell them. We behold angels bending the branches of the trees to give the sacred wanderers fruit, angels everywhere ministering about the simple offices of life, pouring water to wash the infant, holding the napkin, playing around him. Then come the darker scenes of the Passion, the Via Dolorosa, the Station by the Cross, the sepulchres in which all of pathos that human art can produce has been employed to celebrate the memory of that mother's sorrows. There is the very ancient tradition spoken of by St. Ambrose in the 4th century as being then generally believed that Christ, after his resurrection, appeared first to his mother. She who had his last cares for anything earthly was first to welcome his victory over death. The story, as given by Mrs. Jameson in her Legends of the Madonna, is that Mary, when all was finished, retired to her solitude to pray and wait for the promised resurrection. And while she prayed, with the open volume of the prophecies before her, a company of angels entered, waving their palms and singing, and then came Jesus, in white, having in his left hand the standard of the cross, as one just returned from Hades, victorious over sin and death, and with him came patriarchs and prophets and holy saints of old. But the mother was not comforted till she heard the voice of her son. Then he raised his hand and blessed her, and said, I salute thee, O my mother. And she fell upon his neck, weeping tears of joy. Then he bade her be comforted, and weep no more, for the pain of death had passed away, and the gates of hell had not prevailed against him. And she thanked him meekly on her knees, that he had been pleased to bring redemption to man, and make her the humble instrument of his mercy. This legend has something in it so grateful to human sympathies that the heart involuntarily believes it. Though the sacred record is silent, we may believe that he who loved his own unto the end did not forget his mother in her hour of deepest anguish. After the resurrection, the only mention made of Mary by the evangelists is an incidental one in the first part of Acts. She is spoken of as remaining in prayer with a small band of Christian disciples, waiting for the promised Spirit which descended upon the day of Pentecost. After this, she fades from our view entirely. According to the mythical history, however, her career of wonder and glory is only begun. Imagination blossoms and runs wild in a tropical landscape of poetic glories. Mary is now the mother of the Christian Church. Before departing on their divine missions, the apostles come and solicit her blessing. The apocryphal books detail at length the circumstances of her death and burial, and the ascension of her glorified body to heaven, commonly called the Assumption. We make a few extracts. Quote, And on a certain day the heart of Mary was filled with an inexpressible longing to behold her divine Son, and she wept abundantly. And lo, an angel appeared before her, clothed in light as in a garment, and he saluted her and said, Hail, O Mary, blessed be he that giveth salvation to Israel. I bring thee here a palm branch, gathered in paradise. Command that it be carried before thy bier on the day of thy death. For in 3 days thy soul shall leave thy body, and thou shalt enter paradise, where thy Son awaits thy coming. End quote. Mary requested in reply 3 things: the name of the angel, that she might once more see the apostles before her departure, and that on leaving the body no evil spirit should have power to affright her soul. The angel declared his name to be the Great and Wonderful, promised the reunion of the apostles around her dying bed, and assured her against the powers of darkness. End quote. And having said these words, the angels departed into heaven, and lo, the palm branch which he had left shed light in every leaf, and sparkled as the stars of the morning. Then Mary lighted the lamps and prepared her bed and waited for the hour to come. And in the same instant John, who was preaching in Ephesus, and Peter, who was preaching at Antioch, and all the other apostles, who were dispersed in different parts of the world, were suddenly caught up by a miraculous power and found themselves before the habitation of Mary. When Mary saw them all around her, she blessed and thanked the Lord, and placed in the hands of St. John the shining palm, and desired that he should bear it at the time of her burial. End quote. It is then recorded that at the 3rd hour of the night there came a sound as of a rushing mighty wind upon the house, and the chamber was filled with a heavenly odor, and Jesus himself appeared with a great train of patriarchs and prophets, who surrounded the dying bed, singing hymns of joy. And Jesus said to his mother, quote, Arise, my beloved, mine elect, come with me from Lebanon, mine espoused, and receive the crown prepared for thee. End quote. And Mary answered, quote, My heart is ready. In the book is it written of me, Lo, I come to do thy will. End quote. Then amid songs of angels, the soul of Mary left her body and passed to the arms of Jesus. A beautiful little picture by Fra Angelico represents this scene. The soul of Mary is seen as an infant in the arms of Jesus, who now looks down on it with heavenly tenderness. The lifeless form, as it lies surrounded by the weeping apostles, has that sacred and touching beauty that so often seals with the seal of heaven the face of the dead. It is a picture painted by the heart, and worthy to be remembered for a lifetime. Then follows an account of the funeral and where the body was laid. But, like that of Jesus, it was not destined to see corruption, and on the morning of the third day she rose in immortal youth and beauty, and ascended to heaven amid troops of angels, blowing their silver trumpets and singing as they rose. Quote, Who is she that riseth fair as the moon, clear as the sun, terrible as an army with banners? End quote. The legend goes on to say that Thomas was not present, and that when he arrived, he refused to believe in her resurrection, and desired that her tomb should be opened, and when it was opened, it was found full of lilies and roses. Then Thomas, looking up to heaven, beheld her in glory, and she, for the assurance of his faith, threw down to him her girdle. Thus far the legends. Footnote. The sources from which these are drawn are the apocryphal books of the New Testament. End footnote. One may stand in the Academy in Venice and see the scene of Mary's Ascension in the great picture of Titian, who seems to lift one off one's feet and fairly draw one upward in its glory of color and its ecstasy of triumphant joy. It is a charming feature in this picture that the Holy Mother is represented as borne up by myriads of lovely little children. Such a picture is a vivid rendering to the eye of the spirit of the age which produced it. Once started, the current of enthusiasm for the Madonna passed all bounds and absorbed itself into all that belonged to the Savior of mankind. All the pity, the mercy, the sympathy of Jesus were forgotten and overshadowed in the image of this divine mother. Christ, to the mind of the Middle Ages, was only the awful judge, whom Michelangelo painted in his terrific picture grasping thunderbolts and dealing damnation on the lost, while his pitiful mother hides her eyes from the sight. Dr. Pusey, in his Irenicon, traces the march of Mariolatry through all the countries of the world. He shows how to Mary had been ascribed, one after another, all the divine attributes and offices, how she was represented commanding her Son in heaven with the authority of a mother, and how he is held to owe to her submissive obedience. How she, being identified with him in all that he is and does, is received with him in the sacrament, and is manifest in the real presence. In short, how by the enormous growth of an idea there comes to be at last no God but Mary. Martin Luther describes in his early experiences how completely the idea of the true Redeemer was hidden from his mind by this style of representation, that in the ceremony of the Mass he trembled, and his knees sunk under him for fear, on account of the presence of Christ the Judge of the earth. When we look back to the earlier ecclesiastical history, we find no trace of all this peculiar veneration. None of the apocryphal Gospels have higher antiquity than the 3rd or 4th century. In Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, article Mary, this question is settled by a comprehensive statement. What, the writer says, was the origin of this cultus? Certainly not the Bible. There is not a word there from which it could be inferred, nor in the creeds, nor in the fathers of the first 5 centuries. We may trace every page they have left us, and we shall find nothing of the kind. There is nothing of the sort in the supposed works of Hermas and Barnabas, nor in the real works of Clement, Ignatius, and Polycarp. That is, the doctrine is not to be found in the 1st century. There is nothing in Justin Martyr, Tatian, Anaxagoras, Theophilus, Clement of Alexandria, Tertullian, that is to say, nothing in the 2nd century." End quote. In the same manner, he reviews the authors of the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th century, and shows that there are no traces of this style of feeling. Moreover, he cites passages from the Christian fathers of the first 3 or 4 centuries, where Mary is as freely spoken of and criticized and represented subject to sins of infirmity as other Christians. Tertullian speaks of her unbelief. Origen interprets the sword that should pierce through her heart as unbelief, and in the 4th century St. Basil gives the same interpretation. In the 5th century, St. Chrysostom accuses her of excessive ambition and foolish arrogance and vainglory in wishing to speak with Jesus while engaged in public ministries. Several others are quoted, commenting upon her in a manner that must be painful to the sensibility of even those who never cherished for her a superstitious veneration. No person of delicate appreciation of character can read the brief narrative of the New Testament and not feel that such comments do great injustice to the noblest and loveliest among women. The character of Mary has suffered by reaction from the idolatrous and fulsome adoration which has been bestowed on her. In the height of the controversy between Protestants and the Romish Church, there has been a tendency to the side of unjust depreciation on the part of the former, to make up for the unscriptural excesses of the latter. What, then, was the true character of Mary, highly favored and blessed among women? It can only be inferred by the most delicate analysis of the little that the Scripture has given. This we reserve for another article, Mary, the Mother of Jesus, which is included in this collection. End of Mary, the Mythical Madonna by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
An essay on the operas after the Italian manner by John Dennis, published 1706. Read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Beeswax Candle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An essay on the operas after the Italian manner, which are about to be established on the English stage, with some reflections on the damage which they may bring to the public, by Mr. Dennis. The Preface. This small treatise is only levelled against those operas which are entirely musical, for those which are dramatical may be partly defended by the examples of the ancients. We have endeavoured to show in the following treatise that the English stage is like to be overthrown by the progress of these new operas. It would be easy here to show the importance of that stage to the public, that people must and will have diversions, and that a great and flourishing people will have public diversions, that if the government does not take care to provide reasonable diversions for them, they will not fail to provide such for themselves as are without reason. That unreasonable ones are pernicious to government, and that reasonable ones are advantageous to it. That pleasure of sense being too much indulged makes reason cease to be a pleasure, and by consequence is contrary both to public and private duty. That the drama of all reasonable diversions is the best that has ever been invented at once to delight and instruct the world. That it has never flourished but in 3 or 4 of the bravest nations that have been since the world began, and that in the most flourishing states of those nations. And that a people must have a very good share of virtue as well as understanding, before they can receive it among them. That it is so very agreeable to good government, that most of the great men who have writ the art of governing, from Plato down to Harrington, have writ either plays or directions or rules for the stage. That some of the greatest monarchs and greatest ministers of state have not only encouraged plays, but have writ them themselves, that some of the greatest philosophers have done the same, that here in England, indeed, 2 or 3 formal affected bigots have endeavoured to contradict all these and the common sense of men, and upon a pretence of making all men good Christians, which Christ and his apostles have so often told us never will be, have actually made thousands 10 times worse than they would have been without them. That the consequence of their writings has been that plays have been for some years discouraged, and diversions established in the room of them, that have really been, and are like to be 10 times more prejudicial to the public than ever plays were pretended to be. That one of those diversions has been gaming, which has done unspeakable harm to both sexes in every part of the town. That gaming, since the publishing the books against the stage, has increased 10-fold, and that the number of bankrupts during that time has been as much augmented, that the number of cuckolds in all likelihood has advanced proportionably, that gaming, by giving men a privilege to be familiar with, and sometimes rude to women, removes that awe which nature has placed between the sexes as a strongest bulwark of chastity. That when a young lady, even of the strictest and most unblemished honour, loses a sum of money which she dare not own to her relations, and which she cannot pay without them, and loses it to a young agreeable fellow who perhaps loves her, and has a secret design upon her, she finds a temptation that tries her utmost virtue. We have endeavoured to show in the following treatise, by the force of reason, that the Italian opera, another entertainment which is about to be established in the room of plays, is a diversion of more pernicious consequence than the most licentious play that ever has appeared upon the stage. It would be no hard matter to support those proofs by the authorities of some of the most celebrated authors among the ancients and moderns, but we shall content ourselves with that of Boileau, because he is equally famed for judgment and sincerity, excepting matters in which his king is concerned, and is known by all the world to be perfectly master of the subject. Let us see, then, what this celebrated author, who has approved of plays in so solemn and public a manner, says in relation to operas. The passage is in his 10th Satyr, which is writ by way of a letter to a friend, to advise him not to marry.
L'épouse que tu prends, sans tache en sa conduite, aux vertus, m'a-t-on dit, dans port royal instruite, aux lois de son devoir, règle tous ses désirs. Mais qui peut t'assurer qu'invincible au plaisir, chez toi, dans une vie ouverte à la licence, elle conservera sa première innocence. Par toi-même, bientôt conduite à l'opéra, de quel air penses-tu que ta sainte verra d'un spectacle enchanteur la pompe harmonieuse, ses danses, ses héros à voix luxurieuse, entendra ses discours sur l'amour seul roulant, ses doucereux Renaud, ses insensés Roland, saura d'eux qu'à l'amour, comme au seul Dieu suprême, on doit immoler tout, jusques à la vertu même, qu'on ne saurait trop tôt se laisser enflammer, qu'on n'a reçu du ciel un cœur que pour aimer, et tous ces lieux communs de morale lubrique que Lully a réchauffés des sons de sa musique. Mais de quel mouvement dans son cœur excité sentira-t-elle alors tous ses sens agités? Je ne te réponds pas qu'au retour moins timide, digne écolière enfin d'Angélique ou d'Armide, elle n'aille à l'instant, pleine de ses doux sons, avec quelques Médor pratiquer ses leçons. Supposons toutefois qu'encore fidèle et pure, sa vertu de ce choc revienne sans laissure.
Which is thus in English: The wife of whom thou art about to make choice, having been hitherto unblemished in her conduct, and brought up, as they tell us, within Port Royal, in the practice of every virtue, regulates her passions by reason's severe rule. But who can assure thee that she will still remain victorious over pleasure, and still preserve her original innocence, when thou hast once made her mistress of her own conduct? As soon as she is ushered by her uxorious husband to the opera, With what air dost thou think the young saint will hold the harmonious pomp of an enchanting spectacle? Those wanton dancers, those heroes with luxurious voices. With what air dost thou think she will listen to a discourse that riles upon love alone, to those mad Orlandos, to those melting Rinaldos, hearing from them that we ought to sacrifice all, nay, even virtue itself, to love, as to the only supreme divinity, that we can never suffer ourselves to take fire too soon, that bounteous heaven has bestowed a heart upon us only that we might love, and all those commonplaces of slippery morals to which Lully has given fresh fire by the charms of his music. Then how will she be melted? How transported? How will every sense be shaken in her? I dare not assure thee that as she comes back, throwing off that awe which has hitherto been a restraint upon her, and having all her soul possessed with those melting sounds, she does not instantly withdraw to some convenient retirement, and with some young Medoro bring these fine speculations to practice. Yet let us suppose for once that she comes back as faithful and as chaste as she went from this dangerous shock, etc. Nothing can be fuller than this passage of Boileau. We could easily make it appear that Plato and Cicero are of the same opinion. But what need can there be of authorities when we can show by experience what influence the soft and effeminate measures of the Italian opera has upon the minds and manners of men? The modern Italians have the very same sun and soil which the ancient Romans had, yet are their manners directly opposite. Their men are neither virtuous, nor wise, nor valiant, and they who have reason to know their women never trust them out of their sight. 'Tis impossible to give any reason of so great a difference between the ancient Romans and the modern Italians, but only luxury, and the reigning luxury of modern Italy is that soft and effeminate music which abounds in the Italian opera. And if music of the same nature has not as yet had the same influence on France, it is because the French music is by no means so meltingly moving as the Italian, and that the effect of the charm has been in some measure retarded by the whole nation's having been in arms for so many years together. There is one observation which naturally occurs here, and with which we will conclude this preface, and that is that the alterations which have been made in the entertainment of the stage for these last 10 years seem to have had some influence even upon common society. For as sense upon the stage seems to have given place to sound, the same thing appears to have happened in familiar conversation, which is reduced to such a level among all sorts of people as perhaps never was known in the world before. For go where you will, either among kits or courtiers, among men of sense or blockheads, the conversation rolls most upon 2 points, which are news and toasting. Now this is certain, that a very solemn dull fool makes a very pretty newsmonger, and a very empty errant coxcomb a very accomplished toaster. Essay upon the operas. There appears to have been of late years a combination of all sorts of people to set up operas and entertainments of singing and dancing in the room of dramatic poems. At a time when we are contending with our enemies for our very being, we are awkwardly aping their luxuries and their vices, which we neglected or contemned while we were at full peace with them, as if by a certain foreboding delusion we are preparing ourselves for slavery, and endeavouring to make ourselves agreeable to our new masters. But that so many people of great quality and of greater parts, lovers of their country and encouragers of art and of poetry more particularly, should prove so zealous in the encouraging and promoting entertainments which tend so directly to the detriment of the public, to the detriment of arts, and especially of expiring poetry, entertainments which are so directly contrary to their nobler pleasures and their real interests, can proceed from nothing but that weight of affairs which oppresses them, and deprives them of time and leisure to consider deliberately of these things. There is no man living who has either a higher esteem than myself for their natural and acquired endowments, or a greater veneration for their restless endeavours to promote the real good of their country and all other things. and I depend upon those great qualities, upon their exquisite discernment, their exact justice, and their magnanimous spirit of liberty, when I presume to oppose a popular and prevailing caprice, and to defend the English stage, which, together with our English liberties, has descended to us from our ancestors, to defend it against that deluge of mortal foes which would come pouring in from the continent, to drive out the Muses, its old inhabitants, and seat themselves in their stead, that while the English arms are everywhere victorious abroad, the English arts may not be vanquished and oppressed at home by the invasion of foreign luxury. There is no man living who is more convinced than myself of the power of harmony, or more penetrated by the charms of music. I know very well that music makes a considerable part both of eloquence and of poetry, and therefore to endeavour to decry it fully would be as well a foolish as an ungrateful task, since the very efforts which we should make against it would only serve to declare its excellence, it being impossible to succeed in them, but by supplies which we should borrow from its own harmony. Music may be made profitable as well as delightful, if it is subordinate to some nobler art, and subservient to reason. But if it presumes not only to degenerate from its ancient severity, from its sacred solemnity, but to set up for itself and to grow independent, as it does in our late operas, it becomes a mere sensual delight, utterly incapable of informing the understanding or of reforming the will, and for that very reason utterly unfit to be made a public diversion. And then, the more charming it grows, it becomes the more pernicious. Since when it is once habitual, it must so far debauch the minds of men as to make them incapable of those reasonable diversions which have got the just possession of the stage. Thus, unless we use timely prevention, the British muse is as like to meet the same fate that Tithonius is said to have done of old, who had no other fruit of his immortality than to see himself deprived by the length of days of all his strength, his spirit, and his towering thoughts, and eaten and consumed by the jaws of time, till nothing remained of him but an empty voice. 'Tis undeniable that in whatever countries operas have been established after the manner of Italy, they have driven out poetry from among that people. 'Tis now more than 100 years since the very species of poets have disappeared in Italy, and at present there is not so much as one poet in so vast a kingdom as France, allowing Boileau to be superannuated. In the beginning of this war, we were perhaps the only people in Europe who could justly boast of freedom or of poetry. We have indeed very bravely defended our liberties, but we have at the same time abandoned our poetry to the very nations who have attacked the other, and by I know not what whimsy of fate, while in the field we have been knocking their bravest men on the head, we have been caressing and hugging the off-scouring of them at home. That poetry is like from the progress of music to have the same fate in England that it met with in France and Italy, we have very good reason to believe, when we consider that of late years they who have had some talent for writing have, for the most part, still writ worse and worse, and when that which has been well writ has been worse received by our audiences, when those audiences will hardly suffer a play that is not interlarded with singing and dancing, whereas these are become theatrical entertainments, without anything of the drama, when our people of quality, utterly neglecting English comedy and tragedy, give such encouragement to Italian music, that if they gave but the like to the proper entertainments of the stage, the English would infallibly excel both ancients and moderns. That this alteration in the writers and audiences is to be ascribed to the progress of music, rather than attributed to any unknown cause, or imputed to fancy, or the inconstancy of the people, we shall now very clearly show. Man is so very fantastical a creature, that perhaps he owes his best and his worthiest actions to what may properly be called his weakness, that is, to his vanity, or his love of glory. For though that depends upon an opinion of excellence, which is almost always false, and is therefore truly a weakness, yet it gives the mind a force, an elevation, and an enthusiasm which it has not without it, and which make it capable of quite other things than it was before. Now, the greater the action is that anyone designs, the more is required of so impetuous a motive to execute it. But the writing a tragedy, or an epic poem, being perhaps the greatest thing that a man can design, and it being impossible to succeed in poetry without enthusiasm, the epic, the tragic, and indeed all poets who aspire to the greater poetry, have occasion for so enthusiastic a motive as the love of glory. If they write with any other view than to be praised, than to be admired, they must certainly write contemptibly. Nay, they ought to propose to themselves to raise their reputations equal to the first of men, to place themselves among the benefactors of mankind, and rank their glory with the deathless fame of the heroes whom they celebrate. But that this vanity may be nourished and supported in them, they must actually find themselves praised by the best of men, and meet with an admiration equal to the idea which they conceive of their labours. But if either that praise is wanting, or if it is shared by the professors of inferior or illiberal arts, if upon the very stage, the capital of the Muses' dominion and the poet's domain, not only composers, but even singers and dancers meet with greater applause and greater encouragement, what wonder if their pride is immediately mortified, and their fire extinguished? Thus music has caused so great a change in our writers, because it has wrought so great a one in our audiences. And it will certainly work a greater in both if it goes on triumphantly, for the generality of our audiences are far more capable of a pleasure of sense than of a delight of reason. Now music that is not subservient to reason, especially if it be soft and effeminate, is a mere delight of sense, and as somebody has observed that friendship grows insipid to those who have tasted of love, it grows exceeding difficult, even for those who are capable of the severe delights of reason, to make a pleasing return to them, if they have at any time left them for the bewitching pleasure of sense. Man naturally pursues pleasure, and flies from pain, and endeavours to be happy at as little expense as he can, and therefore the delights of sense are preferred to reasonable pleasures, because the soul takes in the first without any effort, but the last require severe preparation, or at the least attention. In short, if 'tis so hard to part with sensual pleasures after they are once become habitual, though all a man's interest and his whole reputation require it, how much more difficult it must be when these two motives are wanting. Perhaps, too, the pride and vanity that is in mankind may determine the generality to give into music at the expense of poetry. Men love to enjoy their pleasures entirely, and not to have them restrained by awe or curbed by mortification. Now there are but few judicious spectators at our dramatic representations, since none can be so, but who, with great endowments of nature, have had a very generous education, and the rest are frequently mortified by passing foolish judgments. But in music the case is vastly different. To judge of that requires only use and a fine ear, which the footman often has a great deal finer than his master. In short, a man without common sense may very well judge of what a man writes without common sense, and without common sense composes. Since, then, we have made it appear so plainly that by introducing entertainments of mere music among us, we must of necessity banish poetry, let us now inquire of what consequence the doing that must be to the reputation and interest of England. Now the interest and reputation of any nature consists in power, as power consists in the wisdom, numbers, and spirit of the people. But the chiefest of these is the spirit, since that is capable of making the other two. But without that, the other two are of no significancy. Now public spirit includes two things, zeal and affection, for the honour and interest of one's country, and courage and resolution to put anything in practice that may promote its service or glory. Now if we can show that poetry augments this spirit wherever it finds it, and sometimes begets it where it was not before, and that mere music, such as that of our operas, is so far from begetting the spirit where it was not before, or from augmenting it where it meets with it, that it has a natural tendency to the diminishing it and destroying it, then I hope it will be readily granted that since public entertainments of mere music and poetry are incompatible, and that we must banish one and retain the other, it will be reasonable to banish the opera and not poetry. If the entertainment which we have from our operas is a mere sensual pleasure, which says nothing either to enlighten the understanding or to convert the will, it is impossible to conceive how it can either raise the passions to correct them, or infuse generous sentiments into the soul, to exalt and confirm the reason, or to inspire public spirit and public virtue, and elevated notions of liberty. It belongs to poetry only to teach public virtue and public spirit, and a noble contempt of death, with an expression and with an air becoming of its godlike notions. That alone can worthily tell mankind that we were not born for ourselves, that we were framed and contrived for society by an all-wise Maker, and that the greatest of men are miserable if they are long in solitude. That so great is the sympathy of souls that it is impossible for a thinking man to be happy but in the common felicity of his fellow creatures. That he who never did anything to promote that, never felt perfect pleasure, that man has evidently more pleasure, even of sense, from those acts by which he maintains his species than he has from those by which he preserves himself. What raptures of mind must those heroes feel whose virtue has been the preserver of nations and made a world happy? That great minds bravely contemn death to further that felicity, that fate is unavoidable to mankind, that 30, 40, 50 years are so very much nothing in the view of a comprehensive soul, that a hero must esteem it wiser as well as nobler, rather than languishingly to expect death, to go out to meet him for the public good, and so to make a sublime virtue even of the last necessity. That what we call life here is not properly the hero's life, that almost half of it is passed in absolute death, and the rest in desire, in grief, in love, in rage, in pain. And that the bright and eternal fame to which great minds aspire is never fully attained to here, that the names of the greatest heroes are circumscribed by narrow bounds both of time and space, and that their best and their bravest actions are mistaken and misinterpreted by some, even of those who have the good fortune to hear of them, that they are traduced by others, envied by more, that is properly the hero's life. When set free from these mortal bonds, he shall arrive at that blissful mansion which is on purpose prepared for those illustrious souls, who by making it their business here below to do good to their country and mankind, have practised the noblest and most extensive charity that divinest poets can teach, or God himself can inspire. That there they shall enjoy a life which shall be for ever set free from death, that their happiness shall far surpass even what the heart of man can conceive, and their glory transcend even their own aspiring wishes. These godlike sentiments exalted poetry instills into mankind, and by infusing these inspires us with a zeal and affection for our country's service, and with a generous contempt of death in time of the public danger. And as there is no other principle of humane action but sentiment, it is wholly impossible but that a people habituated to these heroic notions must be prepared and formed for the performing heroic actions. These unspeakable advantages has lofty poetry over empty sounds and harmonious trifles, which, as the pleasure that they give us is a sensual delight, utterly independent of reason, must do something directly opposite to this, since 'tis natural to sense to bring a man home to himself, and confine him there, as 'tis natural to reason to expand the soul, if I may have leave to use the expression, and throw it out upon the public. And as soft and delicious music, by soothing the senses, and making a man too much in love with himself, makes him too little fond of the public, so by emasculating and dissolving the mind, it shakes the very foundation of fortitude, and so is destructive of both branches of the public spirit. But if anyone objects that an opera may be so contrived and writ as to inspire us with an affection for the public, and with a generous contempt of death, to him I answer, that an opera so designed must be writ with force or without it. If 'tis writ with force, 'tis incompatible with music, especially in so masculine a language as ours. For force in our language cannot be expressed without a great many consonants, and words that terminate in consonants. But a great many consonants, and especially consonants terminating words, cannot be pronounced without very frequently shutting the mouth, which is diametrically opposed to the expressing of music. But if an opera so designed is not writ with force, I leave it to anyone to judge whether the weakness of the expression and of the sentiments are like to make impression enough to work any change in the souls of an audience, or if they are not like to be wholly lost in the softness of luscious sounds, or if the mind is fit to attend to its duty, while the whole man is dissolved in the wantonness of effeminate airs. After what has been said, I appeal to any lover of his country. If poetry which begets a public spirit ought to be banished for music which destroys it, which, as it corrupts mankind, has a natural tendency to the enslaving them, and indeed, wherever operas have been a constant entertainment, they have been attended with slavery. We are at present contending for liberty, and hard is the contention, and the event doubtful, and we cannot so much as hope to succeed, but by the virtue of that magnanimous spirit which poetry exalts, and which effeminate music debases. I know not by what fate it has happened, that when in some late reigns, in which arbitrary power was the thing that was aimed at, the stage, the protector of liberty, was chiefly encouraged, in a reign like this which designs and breathes forth nothing but liberty. Pleasures should be encouraged even by lovers of liberty, which are independent of reason, and tend to nothing but slavery. A long experience has told us that what my Lord Roscommon said in his essay on translated verse is true. True poets are the guardians of a state, and when they fail portend approaching fate. For that which Rome to conquest did inspire was not the Vestal, but the Muses' fire. Heaven joins the blessings no declining age e'er felt the raptures of poetic rage. The declension of poetry in Greece and ancient Rome was soon followed by that of liberty and empire. The very spirit of prophecy, which was the spirit of Hebrew poetry, departing from the Jews in the Babylonish captivity, was a fatal omen that liberty and empire were never to flourish more with them. That the declension of poetry should portend the fall of empire is not without very good reason, because it shows a slackening of the public spirit and an increase of universal corruption which prepares the fate of empires as a spreading mortification foreruns the fate of men. If a poet is not admired, though the man may live, the spirit of the poet dies. But a people to admire those generous sentiments which abound in poetry must at least have something in them that answers to them. If they once grow wholly immersed and sunk in pleasures of sense, those elevated notions appear as so many libels upon them, and their sickly souls either turn away from them or very feebly answer to them. In short, wherever there is either the love of liberty or the love of glory, a true poet may well be admired. And in how wretched a condition must the nation be where both those qualities are wanting? From what has been said, 'tis manifest that it behoves us to think, before we fully resolve on banishing so useful an entertainment as that of the drama, for the pernicious amusement of operas. The drama was established here in England at the same time with Reformation and liberty, for the drama was set up in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, in whose reign the Reformation was fully established, and before which the people of England, for reasons too long to be inserted here, could hardly be said to be entirely free. As the drama came in with them, it has flourished with them, and gone a good way towards the supporting that spirit of liberty on which the Reformation depends. It would here be easy to make an odd remark, and that is that the drama had never liked to have fallen, but that and liberty stumbled almost together. In the time of the late civil wars, when the bigotry of hypocritical zeal had once oppressed our theatres, a military government soon followed, which is the worst of slaveries. And when, in the reign of King Charles II, upon the breaking out of the Popish plot, the theatres were both abandoned, it was not long before all the charters were surrendered. And yet, though the Reformation and liberty and the drama were established among us together, and have flourished among us together, and have still been like to have fallen together, notwithstanding all this, at this present juncture, when liberty and the Reformation are in the utmost danger, we are going very bravely to oppress the drama, in order to establish the luxurious diversions of those very nations, from whose attempts and designs both liberty and the Reformation are in the utmost danger. That so unhappy a change will be as little conducive to the glory of England as it will be to its interest, is not in the least to be doubted. For what must those strangers say who arrive among us, if they have any taste, when they behold a people so lofty, so fierce, and formerly so famous for their contempt of foreign manners, forgetting their old pride to so strange a degree, that very pride by which they have so long maintained their liberties, to imitate the prodigious luxury of Italy with an awkward and vile imitation, and some men of the greatest parts in the kingdom applauding and encouraging that vile imitation with all their industry and with all their diligence, and in order to that discountenancing instructive comedy to which the English excel mankind, and neglecting the most noble and most beneficial of all entertainments, tragedy, in which nature has qualified us to excel all the moderns. What must those strangers say when they behold Englishmen applaud an Italian for singing, or a Frenchman for dancing, and the very moment afterwards explode an Englishman for doing the very same things? What must they say, unless they have candour enough to interpret it this way, that an Englishman is deservedly scorned by Englishmen when he descends so far beneath himself as to sing or to dance in public, because by doing so he practises arts which nature has bestowed upon effeminate nations, but denied to him as below the dignity of his country and the majesty of the British genius? What must those strangers say when they see that we leave so reasonable and so instructive an entertainment as tragedy for one so pernicious and so extremely absurd? For there is something in the Italian opera which is barbarous and Gothic, and so contrary to a true taste, that an opera in any country can only be advanced by the same degrees that the taste of men is debauched for more generous arts. Thus in Italy, where an opera is most advanced, there is no one who can write either verse or prose, nor anyone who can judge of them. For when once the Italians were fallen so low as to prefer sound to sense, they quickly grew to write such sense that sound deserved to be preferred to it. If that is truly the most Gothic, which is the most opposed to antic, nothing can be more Gothic than an opera, since nothing can be more opposed to the ancient tragedy than the modern tragedy in music, because the one is reasonable, the other ridiculous, the one is artful, the other absurd, the one beneficial, the other pernicious, in short, the one natural and the other monstrous. And the modern tragedy in music is as much opposed to the chorus, which is the musical part of the ancient tragedy, as it is to the episodique, because in the chorus the music is always great and solemn. In the opera it is often most trifling and most effeminate. In the chorus the music is only for the sake of the sense. In the opera the sense is most apparently for the sake of the music. When I affirm that an opera after the Italian manner is monstrous, I cannot think that I deal too severely with it, No, not though I add that it is so prodigiously unnatural that it could take its beginning from no country but that which is renowned throughout the world for preferring monstrous abominable pleasures to those which are according to nature. And yet this must be allowed, that though the opera in Italy is a monster, 'tis a beautiful, harmonious monster. But here in England 'tis an ugly, howling one. What then must not only strangers, but we ourselves say, with all our partiality to ourselves, when we consider that we not only leave a reasonable entertainment for a ridiculous one, an artful one for an absurd one, a beneficial one for a destructive one, and a very natural one for one that is very monstrous, but that we forsake a most noble art, for succeeding in which we are perhaps the best qualified of any people in Europe, for a very vile one, for which heaven and nature have not at all designed us, as having given us neither ears, nor voices, nor languages, nor climate proper to it. England may certainly, with a little encouragement, produce the greatest tragic poets in Europe, but there is scarce one nation in the Christian world but is qualified to surpass us in operas, since they are almost all situated under a serener sky. If a private man who mistakes his talent, and applies himself to things for which neither God nor nature have qualified him, does by that very choice deface all his good qualities, and render himself contemptible to the world, how much more dishonourable must it be for a whole nation? As all kingdoms that are in different latitudes have plants with very different properties, so have they natives with very different talents. If any yeoman of Kent or Sussex should neglect to sow his wheat or his barley, should grub up his fruit trees and demolish his hop grounds, and fall a-planting the olive of Lucca, the orange of Naples, and the muscatello of Montefiascone, or of Montalcin, what would his neighbours think of such a proceeding? And yet that person would plainly aspire in his choice. What then must not the French and Italians think of us, who despise the most generous productions of our own minds, and indeed of the mind of man, for the vilest of theirs of which we are not capable? Let us take heed that as we have taken the opera from the nations which we despise, it renders us not contemptible to those very nations. Finis. Postscript. Since the printing of this essay, I have been informed by very good friends that a young lady of the first quality, equally famous for her beauty, her spirit, and her virtue, did lately, to the glory of her own sex and the shame of ours, give very strict order that the Julius Caesar of Shakespeare, which was acted at her request, should be done without any performance either of singing or dancing. Which order has shown that she is as much distinguished by the beauty of her mind as that by her person. And as every grace has always been a constant attendant on her, 'tis become the duty of every muse to wait on her, and to return her thanks by making way by her illustrious example for the delivering English poetry from the oppression of foreign luxury, as every Englishman is bound to extol the hero from whom she sprung, for lessening in English hearts the apprehension of foreign tyranny. I make no doubt but that her attractive example will have much more influence upon the world than these few speculations, and raise a noble emulation in her sex, and a just confusion in ours. May she be followed by every fair one, as Venus is by the Graces. But after they have all in imitation of her combined to banish foreign foppery from off the English stage, may the glory of the triumph be peculiarly hers, who first so happily showed the way to conquer it, as her illustrious father will justly share in the honour of every Confederate general, because all victories that are to come will be influenced by that immortal one, who showed us first that the French are not invincible. End of An Essay on the Operas after the Italian Manner, by John Dennis.
Passing Under the Yoke, by W. Ward Fowler, published 1920, recorded for Essays Collection Volume 2, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Passing under the yoke. In ancient Italy, when an army surrendered in the field, there were three alternatives before the victors for dealing with the vanquished. First, they might put them to death. There was nothing to prevent this, but the feeling and tradition among Italian peoples in historical times against unnecessary bloodshed. Secondly, they might keep them as prisoners of war and sell them as slaves. But in early times, this was practically out of the question, partly owing to the difficulty of feeding and guarding them before they were sold, and partly because the machinery of sale, the slave agents at hand, and the slave markets in the cities had not then been invented. Thirdly, they might let their captives go free, with or without imposing conditions on them to be ratified by their state. This was really the simplest and easiest plan, and was adopted in the few cases recorded by Livy in which whole armies were captured. But before the vanquished were dismissed, they were made to go through the ceremony of passing under the yoke, subjugum missi, which Livy, when he first mentions it, explains as a kind of dramatized form of degradation. 2 spears were fixed upright in the ground, and a third was fastened horizontally by each end to the tops of them. Under this extemporized arch, the conquered army had to pass, disarmed, and apparently wearing nothing but an undergarment, probably the subligaculum, in later times the dress rather of slaves than of soldiers or citizens. Livy's language is explicit. Ut exprimatur confessio sub actam domatamque esse gentem. In historical times, this was certainly the commonly received view, and it is still possible that it may be the true explanation. But there is real reason to believe that the passage under the yoke had originally another object and meaning. In the second edition of his Golden Bough, 3/406, Sir James Fraser, after collecting a number of practices in which human beings or animals are passed through a space limited in some way on either side, suggested in a footnote that the passage under the yoke might have been a rite of purification, quote, destined to strip the foe of his malignant and hostile powers before dismissing him to his home, unquote. In the third edition of his work, 7/194, he took up this suggestion and worked it out more fully in his text, bringing to bear on the problem of the yoke, 1. the Tegillum Sororium, and 2. the Porta Triumphalis. It happened that I was doing the very same thing at the same time in the Classical Review for March 1913. What I wrote then, I reproduce now, with full acknowledgment to my friend Fraser of his original suggestion in his second edition. On the steep slope of the Carinae, just above the hollow where the Colosseum now stands, there was a small street called the Vicus Cuprius, and where it was crossed by another, ad competum Achilli, a beam, Tegillum, stretched from one side of the street to the other, called the Tegillum Sororium. Festus, page 380, Lindsay, tells us that this had originally rested upon 2 other beams, like the spear under which the captured army passed, and that it was set up in this manner by the father of Horatius, who, in the legend, had murdered his sister after his acquittal by the people, and after certain sacrifices to Janus Curiatius and Juno Sororia, whose altars remained there to the latest age of Roman history. But what was the object of this beam? Livy, Festus, and Dionysius all agree that Horatius was made to pass under it, velut sub jugum missus, as an expiatio for the crime he had committed. His acquittal by the people was not enough. He was not, by that method of procedure, liberatus omni noxia sceleris, Festus. Something had yet to be done in order to make him fit to mingle with his fellow citizens, and what was done was of a religious character. He is represented as having his head covered, which is a sure sign of this, even if we cannot trust the tradition about the two altars below the beam. He passed under the beam as under the yoke, and was then clear of all scelus with the approval of the augurs. I have used the Latin word scellus, not wishing to commit myself to the notion that the thing thus got rid of was moral guilt. Had it been that, our modern minds would naturally suppose that it was wiped away by the acquittal. Far from it. The sister's blood had been shed, and no lay court could possibly get rid of that stain. Horatius was undoubtedly sacer, that is, taboo, in an infectious condition, dangerous to society. But in this peculiar form of passage under an arch or eugum, the religious authorities were able to apply a method of disinfection, which in the language of a later age is naturally spoken of as expiatio, or purification. What the primitive Romans may have believed that it effected can only be guessed by one who studies carefully the evidence collected in the Golden Bough. The second object in Rome, which may be compared to the eugum, was the Porta Triumphalis. A victorious army, before entering the city, had to pass under an arch or gateway, which was called by this name. Its exact position we do not know for certain, but it is quite clear from a passage in Josephus, Bellum Judaicum, Book 7, 5-4, that it was in the Campus Martius, that is, that it was an archway standing by itself outside the walls, and it is probable that it was close to the famous Ara Martis, but separated from it by the stream called Petronia Omnis, which had a religious importance of its own. We may suppose that in ancient times the army was lustrated in campo, near the Ara Martis, and that it then crossed the sacred stream and passed under the Porta Triumphalis. What this porta was like we do not know. Neither description nor representation of it survives. I may perhaps conjecture that the oldest surviving triumphal arch, that of Augustus at Rimini, was not wholly unlike it. When triumphal arches were first introduced as memorials of some military achievement, it is reasonable to suppose that they took the form of the old Porta Triumphalis familiar to Roman soldiers, and that a more elaborate style of ornamentation was only developed in course of time. If we look at the arch at Rimini, of which there is a cut handy in the Dictionary of Antiquities, for which see Arcus Triumphalis, we shall notice that the most striking part of it consists of two upright Corinthian pillars with an architrave laid across them. Within this is an arch proper, built on the usual plan. I hope I am not too fanciful in suggesting that we may have here a reminiscence of the horizontal beam or spear resting on two upright ones. This was, in fact, the very oldest form of gateway, as one sees in the Lion Gate at Mycenae, and thus a course of development may be traced from very primitive beginnings to the most elaborately decorated archways of the Roman emperors. Now, is there any common idea in the use of these three arches, or whatever we choose to call them, the eugum, the tigillum, and the Porta Triumphalis? Let us compare the objects in the three cases, so far as they can be made out. The object is clearest in the case of Horatius. He had to be cleansed from something dangerous and infectious, and the consummation of this cleansing is signified by his passage under an object which formed a limit between the region of the sacrum and that of the profanum, He could not mingle with his fellow citizens if he were sacer, but the sacrifices and the passage under the Tigillum effectively rid him of this burden. It was what has been well called a rite de passage, and may safely be compared with those in which a human being passes through some divided object, such as a cleft tree or between two posts, in order to get rid of some disease or other trouble. The passage through the Porta Triumphalis may well have had the same meaning. The army was guilty of bloodshed, like Horatius, and had been moving about in places where there were strange beings, human and spiritual, with whom it would be unsafe to come in contact. Unsafe not only for the soldiers themselves, but for the citizens with whom they might mingle on their return. Even if we cannot exactly say that the returning host was sacer, we know that it needed lustration, and that it underwent this process immediately before passing through the Porta, which was exactly what happened to Horatius, according to the story. Lastly, let us return to the Yugam of the three spears. I think we are now justified in assuming that there was a religious or magical element in this degrading ceremony. The many analogous examples collected in the Golden Bough strongly suggest it, and so also does the Tigillum Sororium, which plainly reminded the Romans, as we saw, of the Yugam. And the passage through the Porta Triumphalis, though it is the passage of a victorious and not a surrendered army, had beyond doubt a religious or magical meaning, which should suggest an analogous one in the case of the Yugam. Still, there is a difficulty. What can have been the object of subjecting the captives to the same kind of ceremony as the murderer or the victorious host? Sir James Fraser thinks that it was to deprive them of their malignant and hostile powers before sending them home. I do not see that we can find a better explanation, though I might put it somewhat differently. They had to be brought out of one status into another. They must not be any longer the same beings they were before the surrender. Just as in historical times, the Dediticius passed out of his former status into a new one, and became absorbed in the body politic of the conqueror, to be henceforward harmless. End of Passing Under the Yoke by W. Ward Fowler. Read by Mark Harrington, Framingham, Massachusetts.
Physical Culture by Margaret Warner Morley. Published 1893. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Physical Culture. Delivered before the Chicago Kindergarten Club, April 1, 1893. It is not uncommon for the people thinking substantially alike to argue in opposite directions, and for neither to be able to convince the other, because they are using the same words with different meanings. To provide against such unprofitable mental excursions, it is well, when people are about to talk upon a given subject, to have the meaning of technical words clearly agreed upon at the beginning. Let us therefore understand the meaning of our present subject, physical culture. Culture, according to the Century Dictionary, means 1. The act of tilling and preparing the earth for crops. 2. The act of promoting growth in animals or plants, but especially in the latter, specifically the process of raising plants with a view to the production of improved varieties. This idea of effort voluntarily directed to the improvement of the thing worked upon was metaphorically applied to the mind, and in this century has been so much used in that connection that the figurative nature of the word culture, when applied to mental training, has been lost sight of, and the popular idea of culture is not an effort made to better the individual, but of the attaining of rather superficial accomplishments. From this popular idea of culture seems to have been derived of late years a combination of words not found in Webster's nor the Century Dictionary, the meaning of which implies for the body what the word culture does for the mind. Physical culture conveys to most people an idea of superficial bodily accomplishments. Men work in gymnasiums, society girls take lessons in physical culture. Physical culture in the popular sense is not the subject of this paper, and whenever the term physical culture is used today, please remember that its definition is, quote, conscious effort made to improve the body, end quote. Physical culture in this sense becomes obligatory upon everyone. Most people look upon the earthly life as a probation, an opportunity to overcome bad moral tendencies, and all earnest and high-minded beings feel a necessity to do an honest life's work according to their ability and while advancing their own spiritual estate to help along as many others as possible. The workman who wantonly abused or neglected to care for his tools, and who, with broken or blunt implements, undertook his day's work, would be deservedly punished by losing his chance to work, or by receiving a lessened compensation, though his efforts to dig and cut might be greater even than those of his companions who had not abused their tools. The body is the tool by which mind and spirit do their earthly work. Should not one whose power for good is impaired by conscious abuse or neglect of his body be held responsible? The man who abuses or neglects his body when he knows better is the man who wantonly breaks his tools. The poor man may accidentally break his tool, and then the result, as far as the work is concerned, is the same. But to him there will be this infinite difference. He is not morally responsible. The man with the broken body, broken by causes which he could not control, may work to his limit and accomplish little, but morally he has accomplished all. It is not enjoined upon everyone to possess a perfect body. Is it not enjoined upon everyone, as far as lies in his power, to possess the body best suited to do the best work? Pleasure as well as duty demands that the body be respected and treated according to its laws. So treated is an obedient servant ministering easily and pleasantly to its master, serving him delightfully and helping him to accomplish his desires. Abused, it is a tyrant, thwarting and torturing its prisoner. Nothing is done on earth without the existence first of an ideal in the mind of the doer. Every machine, every picture, every bouquet, every dress, everything done, existed first in the mind of the doer. He accomplished with his hand only what first existed ready-made in his brain. By their deeds, people every day are publishing their ideals. By the dress they wear, men and women are daily publishing their ideals of the human form. When a few years ago the women of nations reputed civilized, suspended loose hair pillows or curiously formed cages of reeds or wire on the back below the waist, that was a confession of faith. Their ideal was a human female form with a hump on the back. To them that was beautiful and so desirable that they, at great inconvenience, wore it upon all occasions. Later, the ideal female form below the waist was the shape of a cylinder cut in two lengthwise, the round part at the back, while above the waist the ideal was a kite. He who wears shoes smaller than his feet says that deformity more nearly approaches his ideal than does the normally formed foot. He who wears shoes pointed at the toes or otherwise shaped differently from the foot says that the artificial shapes are nearer to his ideal than is the foot. In savage countries the body is mutilated in various ways to enhance its beauty. Holes are bored in the lips, between the nostrils and in the ears, that ornaments may be hung therein. In civilized countries, holes are pierced in the ears for the same purpose. Whether the ornament is suspended from ears or nose is merely a matter of fashion, both being equally barbarous intrinsically. English feet are often deformed until they suggest the mutilations of the Chinese. The shape of the chest in civilized countries is changed, regardless of the harm to vital organs, in order to conform to an ideal of beauty that exists entirely outside of nature. Examples of deformity almost without number will present themselves to each one as his mind runs over fashions in dress, present and past. This proves the low ideals held by the multitude. When someone of the present day, with worse ideals even than the majority, but with more boldness, commands the feminine multitude to convert themselves into dinner bells, the dinner bell at once becomes the ideal of female beauty. Most people do not admire the Venus de Milo. They say they do, but that is because it would be shocking for them to say otherwise. There has gone abroad such a habit of calling it beautiful, and they would be considered devoid of taste if they were to say with their tongues what they are proclaiming loudly with the rest of their bodies. But they do not admire it. When talking of dress reform and human proportions, refer to it and how quickly they will say, "Oh yes, it is beautiful, but who would like to be that shape?" I have heard that remark made more than once. The hourglass appeals more strongly to them as an ideal of the human form. If people really believed the Venus beautiful, they would desire to look like her. How can physical culture, the conscious effort to improve the body, exist when there are no ideal to work toward? When people are willing at the dictates of a man in Paris, a man with no pretension to artistic merit, to convert themselves into objects so grotesque that the fashion of one generation becomes the laughingstock of the next? Most people, if asked, would express themselves interested in physical culture. They are not interested, as is proven by their lack of an ideal or by possessing a low ideal that does not improve with time. Women are the chief sinners against physical culture. Nature has several female types. One is the rounded, slender type, which is considered most beautiful, and which best expresses the highest development of the body, showing ease and agility of motion accompanied by ample nutrition. For the possessor of such a form to prefer an artificial ideal obtained by means of the corset, which destroys the ease and agility and interferes with the nutrition of the body, proves close neighborhood to savagery. Another type, the angular, slender person, in order to approximate as nearly as possible to the ideal, rounded type, demands all of the ease freedom can give, and all of the softening that can come from soft drapery, yet the effort is seldom in the direction of the true ideal. It is generally to exaggerate as much as possible the natural defects, and by interfering with the circulation in as many places as possible, to hinder as much as possible nutrition and render the body as far as possible unfit to do the work of the soul. Another type, the stout-bodied person, disregarding the law of proportion that necessitates harmony of parts, makes herself a target of ridicule by compressing into stiff garments such superabundant portions of her person as can be displaced, regardless of the fact that a well-defined waist is an absurdity in her case, and that her efforts to produce it result in a most unfortunate piling up and overflowing in other parts. Her ideal for herself is the absurd form she beholds in her mirror. But someone objects, one might desire an ideal form with one's whole heart and not be able to reach it. True, but there is for each person his own individual ideal, the best body which to him is possible, and this is the body for which he should strive. The stout person should not strive to attain the slim ideal. He should strive for the best form that he, with his personal peculiarities, can reach, the form in which he can do the most good in the world, that is, accomplish the most work and present the most intrinsically beautiful appearance. But with all inherited defects upon us, how shall we go to work to attain even our best? I cannot be a Venus de Milo. What can I do to be a true myself? Suppose I have an ideal, what physical culture will best lead me toward it? In short, what is the best modus operandi of this physical culture which is to do so much for us? Probably the majority would say it is gymnastics, but it is not. Gymnastics are the least part of physical culture. They are useful only in special cases, performing the office of crutches to the lame. Under ideal conditions of birth and living, gymnastics would be unnecessary. Physical culture, however, never can be unnecessary, any more than could mental culture. To produce an ideal body, the best of which an individual is capable, one which shall be, as Ruskin says, quote, the soul made visible, end quote, and one which shall be capable of doing fully the soul's work. This is the task physical culture has to perform. Someone has said, and the saying has been repeated so often as to become truth, that in order to educate a child, one should begin with his grandparents, a piece of advice that at first seems far more witty than useful, but which a moment's reflection shows to be as wise as witty and altogether practical. Of course the grandparents must be educated, so that the grandchildren may inherit better things. And the great business of the enlightened of today is to educate the grandparents of the future. Let us not forget the children of today are the grandparents of the future. Physical culture produces its best results when its exercises begin with the child. The younger the child, the better. If the mother be wise, she will begin it upon her own person before the child is conceived. She will also make sure that the moment of conception is one favorable to the well-being of the child. Those who have most carefully investigated the matter tell us that the moment of conception is an all-important one in determining the nature of the child. If he be conceived in love and harmony with both parents at their physical best, he will bear the stamp of these harmonious and favorable relations. If he be conceived in weariness and distaste, with either parent below par physically, he will bear the inharmonious stamp of his creation, having much to overcome morally and mentally, if not physically, in after life. The little being started in discord can never perfectly reduce himself to harmony afterwards. It is probable that few parents realize the inestimable importance of this right start, and yet common sense alone ought to suggest it. The whole life of the child before birth is important. His mother's food, her clothing, the air she breathes, the exercise she takes, her state of mind are important to him. For his sake she should live as much as possible in the open air. If she be healthy and in normal condition, the best inheritance she can lay up for her little one is provided by abundant daily exercise out of doors. She should be guarded from all unnecessary worry and kept as happy as possible. Before birth, physical culture, of course, is indirect. As soon as the child comes into the world, direct physical culture begins. His body, as long as he lives, must be nourished by food. What food? How much? How often? The answers to these questions are important matters of physical culture to each individual. Many a digestive apparatus is impaired for life before the victim is 3 years old. No stomach, no man. That is almost as true as no brain, no man. It is astonishing how the best educated sin in respect to the diet of children. I am acquainted with a child who was seated at the dinner table, at night, before he could walk, and fed upon whatever he pointed to. I have seen bread and gravy, preserved strawberries, celery, and roast beef go into the stomach of a child not yet 2 years old. Of course he paid the penalty. A beautiful, large, fair-haired little fellow he was, but before the age of 3 he stopped growing, and from 3 to 5 his dresses were the same size. He was white and peaked, could keep nothing upon his stomach, and the doctors said he doubtless would die. His parents were both college graduates and both teachers. I have repeatedly, in the homes of highly educated people, often teachers, seen little children at the evening dinner table, children under 6, eating of everything, including rich dessert. That the children could stand it then blinded the parents to the future. It may not be in childhood or in early youth that the penalty is paid for such mistakes. The punishment may be warded off until adult life, when the valuable work of the individual is cut short by the failure of the vital forces. The digestion, slowly undermined in the growing period, when the strain of life comes, fails. I suspect that one reason why country boys so often come to the front in a crisis is because they have been nourished on simple, wholesome, unspiced food. The nervous, highly organized city boy is fed upon stimulating food. His passions are thereby inflamed at a time most dangerous to his future moral development. Few persons realize that the pepper and spice in their young son's food may be responsible for his future undoing, or that the bad skins of their children are the result of bad food. They are willing to spend any amount of time and money upon skin doctors when Nellie grows up and wishes to enter society, while a little time and attention given to Nellie's food and habits from babyhood would have ensured to her not only a clear skin, but all that implies in general health. Food is an important factor in physical culture and doubtless affects the individual morally, mentally, and physically. It is the conviction of many physicians and physiologists that the well-to-do habitually eat more than is either necessary or good for them, and certainly self-denial in luxuries, in desserts, confectionery, rich foods of all kinds, is desirable morally as well as physically. I think that morality in eating would make an admirable subject for a book. It is not a difficult matter materially to interfere with the work of life and with its higher pleasures by indulging the palate. A day lost in sluggish impatience, when it might have been brimmed with intellectual activity, and all because of indulgence in the very animal pleasure of eating, is an experience all of us have had and ought to be ashamed of. Warmth comes within the province of physical culture. In the case of young children, it is so evidently essential that the newborn baby is kept well wrapped. But as he grows older, the maintaining of an even temperature over the whole body is less attended to. The world has made a good deal of progress, however, in this respect. Little babies are no longer dressed in low necks and short sleeves. Older babies are not often seen with the upper half of the lower leg bare, while short socks, considered beautiful, cover the lower leg halfway to the knee. Maintaining an even temperature over the whole body lessens the tendency to take cold, and if, on a cold day, the feet be well protected, the body will be much less likely to become cold. Anything that warms one part of the body much more than other parts is injurious. This is one objection to the corset. It keeps the middle of the trunk warmer than any part of the body, and increases the tendency to take cold, besides reducing the tonicity of the muscles. Fresh air is an important factor in physical culture. The condition of most schoolrooms in respect to ventilation is a direct challenge to disease, or rather an invitation to it to walk in and take possession. The same is true of many bedrooms. Bad air makes bad blood causes a bad skin, as well as a general lowering of tone of the whole body, which of course depends upon the blood for all it has. The close, warm rooms, warm from animal heat, in which so many shop girls pass their daylight existence in a feverish state, is responsible for a share of the blame upon those who lead immoral lives. Besides inducing the feverish, mentally dull, physically irritable, excitable condition so observable in those who have been, for a time, in bad air, the passage from the close, warm room to the outer air is apt to be followed by a chill and by taking cold, and this frequently repeated degenerates into chronic catarrh. I could tell you of a nursery in which a beautiful 2-year-old boy passed most of his time, that was habitually so close as to make my head ache to stay there for even a few moments. There was a coal stove in the room, and every avenue for the entrance of fresh air was carefully sealed. The baby was conscientiously aired, sent out from this close, warm room, for a while every day to get the fresh air. Meantime, the room was not aired. Its prisoner returned to the same unwholesome conditions he had left. He lived, it is true, but he paid the penalty. Some day he will be sent to a gymnasium to develop a manly form from unmanly materials. His parents, who are more than ordinarily intelligent in some respects, wonder why he is not rugged. A little physical culture judicially administered now would do the boy more good than any amount of gymnastic practice later. Another important factor in physical culture is freedom. The baby should be able to kick. So should his older brother and sister. In the time of our grandmothers, or even our mothers, long dresses elaborately embroidered were as necessary a part of the outfit as the baby itself. Now the baby has assumed paramount importance, and there be those who consider the advent of long clothes not only unnecessary but injurious. Baby should, first of all, be comfortable. Then he may be as pretty and as cunning as circumstances and his own integrity allow. So say these mothers who decline to carry about 1 part baby and 3 parts long clothes. In my excursions into all sorts of bypaths in physiological literature, I have somewhere found that the crimes committed in the form of the diaper are numerous and grave. How many children are deprived of the possibility of attaining perfection of form by too heavy diapers, which spread the legs apart and hold them in unnatural positions? There are physicians who claim to be able to tell by the shape and walk of passers-by on the street what men have thus been abused in babyhood, and they say these victims do not constitute an overwhelming minority. A little later, when the boy goes into trousers, how are the demands of physical culture abused by tight garments that not only obstruct free motion, but retard circulation, and worst of all, by friction induce inflammation of certain parts, which leads directly to the foundation of vicious habits. No amount of gratified vanity on the part of the mother, who enjoys seeing her little boy look stylish, can make up to her for the acquiring of habits which will wreck not only his own future, but probably hers too. Tight trousers on boys are an invitation to vicious habits, remember that. Often, from carelessness on the mother's part, the child wears clothes which he has outgrown, and often through carelessness the best educated and best intentioned, as well as the most ignorant mothers, err in this matter. No amount of gymnastic practice can restore the manly bearing or master muscles of a boy indulging in vicious habits. Purity of life should be a great aim of physical culture. Next to the sin of tight trousers stands, perhaps, the tight waists of little girls. If the boy's jacket is too tight, you may be sure it will be unbuttoned the moment he is free, but the girl is fairly caged. Look at the girls in the public schools from 6 years up, and see if you would not enjoy slitting open the waists of 2/3 of them. The chest has no room to expand, the breasts no room to develop. Then comes the age of corsets and long skirts. Strong little women are encased in artificial bands that hamper their movements, press a steel rod into their stomachs, with the result of ruining their digestions. And for what purpose? No one can give an intelligent explanation of the phenomenon. A very savage and uncivilized explanation of older women for wearing corsets is that they cannot stand erect without them. And is it to the end that they may lose the use of muscles that have sustained them so well through childhood, that corsets are put upon girls of 13, 14, and 15? One should regard the necessity for corsets as one would the necessity for crutches. Both may be necessary, but only for the diseased. I am told that in Germany there is a law against the wearing of long dresses on the street. This seems to me justifiable as a sanitary measure. The trained dress that sweeps up in its passage the unspeakable filth of our streets, the filth that is reeking with germs of deadly disease, and carries this filth into houses where people dwell and are obliged to inhale the dried particles shaken from the filthy garment, ought to be put into a crematory and purified by fire. I have a very unchristian desire to add that it might not be altogether unjustifiable to pass the wearer through the same ordeal. At first thought it seems as though there could be very little worth preserving in a human being who would lend herself to such defilement. Yet this thing has been done by women whose lives are not wholly useless. Dress certainly is an important factor in physical culture. It has much to do with the development of the body and certainly much to do with its adornment. Women's dress today is a matter of grave importance. Artists and scientists are discussing it. It bids fair to take rank with the great questions of the law, to stand by the side of tariff and whiskey laws, and may, in the future, determine the election of the president. In an article in the February number of the Popular Science Monthly, Mr. Herbert Maxwell makes some comments upon women's dress, which shows how deplorably low is the modern woman's idea of physical beauty. He says, quote, "Feminine costume is subject to the most sudden and excruciating variations. No sooner have we learned to delight in a simple, becoming fashion than instantly the evil one, whose dwelling place is in Paris, contrives some mock deformity, and every woman of spirit hastens to adopt it. There is nothing in the human frame more pleasing to the eye than the sweet lines of a woman's shoulder. Yet this is precisely the part which during the last year or two the malice of modistes has concealed with every ingenuity of structure. Vertical humps have been placed there, contrived so as to make the chest look narrow, the shoulders as high and the neck as short as possible." End quote. While, as a whole, the ideal of the majority is low, there are certain excellencies of the physical body which everyone desires. All would certainly be in favor of a clear skin. Yet how many are willing to take the rational means of securing that end? How many conduct the table economy with reference to their children's complexions, understanding that the condition of the skin is a sign of the condition within? Those who have visited a Quaker settlement have been struck by the beautiful complexions of the people, and they also have noticed the simple diet and cleanly habits of those people. Proper food, cleanliness, and out-of-door exercise are the forms of physical culture best adapted to make a complexion. If the knowledge comes too late for this generation, it yet comes in time for the next. We may have to suffer for the sins of our parents. Our children should not. As man grows wiser, each generation should be stronger and handsomer and more enduring than the one before. Excepting during temporary aberrations, such as occurred during the vogue of the Grecian bend, all people agree upon the advisability of an erect carriage and well-poised head. Yet how few demand these beauties for themselves or their children. A mother will sit doubled over, constructing elaborate clothes for her daughters, and encourage them to do the same, preferring the effect of narrow chests, high shoulders, and badly poised heads, in combination with modish and ugly garments, to upright forms and well-poised heads, obtained by quite other exercise than bending over elaborately constructed clothes in combination with simple, graceful garments that require but little time in making. The mother has said she wants her boy straight, yet he is allowed to sit for hours in school and out in a position calculated to destroy the finest physique, and to walk and stand in attitudes the reverse of ideal, forgetting that the time will come when these very habits will cramp and narrow all the boy's features, forgetting that constantly standing in a weak, narrow-chested manner will make him a morally weak and narrow-chested being. But, you say, I cannot be telling him every moment to sit up. I do scold at him whenever he is in the house, but it does no good. Of course it does no good. But would it be impossible to interest him in rigorous out-of-door sports, and without scolding implant in various ways an ideal of what a man ought to be? After all, I suspect it is having an ideal of manhood that is going to reform that boy and everybody else. What is most boys' ideal of the physical man today? Probably John Sullivan. They have heard much about him and have had no equally good chance to get a better ideal. A broad chest is to be desired above riches. Yet how few insist upon possessing the broadest chest possible to their form. Look at the chests about you. How many are ideal according to the possibilities of the owner? In a land where chest diseases slay more than almost any other disease, the chest is not an objective point of physical culture as it should be. No human being, unless accidentally deformed, should have a concave chest. A man or woman should be as ashamed of it as he would be of a pimpled skin. The idea of proportion seems to be the last to find lodgment in the human soul. Actual size, without reference to related parts, has come to have value. A small hand is admired because it is small. A small hand on a large person has double charms. It looks even smaller than it is. What fine proportions such a one has is seldomer heard than, "What a little hand so-and-so has! What a tiny foot! What a small waist!" As though hands, feet, and waists out of proportion were not as ugly as anything else out of proportion. In the case of feet and waists, far uglier than most other disproportionate things. For too small feet cannot properly sustain the body, and also cause a waddling gait, not to be commended except in feathered geese, where it is natural. In pinched feet, as every lady knows, give an agonized expression to the whole body, while a too small waist tells of diminished vital force, and, if artificially produced, of mutilation, of a bad inheritance to another generation, of abuse of delicate and important organs, and of stultification of the soul's power to do its work through the body. The condition of the body, its health, proportions, attitude, unquestionably influence the moral and mental nature of the person. An ideal poise helps make an ideal man. A free, graceful, expressive body is a help to the growth of the soul. A restrained, awkward, unexpressive body is a prison that keeps the soul fettered, that will not let it out to gain experience and breadth from sympathetic contact with other souls. Physical culture should attend to the health, freedom, and expressiveness of the body. And all without gymnastics, you ask? It may be. The best exercise is that of running, leaping, throwing, climbing, kicking, swimming, rowing, riding, and other out-of-door sports. These give to the muscles their best vigor. Lawn tennis for city use cannot be too highly commended. Fencing and boxing are excellent to teach self-possession and alertness. Military drill teaches obedience and accuracy. All systems of gymnastics in careful, intelligent hands I believe to be capable of good, but I should prefer all systems to any one. The gymnasium is the hospital for defective bodies. Gymnastics are the medicines. Most people at some period of their lives need this medicine. The boy has inherited a stoop, a narrow chest, and has not overcome them in his out-of-door sports. The woman has been ill and weak a long time, and her whole body has taken upon it the impress of her condition, or for some other reason the best physical life has not been attained. The gymnastics come to the rescue. The kind of gymnastics taken should depend upon the individual needs. Military drill may be best for one, the Delsarte gymnastics for another. The ideal gymnastics is where the individual gets what he needs, without being enslaved to anybody's system. I believe that no one system of gymnastics can do everything, any more than one medicine can cure all diseases. Let the wise teacher discover the defect, and if possible apply the remedy, not caring whether that remedy bears the trademark of Dio Lewis, Baron Passe, or Delsarte. If the teacher finds the pupil or the class uncouth, discourteous in manner, or lapsing in that direction, then a course of the beautiful Delsartean gymnastics will help harmonize the whole, that and stories and games embodying courtesy and fine behavior. If the children become too relaxed or too easily yield to the rhythm, that is, weakly yield, then a vigorous course of military drill will stiffen up their backs and their spirits. There is a growing interest in the care of the body. There can be no question about that, and though there are many lapses and dreary wastes of indifference, the efforts of those who for the past few years have been trying to advance the cause have not been wasted. There is no doubt a substantial, and in time there will be a determining, feeling in favor of sensible dress for women, and without this there can be no true physical culture. I do not despair of myself living to see the day when a woman, easily and sensibly clad in Turkish trousers or something akin to that, may be seen upon the street without attracting attention or receiving discourtesy because of her dress. With less slavery to the arbitrary dictates of fashion, with more regard for the true beauty, greater beauty of form will come as a reward. When a few generations have striven for physical improvement, instead of putting all their energies into swelling the purses of a few ignorant, inartistic, and barbarous fashion setters, then will beautiful necks and shoulders, rounded limbs, well-poised heads, and graceful motion be the rule instead of, as now, the exception. And then, too, we may hope that physical culture will tend to the refining as well as the beautifying of the race. When men have godlike forms, and when fine manners are their natural mode of expression, the railway trains, the horse cars, and sidewalks will testify to the purifying influence of physical culture. The filthy habits of men and boys, defiling shamelessly all public places, are a disgrace to their country and a sad commentary upon their home influences. There is no more physiological reason for the constant expectoration of men than of women, and it seems to me it is time that schools and Sunday schools directed their efforts to the discouraging of this vile habit in the coming generation. Cleanliness is the great watchword of physical culture. Cleanliness of every description should be most carefully inculcated. The clean child will be more likely to make the pure adult. By cleanliness, I do not mean a priggish aversion to the external dirt of face, hands, and clothes that comes from playing out of doors, but underneath cleanliness, cleanness of underclothes and of the concealed parts of the body. Knowledge, too, regarding the functions and the care of the body should be imparted most conscientiously step by step to the child as he grows older. No information or importance to him concerning his own body should be left to chance, nor to the harmful representations of vicious or ignorant companions. His body should, in the truest sense, be to him a temple, to be kept pure for sacred offices. And this temple he should build with care, that it may be the noblest edifice possible from the materials at his command. End of Physical Culture by Margaret Warner Morley. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
The Principles Fought For in the American Revolution by Calvin Coolidge. Written 1894 and published 1924. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Principles Fought For in the American Revolution. When history looks beyond the immediate cause of the American Revolution for the justifying principles, it is very soon brought back to the spirit of English liberty. It is the same genius for freedom that has led the race from the primeval forests of Germany to the 13th Amendment of the Constitution. Such an honorable antiquity of political ideas has made the race very conservative of self-government. The idea is prehistoric. It is the descendants of those very freemen described by Tacitus, who not only dictated the policy of Edward the Confessor, but extorted the great Charter of Human Rights from King John in the 13th century. And during the next 400 years, too, this spirit was not dormant, but came to the surface on 3 great occasions: the confirmation of the Magna Carta by Edward I, the Petition of Right to Charles I, and the revolution that drove James II from his throne. Although it is characteristic of Englishmen to have great love for a king, so long as he respects the liberties of the people, yet the fact that they drove out 1 king, rebelled against 2, and executed 3, shows clearly enough that there was always a strong idea of the divine right of the people, as well as of kings. Precedents, then, are by no means wanting among Englishmen for the successful resistance of arbitrary despotism whenever it encroached upon their liberties. Another fact that must be noted is the character of the colonists, and especially those of Massachusetts. These were Puritans, who had fought the wars of liberty in England. Then, because they were not satisfied with church ordinances, they were driven by Archbishop Laud to seek religious freedom across the sea. Of all the race, they were the most tenacious of their rights, and the most jealous of their liberties. The American Revolution was not then any struggle for emancipation from slavery, and the colonists were free men. Nor was it at first so much for gaining new liberties as for preserving the old. Nor can it, as is often thought, be called a war between different nations. Both sides were Englishmen who gloried in the name of England. William and Mary had, moreover, given the colonists a full share of the rights of British subjects. Another fact showing the same thing is that almost the ablest advocates of the colonial cause were members of the British House of Parliament, while the most ardent adherents of the king were colonists. The real object of resistance was to gain security from parliamentary encroachments. This was the chief cause for which the revolutionists contended, but by no means all they obtained. The war was finally fought out on principles as far-reaching as the history of nations. It was a struggle for the retention of those great institutions that check oppression and violence. The colonists were contending for the principle of a representative government of chartered rights and constitutional liberties. They were defending themselves against the military despotism of George III and struggling to change the foundation of government from force to equality. The defense of the principles set forth above involves scarcely anything more than a narration of the leading events that culminated in the Declaration of Independence. It has been said that the separation of America from the mother country was the logical outcome of the French and Indian War. However this may be, it is quite certain that the condition of England at the close of this war forced a new colonial policy that would not have been thought of before 1763, and could not be executed until after that date. For, instead of wanting new taxes and new restrictions upon their commerce, the colonists were already breaking away from the old restrictions by their systematic evasions of the Navigation Acts. These laws of trade were merely commercial regulations, and not at all for revenue. But because the colonists were no longer trading stations in their relations to the central government, they resisted even these restrictions. Instead, however, of noting these tendencies, Grenville made a leading part of his scheme of government the passage of laws for raising revenue in America. He proposed to enforce the trade laws, which meant that the interests of a few merchants in England were to be considered before the welfare of the king's subjects in America. He proposed to quarter soldiers here, nominally for the purpose of defending the colonies, which meant force and a military despotism. He proposed to raise a tax on the authority of the English Parliament, which meant the disenfranchisement of 3 million British subjects, and the surrender of all those rights laid down in the Magna Carta. The means Grenville adopted for the raising of this tax was the notorious Stamp Act. This, however, met with so much disapproval that it was soon repealed, but at the same time Parliament passed the Dependency Act, which declared that the repeal did not include the principle involved. This was followed by Townsend's Revenue Act, laying duties on imports. Again, the colonies protested, and the ministry attempted coercion. This measure was too expensive, so once more all revenue taxes were repealed, except the one on tea, which was left to maintain the principle. During an interval of some 4 years that followed, from 1770 to 1774, there were several acts of violence on the part of the colonies in their resistance to these imports, including the Boston Massacre, the burning of the Gaspee, and the Boston Tea Party. Again, Great Britain had recourse to acts of coercion. First, it closed the port of Boston, thus destroying the property of thousands. Second, it declared void certain parts of the Charter of Massachusetts, following a policy begun in New York in 1767, and so it virtually attempted to annihilate the protection of chartered rights and chartered liberties that has always been so dear to Englishmen. Free government was destroyed, too, in another way. Judges, courts, sheriffs were made almost the puppets of the king. They were placed in his direct pay and made subject to his pleasure. Town meetings were forbidden, and thus the old familiar forms of self-government were entirely swept away. The governor was made as absolute as a despot, and the form of government that was thus thrust upon Massachusetts was despotism, such as Englishmen would not have endured even in the days of Henry VIII. Third, the British government sent nearly all criminals to England for trial. Fourth, soldiers were quartered upon the inhabitants so that a military government was set up in the colonies. Fifth, Parliament passed the so-called Quebec Act to separate the French from any bond of sympathy with the colonies. The governor stood over them like a viceroy. In his command was the army. If a soldier should murder a citizen, he was sent to England for trial. If a citizen should become a criminal, he too might be sent across the sea, in order that in both cases the government might have the advantage. It was a military despotism. There were no popular meetings, no criminal courts, no habeas corpus, no freedom of the press. The question was no longer one of taxes. That was a mere figment now. Though the injustice of taxation without representation made a good war cry, it is, in the last analysis, a dangerous principle. But it is easy to grasp, and the common people no doubt fought the war largely on that issue. The fact is, it is a duty to the state to pay taxes, and it is equally a duty to vote. It does not follow that because the state requires one duty, it shall require the second. But there is another side where the requirement of the state runs over into tyranny. Only on this ground can resistance to taxation be justified. So long as the colonies were a part of the state of Great Britain, and they were so by their charters and by the action of William and Mary, that state had the right to demand not only their property, but their service in the army, and, in the last extremity, their lives. It cannot be, then, that the American Revolution was fought that colonists might escape paying taxes. The great struggle that they passed through must make such a duty seem insignificant. The real principle was not one of the right of the state or the duty of citizens. It was a question of government, a question of form and method. It is this that is meant above, in the statement that the struggle was not between nations or for new principles. It was not so much a revolution, a propagation of new ideas, as the maintenance of the old forms of representative government, of chartered rights and constitutional liberty. England had fought for this in 1688 and imagined it was secured, but it was so only in name. George III was by nature a despot. At heart he was another Stuart. He had the Parliament almost completely under his control in its legislation upon English questions, but in regard to the king's colonies his will was supreme. He forced a policy of government upon America that he could not and dared not force upon England, though his disposition was strong enough. Were the descendants of Cromwell's Puritans going back to submit to a Stuart regime? That is what is meant when we hear that America fought at once the battle of freedom in the colonies and in England. That is what England's great statesman meant when he declared on the floor of Parliament that he rejoiced in the resistance of the colonists. The Earl of Chatham knew that the government of George III, in whose ears was ringing the admonition of his mother to be king, was undermining the constitution of Great Britain and bringing the state back to the form of monarchy that had existed in the time of the Stuarts and the Tudors. But if the leading principle was the preservation of the English constitutional government from the encroachments of king and parliament, there is another principle as far-reaching as the development of the state and government. Sovereignty is always finally vested in the people. It may need a theocracy to lead a people out of barbarism. This may develop into a despotism with the power divided between kings and bishops, but a struggle is sure to come, and the people will gather about the king to make him a monarch like Louis XIV, who really was an objective realization of the state. This too will be but temporary. The people will realize more and more that the sovereignty is with them and will finally assert it. England had asserted it against the Stuarts, but George III forgot it, and it took the loss of the colonies by the American Revolution to remind him of it. If the king could have accommodated himself to the existing state of affairs for America, as he managed to do for England, there would have been the limited constitutional monarchy that Great Britain finally reached in 1832. But this was impossible, and so the colonies were driven to assert by war what the Commons of England partly gained by legislation 60 years later. There was further gained in the United States a recognition that quality, not quantity, is the basis of the peerage of man, and accordingly all men were declared free and equal. Still, there is another factor that must have eventually led to separation. The great land of America had a part to play in the history of the world that could best be performed by making it an independent nation. England's great work was to plant colonies. America could not aid in that work. It was her place to found a great nation on this side of the Atlantic and bring out the conception of free government. And, when this was done, then America stretched out her hand over the sea to aid the oppressed of Europe, to furnish them a place of refuge, and, as soon as they could assume the duties, make them citizens not alone of our United States, but of the world. End of The Principles Fought For in the American Revolution by Calvin Coolidge.
Success in Fiction by James Payn, published 1885, read for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Elsie Selwyn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Success in Fiction. There is the same fatal facility about the profession of literature that belongs to octosyllabic verse. It is not only that pen and ink and paper are within the reach of the poorest, and leisure in unwished-for abundance, but the trick of setting down what are called by courtesy one's ideas in writing comes very easily to a good many people. It is almost as common as the gift of small talk, that one weak, washy, everlasting flow of words, which, except among Fenimore Cooper's Red Indians, with their charming and expressive ugh, is found among all peoples, nations, and languages, and is confidently believed by its possessors to be conversation. Every editor receives annually hundreds of manuscripts that leave nothing to be desired in the way of expression, and, if there was anything to be expressed, would be acceptable enough. Indeed, this deficiency, though a drawback from the publishing point of view, itself extorts a kind of admiration. One turns over page after page of beautiful English and wonders what it is all about. It leaves a certain vague but stately impression upon the mind, like a regiment of soldiers marking their time. To what end, one asks oneself, are these well-chosen adjectives, these excellent substantives, these respectable pronouns, all marshaled together and governed by their proper verbs? I remember to have studied in my childhood a little book called Mary's Grammar, the only intelligible work upon the subject, by the by, that I ever did meet with, in which all the parts of speech were personified, Mr. Adjective, Mr. Verb, and Miss Past Participle, an old maid, I suppose, really lived and moved and had their being in it, and were substantial entities. But this is unfortunately not the case with the compositions I have in my mind, where the parts of speech are intended to be auxiliary, but help me to nothing. An example that will occur to every well-regulated mind, to every one, that is, who goes to hear them, is found in sermons. How often has one had to listen to some snowy-banded, delicate-handed, dilettante young gentleman in the pulpit, whose discourse for 25 minutes is absolutely diaphanous and elusive, except for the occasional introduction of the text, to which the attention, half drowned in the sea of words, fixes itself and clings till it is washed off again, when, in the somewhat cynical words of the rubric, he lets us depart, it is absolutely impossible to say what it has been all about. It must be remembered, however, that the preacher has a hard task. It is given only to a very few to make spiritual things tangible, a very difficult and dangerous feat, reminding one of the reported achievements of those Indian thaumaturgists who, before performing their prodigies, balance themselves up in midair to begin with. The priest, too, is weighted by his sense of reverence, which forbids him to speak familiarly even of matters that he does understand. The professor of ethics, who has certainly no such scruples, does not succeed much better in making himself intelligible. The disciples of literature of whom I speak have no such excuse, yet are equally inefficacious. They besiege the temple of fame in thousands, and exclaim with indignation that envy and jealousy in the concrete form of clique have closed its gates against them. With this excellent gift of literary expression of ours, they inquire, how is it otherwise possible that we do not succeed? The answer is plain but impolite. Because, my good sirs, you have nothing particular to say. It is a very common circumstance, and one of which there is no ground to complain. The vast majority of the human race, amongst which are the best, the bravest, and perhaps even the wisest of us, are in the same condition. The greatest statesmen, the greatest lawyers, the greatest soldiers have often labored, and still labor, under the same deficiency, which, however, is no disadvantage. They have no particular message to deliver to the human race, but neither they nor it are any the worse for it. The word message, by the by, is open to misconstruction. It is the favorite term of highfalutin writers when describing some pet poet, generally dead. Rossetti, I observe, for instance, is frequently spoken of in this way pretty much as if he were Moses. The founder of this school, though he was much more genial and had none of their affectations, was the old Scotch critic George Gilfillan. He would speak of rather one-horse literary productions as though they were coaches and four. It is no more possible to imagine a world without an Evangeline, he would say, than without. I forget what, but perhaps a sun. In his view, every creditable stanza was a message, and the author had a divine commission to compose it. In my opinion, this special license is not necessary for the publication of a literary work, though it is probable that all men who succeed in letters have a consciousness of their peculiar fitness for that calling. But what is absolutely indispensable to success is a clear conception of what one has to say. Their deficiency in this respect is the cause of failure of that great army of martyrs, to the bad taste of the public and the neglect of editors, the amateurs. When one's own ideas upon a subject are hazy, how is it possible to dilate upon it without its becoming more and more hazy? It is like submitting a bad photograph to the process of enlargement, by which the defects become exaggerated, and what likeness it did possess disappears. Yet nothing is more familiar to me in that unfortunate position of literary adviser to the human race, in which one act of indiscretion, footnote, the writing of the paper The Literary Calling in the 19th century, end footnote, has placed me, than the inquiry from people whose talents, tastes, and even sex I know nothing of. Would you be kind enough to give me a subject to write about? I find that my only difficulty. Very likely, but it is, unfortunately, as regards imaginative literature at least, an insuperable one. With respect to journalism, in which is to be found, of course, very admirable literary work, this, it must be admitted, is not the case. The suggester of the subject and the man who writes upon it are often different persons. Years ago I had the compliment paid me of being asked by the editor of a great political organ to become a leading article writer. I expressed my acknowledgments, but ventured to hint that I had not the necessary knowledge, and in short nothing particular to say upon the matters in question. "My good sir," said the great man encouragingly, "we will stuff you like a chicken." The storyteller who is to make any mark in the world cannot be stuffed. He may indeed get his first conception of his story from a chance conversation, or from a newspaper paragraph, or even possibly from a dream. But the main trunk of the tale and the chief ramifications of it must be his own. Moreover, having once got it, he must let it grow. The germ of a plot in the true novelist's mind is a grain of mustard seed. Its vegetation in that fertile soil, if it be left alone, is tropical. But if he proceeds with it prematurely, it produces mere mustard and cress. It is the impulse of all young writers who find themselves struck with an idea, instead of presenting the other cheek for more, to sit down and begin operations. Yet they can hardly commit a graver error. The longer they chew the cud of their plot, the better. They may dwell upon it, pen in hand, if it must be so. But that should be only to draw the outline and chronicle suggestions. They should think upon it in the steamship, in the railway, or in following the plough upon the mountainside, if that happens to be their occupation. At high noon and in the lonely watches of the night, in a word, everywhere and at all times, except I need hardly say at church, their story will in time grow upon them, till they begin to lead two lives, one of the workaday kind and the other amongst the scenes and characters that they have thus evolved, not from their inner consciousness, but from that union of imagination and observation, the offspring of which never fails to receive a welcome from the world, and is sometimes recognized as genius. They must also have some faculty of insight into character. I doubt whether a man who makes mistakes in choosing his friends can ever become a novelist. This gift of intuition, however, has its drawbacks. Like all others, it is increased by cultivation, and in the end is apt to render its possessor not only fastidious, which deprives him of the pleasures of general society, but incapable of looking upon those he loves, and to whose weaknesses he would fain be blind, with uncritical eyes. One whose knowledge of mankind is now universally acknowledged, and who had it sharpened in this way by professional study, once playfully offered his services to a city friend in a large way of business as a moral detective. "If you will give me 10 minutes' conversation with any client," he said, "I will tell you if he is a scoundrel or not, and separate for you your sheep from your goats." "Thank you very much," replied the other frankly, "but your office would be a sinecure. We have only to do with goats." Fertility of imagination, then, observation, and intuition may be said to be the natural gifts that are essential to the success of the novelist. Without them, it is just possible, through some particular incident making an extraordinary impression on his mind, that a man may write a single narrative, not a novel, that will bring him some reputation. But that lucky stroke will not be repeated, and if storytelling is to be his profession, he must possess other attributes, of a more ordinary kind indeed, but hardly less essential to success. He must not spare pains, nor shrink from trouble. There is a foolish notion abroad that unless the spirit moves a writer in some almost supernatural manner, his work will never rise to excellence, and that the very necessity of study and forethought almost presupposes an absence of genius. It is quite true that some of the most admirable poems of our language have been written at a sitting, and under a strong impulse of the mind, or if you will, of the soul, that falls little short of inspiration, but it is an error to suppose that whole novels break forth from an author's imagination in 3 volumes. Anyone who has read with care the lives of our great novelists must be aware indeed that quite the contrary is the case. The idea, it is true, may be born after that fashion, but the working it out involves toil and study, the reading of unattractive books, travel, and 100 inconveniences abhorrent to the indolent mind. Unhappily, the literary mind is naturally indolent. In many of what are called the inferior works of our great writers, failure is distinctly to be traced, not to any falling off in the writer's powers, but to that disinclination to take pains which comes with advancing years, especially when accompanied with popularity. Sure of his audience, the author is too often tempted to let this stand as it is, and that run as it will, rather than trouble himself, as of old, to make sure of his ground, to avoid discrepancies, or carefully to collect his threads together at the close of his weaving. The same thing occurs in ordinary life. The merchant, once so keen in his business affairs, becomes automatic. The parson, formerly so conscientious and painstaking about his sermons, discharges that duty in a more perfunctory manner. This slipshod system, dangerous to the best established reputation, is fatal to the young novelist. By him, at all events, success is never found that way. It comes by an opposite road. There is a matter besides reputation, though included in it, that is generally of some consequence to the man of letters, but to which I feel some delicacy in alluding. The novelist is not only understood by the public to possess inspiration, but also in a manner to live upon it, or at all events on something like it. Air. The notion of getting money by literature is considered vulgar and voted low. Still, even the gorgeous butterfly feeds on something, and it is, therefore, hardly to be wondered at that the same necessity is imposed upon the denizens of Grub Street. Among the items of success in fiction, it may therefore not be wholly degrading to allude to that of finance. As indolence detracts from excellence in literature, it is also apt to diminish the profits to be derived from it much more than in other callings. In no other will a man who is bent on success in it make it secondary, as men of letters so often do, to that of pleasure. The rising barrister, ambitious to rise higher as well as to fill his purse, will require something much more tempting than a fine morning to make him give up going to chambers and pass the day in the country. Nor does he permit the convivialities of the evening to keep him up till the small hours, and therefore to disorganize him for the work of the ensuing day. It is recorded, indeed, of the greatest wit that has ever set our tables in a roar, that he was wont to send round on soda-water mornings to a fellow scribe for ink, a euphemistic term implying a request that he would be so good as to do his work for him. But though the gentleman in question enjoyed a high reputation in letters, he could scarcely be said to have been a conspicuous example of material success. Even indisposition, which is often only another name for disinclination for work, should not be lightly permitted to interfere with literary labor. If once a man of letters permits the consideration of his not feeling quite in the humor to excuse his taking holiday, he will find that sort of inspiration occur to him pretty often. Of course, there are many examples of writers that have done well for themselves in spite of this weakness, but they would have done much better if they had not given in to it. Nor have men of the highest rank in literature, such as Scott and Dickens, despised those virtues of diligence and industry which are absurdly supposed to be inconsistent with great natural gifts. The vulgar phrase, "it is dogged as does it," is almost as applicable to success in fiction as in law or physics. It is not too much to say that there has been more failures among men of high promise in letters through neglect of this common virtue of application than in any other calling. The axiom adopted by the children in Lilliput Levy, "never do today what can be put off till tomorrow," has unhappily been always a favorite one with the soldiers of Captain Pen, and has sadly interfered with their promotion. As a matter of fact, there is no trade, however mechanical, that requires punctuality more than the profession of literature as it exists today. It is possible, indeed, as happened late in life, however, in the case of our most popular novelist, that the imagination will not stir without the stimulus of the thunder of the presses demanding their tale of copy. But even leaving out the unpleasant contingency that the writer may be seized with sudden illness, footnote. An eminent Scottish publisher, the proprietor of a well-known magazine, used always to refuse to begin any novel in serial unless the whole of the manuscript was placed in his hands, upon the ground that a man might die. The example of Dickens, Thackeray, Mrs. Gaskell, and Trollope, who all left unfinished serials behind them, would, had he lived to see it, have amply corroborated his views. End footnote. And not be able to come to time, it will hardly be contended that this is a wholesome or natural state of things. It may surely be taken for granted that no man's work is the better for being hurried, or for the necessity of its being ready within a certain short space of time, and I need hardly say that the value of a man's literary labor is much enhanced by the knowledge, soon acquired among publishers, that his punctuality may be absolutely relied on. In these days, when novels appear in serial coincidentally in 3 or 4 English-speaking countries, to be well beforehand with his work is to the writer of fiction a very important consideration, since it enables him to make arrangements for its distribution. The days are coming, though they will not come in my time, when the popular novelist will reap these advantages much more fully, but even then the soil he cultivates will not be of that sort of which it has been said that when you tickle it with a hoe, it laughs with a harvest. While the more he reads the better, the writer of fiction must be careful not to become too bookish, and above all he must avoid such studies as cause the mind to run in grooves. Readers resent too much quotation in a story, and especially the evidences of cram. An extreme example of this latter error is to be found in The Last Days of Pompeii, which, however attractive to the young, repels the mature mind by the cheap learning with which it bristles, and the impertinent accuracy of its footnotes. For other men of letters, the library is the place whence they gather their ideas, and hive their sweet thoughts for putting into books. But the source of the novelist's productions is, or should be, the page of human nature, and he must learn to read it as he runs. He should, of course, mix much with his fellow creatures, but if this is confined to what is called going into society, it will profit him but little. The upper 10,000 is a very small world, and by no means a picturesque one. Its views are as conventional as itself. Even when it is not dull, and there is nothing duller than your ordinary dinner party, it is shallow, nor, in truth, is there much to be got out of it beyond first impressions. The true novelist should go further afield. Of the evil consequences of not doing so, we have only too many examples. Even in the case of such a master as Thackeray, when society and its hangers-on are taken out of his works, how scanty is their population! The same observation may be made on Trollope. With Scott and Dickens and George Eliot, it is not so. The cause of this exclusiveness is not far to seek. It is indolence. The popular novelist is asked everywhere, and it is less trouble to accept invitations than to decline them. Moreover, there is something pleasant, no doubt, in thus being feted, while to go out of one's way in search of character is decidedly unpleasant. It is easier to sit at home and tax the memory than to go abroad and refresh it by observation. If the British novelist would be successful, by the by, he must not go abroad for his materials. He may visit the United States and lay his scenes there, or the American novelist may visit England and lay his scenes here, but neither of them will achieve success, worthy to be called such, if he places his life drama on the continent and makes his dramatis personae foreigners. English readers cannot abide foreigners. They know nothing about them, and are very far from taking omne ignotum pro magnificio. Of course, this is not true of persons of fashion and position, who often know more about France and Italy at least than about their own country, but it is comparatively easy to be a fashionable novelist. I am speaking of how to become a popular one. It is rather curious that great popularity has been very seldom achieved by any writer with both sexes. There are men's novelists, and there are women's novelists. Not one woman in 10,000 ever reads Fielding, I suppose. It may be said that his coarseness repels them, which indeed is likely enough. But even when Fielding was not considered coarse, he was never popular with ladies. They preferred Richardson. Men read novels now much more than they used to. Politicians and judges are so good as to tell us that they often take up a novel, as Sarah Butler used to relax her gigantic intellect over a book. But women still form the majority of the readers of fiction. They require the delineation of the softer passion in detail. I am not speaking of the vicious circle who have vicious writers of their own sex to pander to them, but of women in general, our pure wives and sisters and daughters. They like description and relish minute analysis of motive. They shrink from strong situation, Le Fanu appalls them, and they seldom appreciate satire. They do not care for high spirits, or for humor, which is to them no disinfectant of coarseness, and on almost all these matters men have opposite tastes. I can only recall 2 novelists who can be said in any extended sense to have made conquests of both sexes. No writer, of course, can choose for himself in this matter. He must needs address his own proper audience. But there is no question, under the present conditions of literature at least, upon which road popularity lies. Success will never crown his efforts, let his genius be what it may, unless he possesses the simpler virtues to which I have alluded. Nay, even with them there is one sort of success, the greatest of all, which he will not make, though it is possible that his grandson may do so. The man who has arrived nearer to it than any other is Charles Dickens, but even he fell far short of it. I speak of the success that shall befall the first great novelist who is welcomed not by tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, for that happens even now, but by millions of readers. At present, and so it will be perhaps for generations to come, to the great bulk of even the reading community, i.e. of those who read at all, our greatest writers in all descriptions of literature are practically unknown. The first with whom it will become acquainted are undoubtedly the writers of fiction, but how long it will be before that introduction takes place it is impossible to guess. There is no master of the ceremonies to effect it. The hands that reach down from above and touch our eyes with tears are held out in vain to the multitude. To the mighty voices of the past its ears are deaf. For it, genius itself has no magic. Nay more, it is repugnant to it. More than one attempt has been made of late by enterprising publishers to tap this tremendous reservoir. Assisted by the ablest hands, they have sunk their artesian well, some magazine of a high class, through this obstinate stratum of ignorance and stupidity with very indifferent success. This multitude still prefers the banjo and the bones to the most celestial music. The secret of success as regards circulation among the million is a very different matter from that with which this paper has been dealing. It has nothing to do with genius or talent or study or observation, but requires a certain knack of expressing commonplace ideas in such a manner that the commonplace reader exclaims to himself with rapture, "Why, that is the very thing I have often thought myself, but did not know how to set it down in words." It is a mistake to suppose that tales of blood and thunder have now any great popularity. Readers, even of the humblest class, are already beginning to despise the monstrosities of literature, but they still prefer to be taught, as it were, by pupil teachers, minds only a very little keener than their own, rather than by masters of the craft of storytelling. The immense popularity of Mr. Tupper's poems, as I have elsewhere maintained, was undoubtedly owing to this cause, though, of course, even he never reached the lowest stratum. Until the sun of proverbial philosophy arose, a great class of people who had never ventured on anything but prose were delighted to find that they could understand what purported to be poetry. When true poetry shall be appreciated by the masses, I don't mean those miraculously intelligent Scottish peasants whom William and Mary Howitt were always meeting with on their travels, but the real millions, the conditions under which literature is written will be changed. A more obvious example of my meaning may be gathered from what now passes among the crowd for humor. Even at penny readings, the audiences of which are comparatively select, it is not the best humorist, but the third-rate ones that are most applauded. What passes for exquisite fooling at the music hall is so ineffably dull as to produce in an intelligent mind a feeling approaching to loathing. In such places, even the drolleries of Hood would be as unintelligible as the wit of Praed or Locker. Dickens alone, by reason perhaps of his dealing with the classes in question in his fictions, as much as by his transcendent genius, has any acceptance in these Cimmerian regions, and even he only here and there. I was once conversing upon this subject with the proprietor of a certain periodical, more notorious for its popularity than for its literary merit, and ventured to ask what, in his opinion, was the secret of its extraordinary success. He replied quite frankly that it consisted in, quote, "never flying over the heads," end quote, of his subscribers, and in having for his editor, not of course a fool, but a sort of foolometer, who thoroughly understood the limits of their intelligence. It should be added to this gentleman's credit that he had more than once tried an infusion of genuine merit in his literary bill of fare, with the most discouraging and disastrous results. It is hardly necessary to say that no good writer, unlike that Lord Chief Justice who drank beer to put himself on a par with the puny judges, has ever succeeded in writing down to the level of his readers, nor is it a course to be recommended, even if it were possible to follow it. The influence of good fiction is at present in its infancy, or rather, they whose suffrages will one day spell success for those who shall supply it, are but babes and have as yet no appetite for strong meat. End of Success in Fiction by James Payn.
Tobacco, Chapter 19 of The Gentle Art of Tramping by Stephen Graham. Recorded for Essays Collection Volume 2 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in September 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tobacco. It has been said that whereas a pipe is a man's wife, a cigarette is his lady friend. In these terms, it is difficult to define a cigar, but it will be agreed that the cigar is unnecessary on tramp. We have no after-dinner mood. A pipe will go a long way. The cigarette has to be cast off and renewed. The cigar does not enter in. Nevertheless, I shall hear of excellent walkers who carried boxes of cigars in their rucksacks and lifted the smoke of Havana to the noon sky. Some fellows even chew an unlighted cigar as they walk. It has frequently been said to me, I should think that when you got to some point on your tramps, with great views opening before you, it was a rare place for a smoke. This moved me in my intolerant years to much mirth. How could I share the beauties of nature with a pipe? I asked. It seemed to me strange that one should wish to smoke when the fire of one's own thoughts was burning brightly and streaming upward in poetic exaltation. Even now I cannot go back on my personal experience of years past. One of the most romantic occasions in tramping that I remember was during a vagabondage in the Crimea, when I reached the gate of Bedari and watched for an hour a marvelous changing sunset far over the Black Sea and its mountainous shore. It was my busiest hour of the day. I was soaking in that sunset to the core of my intelligence. What rapture, what prayerful vigilance was mine then, as in the late twilight, knapsack on back, I stood on grand platforms over the sea, and was, as it were, alone, the one pilgrim in the universe. In those days I was a non-smoker. But even later, when, through offering friends cigarettes, I at last began offering them to myself, I do not associate tobacco with great moments. It is very delightful when riding a horse to light a cigarette and smoke as you amble along, and it makes a difference on a long train journey to have the narcotic of tobacco. But to me, smoking is not naturally associated with tramping. One very memorable moment after I had begun to smoke was when I climbed out of the jungles of Darien on the ridge where Balboa saw the Pacific for the first time. It was pure poetry to see the blue triangle of the southern sea far o'er the forests and the hills. But where Balboa and his men sang Te Deum, I did not sit on a stone and light up a pipe. However, there is no doubt that smoking in company is a social grace. It gives a sense of unity, and at the same time it is a source of some pleasure. We are always warned that our cigarette ends have set forests afire, but the rest of the cigarette has lighted our faces and lightened our packs. As the soldier finds the route march more supportable if he has permission to smoke, so also the tramp on a long and arduous hill can get much help from cigarette or pipe. It gives patience on the way, and then patience again in camp while waiting for the pot to boil. And the final peace pipe at the end of the day settles all experiences into a harmonious unity and prepares the mind for the night. Smoking seems to fill up the empty cells in time. When there is nothing else to do, a man takes out a cigarette. On the other hand, after stress or strain, it soothes and prepares the mind for artistic work. At the same time, in writing, it seems to me that as good literary work can be done without tobacco as with it. Upon occasion, the cigarette, and more often the cigar, will deaden one's sensibilities. The effect is the rising of somber impressions rather than bright thinking. Tobacco has had considerable influence on modern literature, though it would be difficult to show just where the difference is. It has made some writers tolerant, but others merely laconic, helped some to be witty, helped others to be merely cynical. Thousands of cigarettes have gone to the making of a novel, and it would be amusing and perhaps also interesting if one could compute the numbers that went to the various chapters. That is not entirely irrelevant here, for it is the custom of many writers to think out their work while walking. They walk, and they smoke, and they think, and the ideas form. Curiously enough, I smoked my first cigar on the way to Havana, and could not finish it. It almost finished me. I used to say that cigars belonged to a certain later period in a man's life when he had succeeded and could lean back in his chair and view the world at ease. It is perhaps an English idea. Cigars in England are a luxury, but it is not so in other parts of the world. In England, when we smoke a cigar, we smoke largely tacks. But in other parts of the world, this choicer weed enjoys more freedom from impost. In Germany, in Austria, in Holland, in the Indies and Mexico, and in many other places, a cigar is no more a luxury than a cigarette, as cheap, as popular, and better to smoke. Hood could write, "Honors have passed to men, my junior at the bar. No matter, I can wait, so I have my cigar." But he could rarely have written, "So I have my cigarette." The cigar for us means nirvana, release from cares, relaxation of the whole being. I do not think it either the meet reward or the need of the tramp after his day's march. When he has had worthy warfare with the police concerning the validity of his passport, when he finds that he has lost all his money and half his kit, when he has proposed to his sweetheart and been rejected or refused, he may light up a Havana if he has one. But I take comfort in the thought that unless he has lately parted from a rich uncle, he is unlikely to have a stock of the commodity, and will draw rather upon the resources of philosophy, which he has somehow stored within. End of Tobacco from The Gentle Art of Tramping by Stephen Graham. Letters to the Joneses by Josiah Gilbert Holland, nom de plume Timothy Titcomb, published 1864. The 13th letter to Rufus Connie Jones, lawyer, concerning the duties and dangers of his profession. Recorded for Essays Collection, Volume 2, by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in December 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To Rufus Choate Jones, lawyer. You have recently commenced the practice of a profession of which I possess no intimate knowledge. I know generally that it is a respectable profession, which requires in those who successfully pursue it the best style of intellectual power, thorough industry, and a vast amount of special learning. I know that it is a profession which, in times of peace, attracts to itself the most ambitious young men, because it affords the best opportunities for rising to positions of influence and power. I know also that while it is prostituted to the basest uses, as any profession may be, it fulfills a want in the establishment of justice between man, and occupies a legitimate and an important place in society. I can very honestly congratulate you on your connection with this profession and your prospects in it. Will you read what an outsider has to say of its dangers and duties? The principal, perhaps the only dangers which lie in your way, relate to your personal character. I regard you as a Christian young man, and I find you in a profession which necessarily brings you into contact with the meanest and the vilest elements in the community. Almost every day of your life you find yourself in communication with men whose motives are vile and whose characters are base. You are obliged to associate with them. You not unfrequently find your interests and sympathies engaged in their behalf. Almost the whole education of the courtroom, to say nothing of the office, is an education in the ways of sin. It is there that murder and robbery and adultery and swindling and cruelty and all the forms of crime and vice are exposed to their minutest details, and as a lawyer you are necessarily absorbed by these details. There is not a form of vice with which you are not bound to become familiar. All the meannesses and all the rottenness of human nature and human character, and all the modes of their exhibition must come into contact with you, and leave their mark. How this can be done without the blunting of your sensibilities, I do not know. How this can be done without damaging, if not destroying, your moral sense, is beyond my comprehension. I have heard very good lawyers talk about the most shocking cases in a shockingly professional way, and witnessed their amusement with the details of some beastly case that had found its way into the courtroom. I should be sorry to think that you could ever acquire such moral indifference, yet I know that you may, and believe that you will, if you do not guard yourself particularly against it. It seems to me quite impossible that a man should have a professional interest in the details of a case of crime without losing something of the moral repugnance with which the case would naturally inspire him. I suppose that this loss of moral sensibility may not necessarily be accompanied by actual depravity, yet it is nevertheless an evil, for it destroys one of the barriers to depravity. Any influence which familiarizes the mind with sin and crime to such an extent that sin and crime cease to fill the soul with horror or disgust is much to be deprecated. If you had a young son or a young daughter, you would regard any event which would bring their minds into familiarity with crime as a calamity. It would probably be a greater calamity to them than to you, but why it should be different in kind I cannot tell. I think you have only to look around you, among your own profession, to find men who have received incurable damage through their professional intimacy with sin. You know numbers of lawyers who take an interest, which is anything but professional, in the details of a case of shame that ought to fill them with an abhorrence so deep that they would gladly fly from it. Again, a constant familiarity with the weak and the erring side of human nature destroys respect for human nature itself. The more you learn of the members of the legal profession, the more you will learn that great numbers of them have ceased to respect human nature. This seems to me to be one of the greatest calamities that can befall any man. I do not wonder at this effect at all. There is no class of people in the world that see so great cause to hold human nature in contempt as the legal. They come into contact with men whom the world calls honorable and good, and find in them such traits of meanness, and such hypocrisy and dishonor, and such readiness to be crippled under temptation, and such untruthfulness under the pressure of selfish interest, that they naturally enough conclude that one man is about as bad as another, and that no man is to be relied upon where his appetites or his selfish interests are concerned. I say that I do not wonder at this, but it is much to be deprecated, and I know of no way to avoid it, except by free association with good men and innocent women and children. When a man has lost his respect for human nature, he has lost, necessarily, his respect for himself, for whether he wills it or not, he goes with his kind. But there is another danger still which will assail you, more subtle and more damaging than professional interest in crime or professional intimacy with the worst side of human nature, and this is professional interest in criminals themselves. I am sorry to say it, but you will find yourself the professional defender of men whom you know to be the foes of society, of thieves, pickpockets, gamblers, murderers, seducers, swindlers. You will find yourself either lying or tempted to lie in order to shield from justice men who you know ought to be punished. You will find yourself arrayed against law and order, against the peace of the commonwealth, against the purity of society, against morals and religion, in the defense of a man whom you know to be guilty of the crime charged against him, and deserving of the punishment attached to it by the laws of the land. I say you, because I suppose you will naturally follow in the track of the principal members of your profession. Every criminal is defended to the uttermost by men who are zealous in their attempt to prove him innocent and to shield him from punishment. Great professional reputations are sometimes acquired by saving from the gallows a man who everybody is morally certain ought to be hung. A triumph of crime like this is quoted admiringly by the profession and regarded with complacent triumph by the professional victor. I have heard men talk by the hour to prove that to be true which they and everybody else knew in all moral certainty to be false, and to demonstrate the innocence of a man whom they knew to be guilty. Indeed, this mode of proceeding has become a part of the machinery of the law and is recognized as entirely legitimate. We hear occasionally of cases so bad that the counsel engaged in the defense throw them up in disgust. But these are very rare, and I doubt whether such a surrender is regarded as a fair thing by the profession. Now I ask you, before professional usage has had time to warp your common sense, what must be the effect upon the mind of an advocate of throwing the entire sum of his personal power, all his logic, all his learning, all his sympathies and desires, all his interests and all his earnestness into the defense of a man who he has good reason to believe is a foe to law and order, and justly deserving of punishment for a breach of both? What must be the effect of identifying his own personal and professional reputation with the success of a criminal in his attempt to shield himself from justice? What must be the effect upon his mind of a triumph over the law for himself and for him who has trampled it under his feet? I know that there is a specious style of argument in use in your profession which takes the decision of the case out of the hands of the criminal's professional defender and gives it to the jury before which he is to be tried. The lawyers will say that an advocate has no right to decide on the guilt of a man on trial, that his work is to defend, and that 12 men, whose business under the law it is, will make the decision. This is strictly professional talk, the talk of men who make a distinction between law and justice, the talk of men who stand by that which is simply legal and let justice and right take care of themselves. These men would tell you that if you were engaged in the defense of a person who you were morally certain was guilty of the crime charged upon him, you would not be excusable, did you not do what you could to save him, by a resort to every legal trick and quibble of which you might be the master. This is precisely what they do. They personally rejoice in the defeat of justice. Whenever justice is defeated and right denied or destroyed in a court of justice, there is always present one lawyer to rejoice personally over the fact, a lawyer whose sympathies and success are identified with the triumph of the wrongdoer. I remember, when a lad, of witnessing an interview between a couple of eminent lawyers, each of whom had come to great personal and political honor since then, which to my unsophisticated moral sense was quite shocking. One had been attending a term of court in an adjoining county for the management of an important case in which both were interested. The returning lawyer greeted his associate with a triumphant flourish of his riding stick and exclaimed, "We've beaten them! We've beaten them!" Thereupon they gleefully talked the matter over. It seemed very strange to me that they could rejoice at having beaten them without the slightest reference to the matter of justice and of right. If the man had been engaged in a personal fight or a horse race and had come off the winner, he would have expressed his triumph in the same way and with just as little reference to the moral aspects and relations of the case. This was a professional triumph, and it did not matter, apparently, whether justice had shared the victory with him or had been vanquished with his opponents in the suit. This professional indifference to justice and to right, acquired by the identification of your own personal success with the safety and success of those whom you know or believe to be criminals, is what I warn you against. I tell you that this cannot be indulged in without injury to you, and were it not an ungrateful and offensive task, I could refer you to illustrious instances of legal depravity induced by earnest defense of the wrong. I could point you to eminent lawyers, with whom lying is as easy as breathing, men who do not scruple to misrepresent, misconstrue, prevaricate, cheat, resort to all mean and unworthy subterfuges, suppress, make use of all available means to carry a point against law and good society and pure morals in favor of ruffians who deserve nothing better than the halter or the prison. A lawyer has only to do this thing to a sufficient extent, with sufficient earnestness, to lose both his sense of and respect for the right, and to become morally worthless. I suppose that you will tell me that I am a dreamer, and that I am suggesting something that is entirely impracticable, when I advise you never to permit yourself to be professionally arrayed against justice. Your seniors in the profession will smile contemptuously at my suggestion, I know, and I will not blame them, for I know how fatally they have been warped by their practice. I take the broad ground that no man, whatever may be his profession, has a moral right to defeat or to retrieve by all means at his command, to defeat the ends of justice in the community in which he lives, and that no man can consciously identify himself with the wrong and fight earnestly for its triumph without inflicting incalculable damage upon his own moral sense and moral character. I do not believe that you, a professional man, have a moral right to do in a court of justice what I, not a professional man, have no moral right to do. I do not believe that you have a moral right to stand up before a jury and try to mislead it by tricks of language, by quibbles of law, by springing of false issues, by engaging their sympathies at the expense of their reason, and I know it is a moral impossibility for you to do it without damage to yourself. Mark my words, I do not advise you to leave a client while you have a reasonable doubt of his guilt, or a case where you have a reasonable doubt of its injustice, but I say without hesitation that when you become convinced that you can go no further in the professional advocacy of a man or a cause without arraying yourself against right, against justice, against the well-being of society, you are bound in duty to God, the state, and yourself, to abandon that man or cause, and all the professional sophistry which you and your professional brethren can muster can never convince me to the contrary. The fact that the money of thieves and scoundrels will buy the best legal service to be had is notorious, and it is but a short time ago that it appeared in evidence in a court of justice that a certain crime was committed by a man who, calculating his chances for detection, relied upon a certain lawyer to get him off. Was that lawyer practically a friend or a foe of society? Had he a right professionally or in any way to conduct himself as to encourage the commission of crime? But I leave this point for one closely related to it. The whole tendency of your profession, as it seems to me, is the substitution of a human for a divine rule of action. I think that a lawyer naturally comes to view every action and every man from a legal standpoint. All your practical dealings with men is on a legal basis. If there be a hole in the law large enough to let through your criminal client, you will pull him through. A flaw in an indictment will spoil a case legally, while morally and rationally it is not touched at all. You feel justified in doing anything that is legal to favor your client or your cause. Your conscience has come to identify that which is legal with that which is right. The law of the Lord is perfect. The law of man is imperfect, and your constant association with the latter naturally crowds the other out of sight. You measure the actions of men by that prescriptive red tape of yours, and the standard of right within your own soul is degraded. Litigation is one of the evils of the world, and is voluntarily pursued more to secure personal will than sound justice. There are many cases of doubt in which the suit of law is entirely justifiable, not to say desirable, but you are already old enough to know that 2/3 of the civil cases tried would never find their way into court if simple justice were all that the litigants were after. Selfish interest, personal greed, pride of purpose, willfulness, and waywardness, these are the elements of litigation everywhere. Now it is the misfortune of your profession that its revenue is very largely dependent upon the selfishness and stubbornness of men. It is apparently for the personal interest of every lawyer to foster a litigious spirit in the community and to nurse every cause of difference between men. That this is done by the more disreputable of your profession, I presume you will admit. And I am sure that you will not deny that the better class of lawyers do not discourage litigation as much as they might. My friend, here is a duty which I exhort you not to avoid. If you can prevent a lawsuit between citizens in which no important end of justice is involved, or settle a difference which is more a question of personal will than of right, then as a Christian man and a good citizen, you are bound to interfere at whatever personal sacrifice. If I were to foster a legal quarrel between neighbors which my advice would prevent, you would call me a bad neighbor and a bad citizen. The fact that it is for your professional interest that neighbors quarrel does not relieve you from the same opprobrium for the same mean office. There is no man in the world so well situated for promoting the ends of peace between citizens as the lawyer, and if he do not avail himself of his opportunities, then he fails in the offices of good citizenship. I hesitate to speak of one of the dangers to which you are exposed, because it supposes that you can cease to be a gentleman, but you will find that in the courtroom, lawyers not unfrequently indulge in practices which, while they may be strictly legal, are not gentlemanly. I declare to you that I have witnessed more cowardly insolence in a courtroom than in any other place that pretended to be controlled by the laws of decency. I have seen men whose years and positions should have given them dignity, browbeat and badger, and in every way sufferable by a too indulgent court, abuse old, simple-hearted men and honest women whose crime it was to be summoned as unwilling witnesses by the party opposing them. I am not familiar with bar-rooms or brothels, but I think it would be hard to find in any of them such flagrant instances of ill-breeding as are witnessed at every term of court in every courtroom in the land. I do not care how high the lawyer stands who takes advantage of his position to abuse the honest witnesses which the law places in his hands for examination. He is no gentleman. He is a mean and cowardly scoundrel. Under the protection of the court, he indulges in practices so insulting to honest and blameless men and women that all there is within them of manhood and womanhood rises to resent the indignity. Yet they are powerless, and the unwhipped coward rubs his hands over his clever boorishness and brutality. For your own sake, nay, for decency's sake, be a gentleman in the courtroom, and do what you can to compel others to be gentlemen. This gratuitous abuse of those who are so unfortunate as to be summoned as witnesses, by the lawyers into whose hands they fall, is the shame and disgrace of your profession. Rather a formidable array of dangers, you will say, I imagine, and perhaps you will add that it is not a very promising display of duties. I grant it, but I seek the glory of your profession and the good of yourself. The profession of the law, when it confines itself to the ministry of justice, is one of the noblest in which a man can engage. In that aspect it is worthy of the devotion of the best minds which the country produces. But the profession of the law, when it is used in the prostitution of justice for hire, when it is freely lent with all the personal resources of him who practices it, to aid the notorious criminal to escape the punishment due to his crimes, and to thwart the adjustment of the right between man and man, is an outrageous nuisance. I would have you remain what I believe you now are, a Christian lawyer, a man who can never forget that the royal right is above the legal letter, that God lives and claims a place in the human soul, and that he refuses to live there side by side with venal falsehood. I would have you retain, amid all the temptations of your profession, your love of justice and of right, and your hatred of injustice and wrong. I would have you guard yourself against confounding that which is right with that which is legal, so that the latter should always seem essentially the former. I would have you maintain in all places the demeanor of a gentleman. I would have you a good citizen, and not a promoter of litigation. I would have you so pure and upright and honorable and peace-loving that men shall refer their differences to you rather than carry them into court. I do not wish to appeal to any selfish motives, but my opinion is that such a lawyer as I desire you to be would command a premium in all the markets of the world. End of the 13th letter to Rufus Choate Jones, lawyer, concerning the duties and dangers of his profession. From Letters to the Joneses by Josiah Gilbert Holland.
Transylvanian Superstitions by Emily Gerard. Published in The 19th Century, Volume 18, London, July through December 1885. Pages 130 through 150. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 2, by Moon Lilith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Transylvanian Superstitions. Transylvania might be well termed the land of superstition, for nowhere else does this curious crooked plant of delusion flourish as persistently and in such bewildering variety. It would almost seem as though the whole species of demons, pixies, witches, and hobgoblins, driven from the rest of Europe by the wand of science, had taken refuge within the mountain rampart, well aware that here they would find secure lurking places, whence they might defy their persecutors yet a while. There are many reasons why these fabulous beings should retain an abnormally firm hold on the soil of these parts. And looking at the matter closely, we find here no less than 3 separate sources of superstition. First, there is what may be called the indigenous superstition of the country, the scenery of which is peculiarly adapted to serve as background to all sorts of supernatural beings and monsters. There are innumerable caverns, whose mysterious depths seem made to harbor whole legions of evil spirits, forest glades fit only for fairy folk on moonlit nights, solitary lakes which instinctively call up visions of water sprites, golden treasures lying hidden in mountain chasms, all of which have gradually insinuated themselves into the minds of the oldest inhabitants, the Romanians, and influenced their way of thinking, so that these people, by nature imaginative and poetically inclined, have built up for themselves out of the surrounding materials a whole code of fanciful superstition, to which they adhere as closely as to their religion itself. Secondly, there is here the imported superstition, that is to say, the old German customs and beliefs, brought hither 700 years ago by the Saxon colonists from their native land, and like many other things, preserved here in greater perfection than in the original country. Thirdly, there is the wandering superstition of the gypsy tribes, themselves a race of fortune-tellers and witches, whose ambulating caravans cover the country as with a network, and whose less vagrant members fill up the suburbs of towns and villages. Of course, all these various sorts of superstition have twined and intermingled, acted and reacted upon each other, until, In many cases, it is a difficult matter to determine the exact parentage of some particular belief or custom, but in a general way the three sources I have named may be admitted as a rough sort of classification in dealing with the principles superstitious afloat in Transylvania. There is on this subject no truer saying than that of Grimm, to the effect that superstition, in all its manifold varieties, constitutes a sort of religion applicable to the common household necessities of daily life, and as such, particular forms of superstition may very well serve as guide to the characters and habits of the particular nation in which they are prevalent. The spirit of evil, or, not to put too fine a point upon it, the devil, plays a conspicuous part in the Romanian code of superstition, and such designations as the Gragina Draculoj, Devil's Garden, the Gaiina Draculoj, Devil's Mountain, Yadu Draculoj, Devil's Hell or Abyss, etc., etc., which we frequently find attached to rocks, caverns, or heights, attest the fact that these people believe themselves to be surrounded on all sides by a whole legion of evil spirits. The devils are furthermore assisted by witches and dragons, and to all of these dangerous beings are ascribed peculiar powers on particular days and at certain places. Many and curious are therefore the means by which the Romanians endeavor to counteract these baleful influences, and a whole complicated study, about as laborious as the mastering of any unknown language, is required in order to teach an unfortunate peasant to steer clear of the dangers by which he considers himself to be beset on all sides. The bringing up of a common domestic cow is apparently as difficult a task as the rearing of any deer or gazelle, and even the well-doing of a simple turnip or potato about as precarious as that of the most tender exotic plant. Of the 7 days of the week, Wednesday, Mercury, and Friday, Venere, are considered suspicious days, on which it is not allowed to use needle or scissors, or to bake bread. Neither is it wise to sow flax on these days. Venus, called here Parashiva, to whom the Friday is sacred, punishes all infractions of this rule by causing fires or other misfortunes. Tuesday, however, Marti, named from Mars, the bloody god of war, is a decidedly unlucky day on which spinning is totally prohibited, and even such seemingly harmless pursuits as washing the hands or combing the hair are not unattended by danger. On Tuesday evening about sunset, the evil spirit of that day is in its fullest force, and in many districts the people refrain from leaving their huts between sunset and midnight. May the Ma Sara, spirit of Tuesday evening, carry you off, is here equivalent to saying, may the devil take you. It must not, however, be supposed that Monday, Thursday, and Saturday are unconditionally lucky days, on which the Romanian is at liberty to do as he pleases. Thus every well-educated Romanian matron knows that she may wash on Thursdays and spin on Saturdays, but that it would be a fatal mistake to reverse the order of these proceedings. And though Thursday is a lucky day for marriage, and is on that account mostly chosen for weddings, it is proportionately unfavorable to agriculture. In many parishes, it is considered dangerous to work in the fields on all Thursdays between Easter and Pentecost, and it is believed that if these days are not set aside as days of rest, ravaging hailstorms will be the inevitable punishment of the impiety. Many of the more enlightened Romanian pastors have preached in vain against this belief, and some years ago the members of a parish presented an official complaint to the bishop, requesting the removal of their cure on the ground that not only he gave bad example by working on the prohibited days, but had actually caused them serious material damage by the hailstorms his sinful behavior had provoked. This respect of the Thursday seems to be the remains of a deeply ingrained, though now unconscious, worship of Jupiter, Zoe, who gives his name to the day. To different hours of the day are likewise ascribed different influences, favorable or the reverse. Thus it is always considered unlucky to look at oneself in the glass after sunset. Also, it is not wise to sweep the dust over the threshold in the evening, or to give back a sieve or a whip which has been borrowed of a neighbor. The exact hour of noon is precarious on account of the evil spirit Priponisa, and so is midnight because of the Maias Nocte, night spirit, and it is safer to remain within doors at these hours. If, however, some misguided peasant does happen to leave his home at midnight, and espies, as very likely he may, a flaming dragon in the sky, he need not necessarily give himself up as lost, for if he have the presence of mind to stick a fork into the ground alongside of him, the fiery monster will thereby be prevented from carrying him off. The finger which ventures to point at a rainbow will be straightway seized by a gnawing disease, and a rainbow appearing in December is always considered to bode misfortune. The Greek Church, to which the Romanians exclusively belong, has an abnormal number of feast days, to almost each of which peculiar customs and superstitions are attached. I will here only attempt to mention a few of the principal ones. On New Year's Day, it is customary for the Romanian to interrogate his fate by placing a leaf of evergreen on the freshly swept and heated hearthstone. If the leaf takes a gyratory movement, he will be lucky, but if it shrivels up where it lies, then he may expect misfortune during the coming year. To ensure the welfare of the cattle, it is advisable to place a gold or silver piece in the water trough, out of which they drink for the first time on New Year's morning. The Feast of the Epiphany, or Three Kings, Tre Cre, is one of the oldest festivals, and was solemnized by the Oriental Church as early as the 2nd century, fully 200 years before it was adopted by the Latins. On this day, which popular belief regards as the coldest in the winter, the blessing of the waters, known as the Feast of the Jordan, or Babatasu, baptism feast, takes place. The priests, attired in their richest vestments, proceed to the shore of the nearest river or lake and bless the waters, which have been unclosed by cutting a Greek cross some 6 or 8 feet long in the surface of the ice. Every pious Romanian is careful to fill a bottle with the consecrated water before the surface freezes over, and preserves it tightly corked and sealed up as an infallible remedy in case of illness. Particularly lucky is considered whoever dies on that day, for he will be sure to go straight to heaven, the door of which is supposed to stand open all day in memory of the descent of the Holy Ghost at the baptism of Christ. The Feast of St. Theodore, 11th of January, corresponding to our 23rd of January, is a day of rest for the girls, and whichever of them transgresses the rule is liable to be carried off by the saint, who sometimes appears in the shape of a beautiful youth, sometimes as a terrible monster. The Wednesday in Holy Week is very important. The Easter cakes and breads are baked on this day, and some crumbs are mixed up with the cow's fodder. Woe to the woman who indulges in a nap today. For the whole year she will not be able to shake off her drowsiness. In the evening, the young men in each home bind as many wreaths as there are members of the family. Each of these is marked with the name of an individual and thrown up upon the roof. The wreaths which fall down to the ground indicate those who will die that year. Skin diseases are cured by taking a bath on Good Friday in a stream or river which flows towards the east. In the night preceding Easter Sunday, witches and demons are abroad, and hidden treasures are said to betray their sight by a glowing flame. No God-fearing peasant will, however, allow himself to be tempted by the hopes of such riches, which he cannot on that day appropriate without sin. On no account should he presume to absent himself from the midnight church service, and his devotion will be rewarded by the mystic qualities attached to the wax candle he has carried in his hand, and which, when lighted hereafter during a thunderstorm, will infallibly keep the lightning from striking his house. The greatest luck which can befall a mortal is to be born on Easter Sunday while the bells are ringing, but it is not lucky to die on that day. The spoon with which the Easter eggs have been removed from the boiling pot is carefully treasured up and worn in the belt by the shepherd. It gives him the power to distinguish the witches who seek to molest his flock. Perhaps the most important day in the year is St. George's. The 23rd of April corresponds to our 5th of May, the eve of which is still frequently kept by occult meetings taking place at night in lonely caverns or within ruined walls, and where all the ceremonies usual to the celebration of witches' Sabbaths are put into practice. The feast itself is the great day to beware of witches, to counteract whose influence square-cut blocks of green turf are placed in front of each door and window. This is supposed effectually to bar their entrance to the house or stables. But for still greater safety, it is usual here for the peasants to keep watch all night by the sleeping cattle. The same night is the best for finding treasures, and many people spend it in wandering about the hills, trying to probe the earth for the gold it contains. Vain and futile as such researches usually are, yet they have in this country a somewhat greater semblance of reason than in most other parts, for perhaps nowhere else have so many successive nations been forced to secret their riches in flying from an enemy, to say nothing of the numerous veins of undiscovered gold and silver which must be seaming the country in all directions. Not a year passes without bringing to light some earthen jar containing old Dacian coins, or golden ornaments of Roman origin, and all such discoveries serve to feed and keep up the national superstition. In the night of St. George's Day, so say the legends, all these treasures begin to burn, or, to speak in mystic language, to bloom in the bosom of the earth. And the light they give forth, described as a bluish flame resembling the color of lighted spirits of wine, serves to guide favored mortals to their place of concealment. The conditions to the successful raising of such a treasure are manifold and difficult of accomplishment. In the first place, it is by no means easy for a common mortal who has not been born on a Sunday nor at midday, when the bells are ringing, to hit upon a treasure at all. If he does, however, catch sight of a flame such as I had described, he must quickly stick a knife through the swaddling rags of his right foot, and then throw the knife in the direction of the flame he has seen. If two people are together during this discovery, they must not on any account break silence till the treasure is removed. Neither is it allowed to fill up the hole from which anything has been taken, for that would induce a speedy death. Another important feature to be noted is that the lights seen before midnight on St. George's Day denote treasures kept by benevolent spirits, while those which appear at a later hour are unquestionably of a pernicious nature. For the comfort of less favored mortals, who happen neither to have been born on a Sunday nor during bell-ringing, I must here mention that these deficiencies may be to some extent condoned, and the mental vision sharpened by the consumption of mouldy bread, so that whoever has during the preceding year been careful to feed upon decayed loaves only may, if he survives this trying regime, be likely the fortunate discoverer of hidden treasures. Sometimes the power of discovering a particular treasure is supposed to be possessed only by members of some particular family. A curious instance of this was lately recorded in Romania, relating to an old ruined convent, where, according to a popular legend, a large sum of gold is concealed. A deputation of peasants, at considerable trouble and expense, found out the last surviving member of the family supposed to possess the mystic power. and offered him unconditionally a very handsome sum merely for his assistance in the search. The gentleman in question, being old and probably skeptical, declined the offer to the great disappointment of the peasant deputation. The feast of St. George, being the day when flocks are first driven out to pasture, is in a special manner the feast of all shepherds and cowherds, and on this day only it is allowed to count the flocks and assure oneself of the exact number of sheep. In general, these numbers are but approximately guessed at and vaguely designated. Thus, the Romanian shepherd, interrogated as to the number of his master's sheep, will probably inform you that they are as numerous as the stars of heaven, or as the daisies which dot the meadows. The throwing up of wreaths onto the roofs, described above, is in some districts practiced on the feast of St. John the Baptist, the 24th of June, July 6th, instead of on the Wednesday in Holy Week. Fires lighted on the mountains this same night are supposed to protect the flocks from evil spirits. The feast of St. Elias, the 20th of July, August 1st, is a very unlucky day on which the lightning may be expected to strike. If a house struck by lightning begins to burn, it is not allowed to put out the flames, because God has lit the fire, and it would be presumption if man were to dare to meddle. In some places, it is believed that a fire lit by lightning can only be put out with milk. An approved method for averting the danger of the dwelling being struck by lightning is to form a top by sticking a knife through a piece of bread and spin it on the floor of the loft during the whole time the storm lasts. The ringing of bells is likewise very efficacious, provided, however, that the bell in question has been cast under a perfectly cloudless sky. As I am on the subject of thunderstorms, I might as well here mention the Sholomance, or school, supposed to exist somewhere in the heart of the mountains, and where all the secrets of nature, the language of animals, and all imaginable magic spells and charms are taught by the devil in person. Only 10 scholars are admitted at a time, and when the course of learning has expired, and 9 of them are released to return to their homes, the 10th scholar is detained by the devil as payment, and mounted upon an Ismehu dragon. He becomes henceforth the devil's aide-de-camp, and assists him in making the weather, that is to say, preparing the thunderbolts. A small lake immeasurably deep, lying high up among the mountains to the south of Hermannstadt, is supposed to be the cauldron where is brewed the thunder, and in fair weather the dragon sleeps beneath the waters. Romanian peasants anxiously warned the traveler to beware of throwing a stone into this lake, lest it should wake the dragon and provoke a thunderstorm. It is, however, no mere superstition that in summer there occur almost daily thunderstorms at this spot, about the hour of midday, and numerous cairns of stone round the shores attest the fact that many people have here found their death by lightning. On this account, the place is shunned, and no Romanians will venture to rest here at the hour of noon. Whoever turns 3 somersaults the first time he hears the thunder will be free from pains in the back during a 12-month, and the man who wishes to be insured against headache has only to rub it against a stone or knock it with a piece of iron. The Polish harvest custom of decking out a girl with a wreath of corn ears and leading her in procession to the house of the landed proprietor is likewise practiced here, with the difference that instead of the songs customary in Poland, the girl is here followed with loud cries of "Prihoo! Prihoo!" or else "Prikoo!" and that whoever meets her on the way is bound to sprinkle the wreath with water. If this detail be neglected, the next year's crops will assuredly fail. It is also customary to keep the wreaths till next sowing time, when the corn is shaken out and mingled with the grain to be sowed will ensure a rich harvest. The feast of Saint Spiridion, the 12th of December, corresponding to our 24th, is an ominous day, especially for housewives, and the saint often destroys those who desecrate his feast by manual labor. That the cattle are endowed with speech during the Christmas night is a general belief, but it is not considered wise to pry upon them and try to overhear what they say, or the listener will rarely overhear any good. This night is likewise favorable to the discovery of hidden treasures, and the man who has courage to conjure up the evil spirit will be sure to see him if he call upon him at midnight. 3 burning coals placed upon the threshold will prevent the devil from carrying him off. Christmas carols and dramas are also usual among the Romanian under the name of Colinda, supposed to be derived from Colinda or Lada, goddess of peace. Amongst the parts enacted in these games are those of Judas, who stands at the door and receives the money collected, and that of the bull, called Turca or Tur, a sort of vague monster fantastically dressed up, half bull, half bear, with a clattering wooden bill and a dash of Herod about his character, insofar as he is supposed to devour little children and requires to be propitiated by a copper coin thrust into his bill. In many districts, the personating of these characters is supposed to entail a certain amount of odium upon the actors, who are regarded as unclean or bewitched by the devil during a period of 6 weeks, and may not enter a church nor approach a sacrament till this time has elapsed. A leaf of evergreen laid into a plate of water on the last day of the year, when the bells are ringing, will denote health, sickness, or death during the coming year, according as it is found to be green, spotted, or black on the following morning. The girl whose thoughts are turned towards love and matrimony has many approved methods of testing her fate on this night. First of all, she may, by cracking the joints of her fingers, accurately ascertain the number of her admirers. Also, a freshly laid egg broken into a glass of water will give much clue to the events in store for her by the shape it adopts. To form a conjecture as to the shape and build of her future husband, she is recommended to throw an armful of firewood as far as she can from her. The piece which has gone furthest will be the image of her intended, according as the stick happens to be tall or short, broad or slender, straight or crooked. If these general indications do not suffice, and she wishes to see the reflection of his face in the water, she has only to step naked at midnight into the nearest lake or river. Very efficacious is it, likewise, to stand at midnight on the dunghill with a piece of Christmas cake in her mouth and listen for the first sound of a dog's barking which reaches her ear. From whichever side it proceeds will also come the expected suitor. Of the household animals, the sheep is the most highly prized by the Romanian, who makes of it his companion, and frequently his counselor, and by its bearing it is supposed often to give warning when danger is near. The swallow is here, as elsewhere, a luck-bringing bird, and goes by the name of Gallinele lu Daiu, fowls of the Lord. There is always a treasure to be found near the place where the first swallow has been espied. The crow, on the contrary, is a bird of evil omen, and is particularly ominous when it flies straight over the head of any man. The magpie, perched upon a roof, gives notice of the approach of guests, but a shrieking magpie, meeting or accompanying a traveler, denotes death. The cuckoo is an oracle to be consulted in manifold contingencies. This bird plays a great part in Romanian poetry, and is frequently supposed to be the spirit of an unfortunate lover. It is never permissible to kill a spider, as that would entail misfortune. A toad, taking up its residence in a cow byre, is assuredly in the service of a witch, and has been sent there to purloin the milk. It should therefore be stoned to death, but the same liberty must not be taken with the equally pernicious weasel, and if these animals be found to inhabit a barn or stable, the peasant must endeavor to render them harmless by diverting their thoughts into a safer channel. To this end, a tiny threshing flail must be prepared for the male weasel, and a distaff for his female partner, and laid at a place the animals are known to frequent. The skull of a horse placed over the gate of the courtyard, or the bones of fallen animals buried under the doorstep, are preservatives against ghosts. The place where a horse has rolled on the ground is unwholesome, and the man who steps upon it will be speedily attacked by eruptions, boils, or other skin diseases. Black fowls are always viewed with suspicion as possibly standing in the service of a witch, and the Brahmaputra fowl is curiously enough considered to be the offspring of the devil with a Jewish girl. If a cow has gone astray, it will assuredly be eaten by the wolf, unless the owner remembers to stick a pair of scissors in the center rafter of the dwelling room. As a matter of course, such places as churchyards, gallows trees, and crossroads are to be avoided. But even the left bank of a river may, under circumstances, become equally dangerous. A whirlwind always denotes that the devil is dancing with a witch, and whoever approaches too near to this dangerous circle may be carried off bodily, or at the very least will lose his head covering. But the Romanian does not always endeavor to keep the evil one at arm's length. Sometimes, on the contrary, he invokes the devil's assistance and enters into a regular compact with him. Supposing, for instance, that he wishes to ensure a flock, garden, or field against thieves, wild beasts, or bad weather, the matter is very simple. He has only to repair to a crossroad, at the junction of which he takes up his stand. In the center of a circle he is traced on the ground. Here, after depositing a copper coin as payment, he summons the demon with the following words: "Satan, I give thee over my flock, garden, or field, to keep till such and such a term. Thou mayest defend and protect it for me, and be my servant till this time has expired." He must, however, be careful to keep within the circle he has traced, until the devil, who may very likely have chosen to appear in the shape of a goat, crow, toad, or serpent, has completely disappeared. Otherwise, the unfortunate wretch is irretrievably lost. He is equally sure to lose his soul if he die before the time of the contract has elapsed. An apothecary of this town, Hermannstadt, told me that he was frequently applied to for a magic potion called spiritus, which is said to have the property of disclosing hidden treasures to its lucky possessor. Only a few weeks ago he received the following letter, published in one of the local papers, and which I have here translated as literally as possible. "Worthy sir, I wish to ask you of something I have been told by others. That is, that you have got for sale a thing they call spiritus, but which, to speak more plainly, is the devil himself. And if this be true, I beg you to tell me if it be really true, and how much it costs, for my poverty is so great and has brought me so far that I must ask the devil to help me." Those who told me this were weak, silly fellows, and were afraid, but I have no fear, and have seen many things in my life before. Therefore I beg you to write me this, and to take the greeting of an unknown man, N.N. Here, as elsewhere, 13 is an ominous number. It is unfortunate to meet an old woman or a Romanian pope. The meeting of a Protestant or Catholic clergyman is indifferent, and brings neither good nor evil. It is bad luck if your path be traversed by a hare, but a fox or wolf crossing your road is a good omen. Likewise, it is lucky to meet a woman with a jug full of water, while an empty jug is unlucky. Therefore, the Romanian maiden who meets you on the way back from the well will, smiling, display her brimming pitcher as she passes, with a pleased consciousness of bringing good luck, while the girl whose pitcher is empty will slink past shamefacedly, as though she had a crime to conceal. Every orthodox Romanian woman is careful to do homage to the water spirit, the Wodna Zena or Zona, which resides in each spring, by spilling a few drops on the ground after she has emptied her jug. She will never venture to draw the water against the current, for that would strike the spirit home and provoke her anger. The Romanian in general avoids the neighborhood of deep pools of water, especially whirlpools, for here resides the dreadful Balar, or the Wodna Muz, the cruel waterman who lies in wait for human victims. Each forest has likewise its own particular spirit, its Mama Patora, or forest mother. This fairy is in general supposed to be good-natured, especially towards children who have lost their way in the wood. Less to be trusted is Panush, surely a corruption of the Greek god Pan, who haunts the forest glades and lies in wait for helpless maidens. Ravaging diseases like the pest, cholera, etc. are attributed to spirit called the Deshuma, to whom is sometimes given the shape of a fierce virgin, sometimes that of a toothless old hag. This spectre can only be driven away if a red shirt, which must be spun, woven, and sewed all in one night by 7 old women, is hung out at the entrance of the afflicted village. The body of a drowned man can only be found again by sticking a lighted candle into a hollowed-out loaf of bread and setting it afloat at night on the river or lake. There, where the light comes to a standstill, will the corpse be found. Until this has been done, the water will continue to rise and the rain to fall. At the birth of a child, each one present takes a stone and throws it behind him, saying, "This into the jaws of the Strigoi," which custom would also seem to suggest Saturn and the swaddled-up stones. As long as the child is unbaptized, it must be carefully watched over, for fear of being changed or otherwise harmed by witch. A piece of iron or a broom laid under its pillow will keep evil charms away. Even the Romanian's wedding day is darkened by the shade of superstition. He can never be quite sure of his affection for his bride being a natural spontaneous feeling, since it may or will have been caused by the evil influence of a witch. Also at church, when the priest offers the blessed bread to himself and his new-made wife, he will tremblingly compare the relative sizes of the 2 pieces. For whoever chances to get the smaller one must inevitably be the first to die. But nowhere does the inherent superstition of the Romanian peasant find stronger expression than in his mourning and funeral ceremonies, which are based upon a totally original conception of death. Among the various omens of approaching death are the ungrounded barking of a dog or the crowing of a black hen. The influence of the latter may, however, be annulled and the catastrophe averted if the bird be put in a sack and carried thrice round the house. Roots dug up from the churchyard on Good Friday are to be given to people in danger of death. If, however, this and other remedies fail to save the doomed man, then he must have a burning candle put into his hand, for it is considered to be the greatest of all misfortunes if a man die without a candle, a favor the Romanian durst not refuse to his most deadly enemy. The corpse must be washed immediately after death, and the dirt, if necessary, scraped off with knives, because the dead man is more likely to find favor with God if he appear before him in a clean state. Then he is attired in his best clothes, in doing which great care must be taken not to tie anything in a knot, for that would disturb his rest. Likewise, he must not be allowed to carry away any particle of iron about his dress, such as buttons, boots, nails, etc., for this would assuredly prevent him from reaching paradise, the road to which is long, and is, moreover, divided off by several tolls or ferries. To enable the soul to pass through these, a piece of money must be laid in the hand, under the pillow, or beneath the tongue of the corpse. In the neighborhood of Fagaras, where the ferries or toll bars are supposed to amount to 25, the hair of the defunct is divided into as many plates, and a piece of money secured in each. Likewise, a small provision of needles, pins, thread, etc. are put into the coffin to enable the pilgrim to repair any damage his clothes may receive on the way. The mourning songs, called boquete, usually performed by paid mourners, are directly addressed to the corpse and sung into his ear on either side. This is the last attempt made by the survivors to wake the dead man to life, by reminding him of all he is leaving and urging him to make a final effort to arouse his dormant faculties. The thought which underlies all these proceedings being that the dead man hears and sees all that goes on around him, and that it only requires the determined effort of a strong will in order to restore elasticity to the stiffened limbs, and cause the torpid blood to flow again within the veins. In many places, 2 openings, corresponding to the ears of the deceased, are cut out in the wood of the coffin to enable him to hear the songs of mourning, which are sung on either side of him as he is carried to the grave. The singing into the ears has passed into a proverb, and when the Romanian says, "I cantat la vechea," he has sung into his ears. It is tantamount to saying that prayer and admonition have been used in vain. The pomana, or funeral feast, is invariably held after the funeral, for much of the peace of the defunct depends upon the strict observance of this ceremony. At this banquet, all the favorite dishes of the dead man are served, and each guest receives a cake, kolac, and a jug, ulcia, also a wax candle in his memory. Similar pomanas are repeated after a fortnight, 6 weeks, and on each anniversary for the next 7 years. Also, whenever the defunct has appeared in dream to any member of the family, this likewise calls for another pomana. And when these conditions are not exactly complied with, the soul thus neglected is apt to wander complaining about the earth and cannot find rest. These restless spirits, called strigoi, are not malicious, but their appearance bodes no good and may be regarded as omens of sickness or misfortune. More decidedly evil, however, is the vampire, or Nosferatu, in whom every Romanian peasant believes as firmly as he does in heaven or hell. There are 2 sorts of vampires, living and dead. The living vampire is in general the illegitimate offspring of 2 illegitimate persons. But even a flawless pedigree will not insure anyone against the intrusion of a vampire into his family vault, since every person killed by a Nosferatu becomes likewise a vampire after death, and will continue to suck the blood of other innocent people till the spirit has been exorcised, either by opening the grave of the person suspected and driving a stake through the corpse, or firing a pistol shot into the coffin. In very obstinate cases, it is further recommended to cut off the head and replace it in the coffin with the mouth filled with garlic, or to extract the heart and burn it, strewing the ashes over the grave. That such remedies are often resorted to, even in our enlightened days, is a well-attested fact, and there are probably few Romanian villages where such has not taken place within the memory of the inhabitants. First cousin to the vampire, the long-exploded werewolf of the Germans, is here to be found, lingering yet under the name of the Prickolich. Sometimes it is a dog instead of a wolf, whose form a man has taken either voluntarily or as penance for his sins. In one of the villages a story is told and believed of such a man, who, driving home from church on Sunday with his wife, suddenly felt that the time for his transformation had come. He therefore gave over the reins to her and stepped aside into the bushes, where, murmuring the mystic formula, he turned 3 somersaults over a ditch. Soon after this, the woman, waiting in vain for her husband, was attacked by a furious dog, which rushed, barking, out of the bushes and succeeded in biting her severely, as well as tearing her dress. When, an hour later, this woman reached home alone, she was met by her husband, who advanced smiling to meet her, but between his teeth she caught sight of the shreds of her dress, which had been bitten out by the dog, and the horror of the discovery caused her to faint away. Another man used gravely to assert that for more than 5 years he had gone about in the form of a wolf, leading on a troop of these animals, until a hunter, in striking off his head, restored him to his natural shape. A French traveler relates an instance of a harmless botanist who, while collecting herbs on a hillside in a crouching attitude, was observed by some peasants at a distance and taken for a wolf. Before they had time to reach him, however, he had risen to his feet and disclosed himself in the form of a man. But this, in the minds of the Romanians, who now regarded him as an aggravated case of wolf, was but additional motive for attacking him. They were quite sure that he must be a Prickolich, for only such could change his shape in such an unaccountable manner, and in another minute they were in full cry after the wretched victim of science, who might have fared badly indeed had he not happened to gain a carriage on the high road before his pursuers came up. We do not require to go far for the explanation of the extraordinary tenacity of life of the werewolf legend in a country like Transylvania, where real wolves still abound. Every winter here brings fresh proof of the boldness and cunning of these terrible animals, whose attacks on flocks and farms are often conducted with a skill which would do honor to a human intellect. Sometimes a whole village is kept in trepidation for weeks together by some particularly audacious leader of a flock of wolves, to whom the peasants not unnaturally attribute a more than animal nature, and one may safely prophesy that so long as the real wolf continues to haunt the Transylvanian forests, so long will his spectre brother survive in the minds of the inhabitants. Many ancient Romanian legends tell us that every new church or otherwise important building became a human grave, as it was thought indispensable to its stability to wall in a living man or woman, whose spirit henceforward haunts the place. In later times, people, having become less cruel, or more probably because murder is now attended with greater inconvenience to the actors, this custom underwent some modifications, and it became usual, in place of a living man, to wall in his shadow instead. This is done by measuring the shadow of a person with a long piece of cord, or a ribbon made of strips of reed, and interring this measure instead of the person himself, who, unconscious victim of the spell thrown upon him, will pine away and die within 40 days. It is an indispensable condition to the success of this proceeding that the chosen victim be ignorant of the part he is playing. Therefore, careless passers-by near a building place may often hear the warning cry, "Beware, lest they take thy shadow." So deeply ingrained is this superstition that not long ago there were still professional shadow traders who made it their business to provide architects with the necessary victims for securing their walls. Of course, the man whose shadow is thus interred must die, argues the Romanian, but as he is unaware of his doom, he does not feel any pain or anxiety, so it is less cruel than walling in a living man. The superstitions afloat among the Saxon peasantry of Transylvania relate oftenest to household matters, such as the well-being of cattle and poultry, and the success of the harvest or vintage. There is more of the quack and less of the romantic element to be found here, and the invisible spiritual world plays less part in their beliefs. Some of the most prevalent Saxon superstitions are as follows. 1. Whoever can blow back the flame into a candle which has just been extinguished will become pastor. 2. In going into a new-built house, one must throw in a dog or a cat before entering. Otherwise, one of the family will soon die. 3. If a swallow fly under a cow, straightway the milk will become bloody. 4. Whoever enters a strange house should sit down, were it only for a second. Otherwise, he will deprive the inhabitants of their sleep. 5. Whoever has been robbed of anything and wants to discover the thief must select a black hen, and for 9 consecutive Fridays must, as well as the hen, abstain from all food. The thief will then either die or bring back the stolen goods. This is called taking up the black fast against a person. 6. It is not good to point with the finger at an approaching thunderstorm. Likewise, whoever stands overlong gazing at the summer lightning will go mad. 7. A person ill with the fever should be covered up with 9 articles of clothing, each of a different color and material. He will then recover. 8. Another way to get rid of the fever is to go into an inn or public house, and after having drunk a glass of wine, to go out again without speaking or paying, but leaving behind some article of clothing which is of greater value than the wine drunk. 9. Drinking out of 7 different wells is likewise good for the fever. 10. Or else go into the garden when no one is looking, shake a young fruit tree, and return to the house without looking back. The fever will then have passed into the tree. 11. Any article purposely dropped on the ground when out walking will convey the fever to whoever finds it. This method is, however, to be distrusted, we are told by village authorities, for the finder may avert the illness by thrice spitting on the thing in question. Spitting on all and every occasion is in general very efficacious for averting spells and other evils. 12. A hailstorm may sometimes be stopped by a knife stuck into the ground in front of the house. 13. A new servant must be allowed to eat freely the first day he or she enters service. Otherwise their hunger will never be stilled. 14. It is bad luck to rock an empty cradle. 15. When someone has just died, the window must be opened to let the soul escape. 16. It is not considered good to count the beehives or the loaves when they are put into the oven. 17. When the master of the house dies, one must go and tell it to the bees and to the cattle in the stables. Otherwise, some new misfortune is sure to happen. 18. If the New Year's night be clear, the hens will lay many eggs during the year. 19. It is not good to whitewash the house when the moon is decreasing, for that produces bugs. 20. Who eats moldy bread will be rich and long-lived. 21. Rubbing the body with garlic is a preservative against witchcraft and the pest. 22. Licking the platter clean at table will bring fine weather. 23. A funeral at which the bells are not rung brings hail. 24. When foxes and wolves meet in the marketplace, then prices will rise. Naturally, since wolves and foxes could only be so bold during the greatest cold, when prices of eggs, butter, etc. are always at their highest. 25. To keep sparrows off a field or garden, it is only necessary to sprinkle earth, taken at midnight from the churchyard, over the place. 26. A broom put upside down behind the door will keep away the witches. 27. It is bad luck to lay a loaf upside down on the table. 28. In carrying a child to church to be christened, it is important to carry it by the broadest streets, and to avoid narrow lanes and byways, else when it is big, it will become a thief. 29. If a murderer be confronted with the corpse of his victim, the wounds will begin to bleed again. 30. Avoid a toad, as it may be a witch. 31. Little children's nails should be bitten off instead of cut the first time, lest they learn to steal. 32. An improved sort of love charm is to take the two hind legs of a green tree frog, bury these in an anthill till all the flesh is removed, then tie them up securely in a linen handkerchief, and whosoever touches this linen will be seized at once with love for its owner. 33. To avert many illnesses which may occur to the pigs, it is still customary in some places for the swineherd to dispense with his clothes the first time he drives out his pigs to pasture in spring. A newly elected clergyman, regarding this practice as immoral, tried to forbid it in his parish, but was sternly asked by the village bailiff whether he was prepared to pay for all the pigs which would assuredly die that year in consequence of the omission. 34. The same absence of costume is likewise recommended to women assisting a cow to calve. The night of St. Thomas, 21st of December, is the date consecrated by Saxon superstition to the celebration of the games which elsewhere are usual on All Halloween. Every girl puts her fate to the test on this evening, and there are various ways of so doing, too lengthy to be here described, with shoes, flowers, onions, etc. For the 12 days following, it is not allowed to spin, and the young men who visit the spinning room of the girls have the right to break and burn all the distaffs they find. So it has become usual for the maidens to appear with a stick, dressed up with wool to represent the distaff, instead of a real spinning wheel. Some of the Saxon customs are peculiarly interesting, from being obviously remnants of paganism. and are a curious proof of the force of verbal tradition, which in this case has not only borne the transplantation from a far distant country, but likewise weathered the storm of 2 successive changes of religion. A very strong proof of the tenacity of pagan habits and train of thought is, I think, the fact that although at the time these Saxon colonists appeared in Transylvania towards the second part of the 12th century, they had already belonged to the Christian Church for more than 300 years. Yet many points of the landscape in their new home, baptized by them, have received pagan appellations. Thus we find the Gotzenburg, or Mountain of the Gods, and the Wodesh, and the Wonk, applied to woods and plains, both evidently derived from Woden. Many old pagan ceremonies are still clearly to be distinguished through the flimsy shrouding of a later period, and their origin unmistakable even through the surface varnish of Christianity, which was thought necessary to adapt them to newer circumstances. And like a clumsily remodeled garment, the original cut frequently asserts itself, despite the fashionable trimmings which now adorn it. In many popular rhymes and dialogues, for instance, it has been clearly proved that those parts now assigned to the Savior and St. Peter originally belonged to the old gods Thor and Loki, while the faithless Judas has had the personification of a whole horde of German demons thrust upon him. It is likewise strongly to be suspected that Saint Elias, who in some parts of Hungary, as well as in Romania, Servia, and Croatia, is considered the proper person to be invoked in thunderstorms, is verily no other than the old thunder god Thor under a Christian mask. One of the most striking of the Christianized dramas just mentioned is the Todesstragen, or Throwing Out the Death, a custom still extant in several of the Transylvanian Saxon villages, and which may likewise be found still existing in some remote parts of Germany. The Feast of the Ascension is the day on which this ceremony takes place in a village of this neighborhood. It is conducted in the following manner. At forenoon church on that day, the schoolgirls of the parish repair to the house of one of their companions, and there proceed to dress up the Death. This is done by tying up a threshed-out corn sheaf into the rough semblance of a head and body, while the arms are simulated by a broomstick struck horizontally. This done, the figure is dressed up in the Sunday clothes of a young village matron, the head adorned with the customary cap and veil fastened by silver pins. 2 large black beads, or black-headed pins, represent the eyes, and thus equipped, the figure is displayed at the open window, in order that all people may see it on their way to afternoon church. The conclusion of Vespers is the signal for the girls to seize the figure and open the procession round the village. 2 of the eldest girls hold the Death between them, and the others follow in regular order 2 and 2, singing a Lutheran church hymn. The boys are excluded from the procession and must content themselves with admiring the schöner Tod, handsome death, from a distance. When all the village streets have been traversed in this manner, the girls repair to another house, whose door is locked against the besieging troop of boys. The figure Death is here stripped of its gaudy attire, and the naked straw bundle thrown out of the window, whereupon it is seized by the boys and carried off in triumph to be thrown into the neighboring stream or river. This is the first part of the drama, while the second consists in one of the girls being solemnly invested with the clothes and ornaments previously worn by the figure, and like it, led in procession round the village to the singing of the same hymn as before. This is to represent the arrival of summer. The ceremony terminates by a feast given by the parents of the girl who acted the principal part, from which the boys are again excluded. According to popular belief, it is allowed to eat fruits only after this day, as now the death, that is, the unwholesomeness, has been expelled from them. Also, the river in which the Death has been drowned may now be considered fit for public bathing. If this ceremony be ever omitted in the villages where it is customary, this neglect is supposed to entail the death of one of the youths or maidens. This same ceremony may, as I have said, be found still lingering in many other places, everywhere with slight variations. There are villages where the figure is burnt instead of drowned. and Passion Sunday, often called the Dead Sunday, or else the 25th of March, are the days sometimes chosen for its accomplishment. In some places it was usual for the straw figure to be attired in the shirt of the last person who had died, and with the veil of the most recent bride on its head. Also, the figure is occasionally pelted with stones by the youth of both sexes. Whoever hits it will not die during the year. At Nuremberg, little girls dressed in white used to go in procession through the town, carrying a small open coffin in which a doll was laid out in state, or sometimes only a stick dressed up, with an apple to represent the head. In many of these German places, the rhymes which are sung apply to the advent of summer and the extinction of winter, such as the following: And now we have chased the death away, and brought in the summer so warm and so gay. The summer and the month of May, we bring sweet flowers, full many a one. We bring the rays of the golden sun, for the dreary death at last is gone. Or else, come all of you, and do not tarry, the evil death away to carry. Come spring once more with us to dwell. Welcome, O spring, in wood and dell. And there's no doubt that similar rhymes used also to be sung here, until they were replaced by the Lutheran hymns. Some German archaeologists have attempted to prove that death in these games is of a more recent introduction, and has replaced the winter of former times, so as to give the ceremony a more Christian coloring by the illusion of the triumph of Christ over death on his resurrection and ascension into heaven. Without presuming to contradict the many well-known authorities who have taken this view of the case, I cannot help thinking that it hardly requires such explanation to account for the presence of death in these dramas. Nowadays, when luxury and civilization have done so much towards equalizing all seasons, so that we can never be deprived of flowers in winter, nor want for ice in summer, we can with difficulty realize the enormous gulf which in olden times separated winter from summer. Not only in winter were all means of communication cut off for a large proportion of people, but their very existence was, so to say, frozen up. And if the granaries were scantily filled, or the inclement season prolonged by some weeks, death was literally standing at the door for thousands of poor wretches. No wonder then that winter and death became identical in their minds, and that they hailed the advent of spring with delirious joy, dancing around the first violet, and following about the first cockchafer in solemn procession. It was the feast of nature which they celebrated then as now, nature mighty and eternal, which must always remain essentially the same, whether decked out in pagan or Christian garb. Another remnant of paganism is the Ferus, or Ferris wolf, which lingers yet in the mind of these people. According to ancient German mythology, the Ferris wolf is a monster which, on the last day, is to open his mouth so wide that the top jaw touches the sky, and the lower one the earth. And not long ago, a Saxon woman bitterly complained in a court of justice that her husband had cursed her over strongly in saying, Der Waltherding soll dich friesen, literally, may the world dog swallow thee. The gypsies take up a different position as regards superstition from either Romanian or Saxon, since they may be rather considered to be direct causes and mainsprings of superstition than victims of credulity themselves. The Zygon, whose religion is of such an extremely superficial nature that he rarely believes in anything as complicated as the immortality of the soul, can hardly be supposed to lay much weight upon the supernatural, and if he instinctively avoids such places as churchyards, gallows trees, etc., his feelings are rather those of a child who shirks being reminded of anything so unpleasant as death or burial. That, however, these people exercise a considerable influence on their Saxon and Romanian neighbors is undoubted, and is a paradoxical fact that the same people who regard the gypsy as an undoubted thief, liar, and cheat in all the common transactions of daily life do not hesitate to confide in him blindly for charmed medicines and love potions, and are ready to attribute to him unerring power in deciphering the mysteries of the future. The Saxon peasant will, it is true, often drive away the fortune-teller with blows and curses from his door, but his wife, as often as not, will secretly beckon to her to come in again by the back door, in order to be consulted as to the illness of the cows, or to beg from her a remedy against the fever. Wonderful potions and salves, in which the fat of bears, dogs, snakes, and snails else, along with the oil of rainworms, the bodies of spiders and midges rubbed into a paste, and many other similar ingredients, are concocted by these cunning bohemians, who will sometimes thus make thrice as much money out of the carcass of a dead dog as another from the sale of 3 healthy pigs. It has also been averred that both Romanian and Saxon mothers, whose sickly infants are thought to be suffering from the effects of the evil eye, are frequently in the habit of giving the child to be nursed for a period of 9 days to some gypsy woman who is supposed to be able to undo the spell. There is not a village which does not boast of 1 or more fortune-tellers, and living in the suburbs of each town are many old women who make an easy and comfortable livelihood only by imposing on the credulity of their fellow creatures. The gypsies, one of whose principal trades is the burning of bricks and tiles, are often accused of occasioning lengthy droughts to suit their own purposes. When this has occurred and the necessary rains have not been produced by soundly beating the guilty Zagans, the Romanians sometimes resort to the populaga, or rain maiden. This is done by stripping a young gypsy girl quite naked and dressing her up with wreaths of flowers and leaves, which entirely cover her up, leaving only the head visible. Thus adorned, the papaluka is conducted round the villages in procession to the sound of music and singing, and everyone hastens to water her copiously. If the papaluga fails to bring the desired rain, then the evil must evidently be of a deeper and more serious nature, and is to be attributed to a vampire, who must be sought out and destroyed in the manner described above. The part of the papaluga is also sometimes enacted by a Romanian maiden, when there is no reason to suspect the gypsies of being concerned in the drought. This custom of the rain maiden is also to be found in Servia, and I believe in Croatia. It would be endless were I attempt to enumerate all the different sorts of superstition afloat in this country. For besides the 3 principal definitions here given, the subject comprises innumerable other side branches, and might further be divided into the folklore of shepherds, farmers, hunters, miners, fishermen, etc., each of these separately callings having its own peculiar set of signs, customs, charms, and traditions to go by. Superstition is an evil which every person with a well-balanced mind should wish to die out, yet it cannot be denied that some of these fancies are graceful and suggestive. Nettles and briars, albeit mischievous plants, may yet come in picturesquely in a landscape, and although the stern agriculturist is bound to rejoice at their uprooting, the softer-hearted artist is surely free to give them a passing sigh of regret. E. Gerard. End of Transylvanian Superstitions by Emily Gerard.